A deer stepped into the narrow two-lane road, frozen in the headlights of Jack Miller's Honda Civic. Two more of the animals stepped out from the deep shadows of the forest lining the side of the highway, joining the first deer. The herd looked on at the oncoming car, seemingly unaware of the danger posed to them by the 3,000-pound vehicle attached to the bright lights. "Jack, look out!" Tom said, bracing himself against the dashboard in the passenger's seat. Jack stomped on the brake pedal and flung the steering wheel hard to the right. The white sedan slid sideways down the road, tires squealing as it barreled towards the herd of deer, threatening to tip over as two wheels came off the ground. "Dang it," Jack said, gritting his teeth. He eased the wheel to the left, and the car straightened out on the road, just before the anti-lock brakes kicked in and the vehicle slowed to a stop. The three wide-eyed does hunched down and leaped off the road, silently bounding back into the safety of the woods along the roadside. The rural highway belonged to Jack once again, his headlights illuminating the double lanes curving through the countryside. Jack gave a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. His pulse slowed as his adrenaline rush dissipated. "Here, hold this," Tom said, passing a half-empty cup of coffee to Jack. Tom's white dress shirt was soaked from the spilled coffee, leaving a wet outline that ended in his lap. "Damn it, Jack, pay more attention to the road. With all of the crackpot doomsday theories you talk about, it'll be a damn deer crossing the road that winds up killing us." Jack set the coffee in a cup holder and pressed a handful of napkins to Tom, suppressing a laugh before he resumed driving. "They are not crackpot theories, Tom. Disaster scenario is the term you are looking for. Besides, they aren't my crackpot theories. I just pay attention to the right people, not the vultures on the 10 o'clock news that report on disasters after they happen. Pick up a history book sometime. The past is littered with civilization-ending events, and with the amount of fragile technology we use today compared to just 100 years ago, forget about it. We're all hosed. It's only a matter of time. If you don't want to be one of the survivors, well, ignore the facts all you want, my friend," Jack said, unable to contain a measure of smugness. "Just because a few bunker-dwelling eggheads believe the world will end in their lifetime doesn't mean we should all freak out. I want to enjoy life, not worry about what's coming around the next corner. You'll drive yourself nuts worrying about all the things that could kill you," Tom said. "Speaking of crackpot theories, did you watch the news last night? That North Korea ballistic missile came down 300 miles off the coast of San Francisco. They could tip one of those babies with anything. A dirty bomb, a pathological agent, an EMP. Tell me that doesn't scare the hell out of you," Jack said. "Oh, God, not this again. Forget that I even mentioned doomsday. Or crackpots. How many miles left until we hit Kansas City? You've already lectured me on nuclear war, pandemic disease, solar flares, and asteroids this trip. I don't know how much more of the apocalypse I can take. My mother-in-law is coming to town next weekend. Tell me how to prep for that," Tom said. "You're on your own there. Seriously, though, 300 miles off the coast. North Korea has seriously upped their game in the last couple of years. These aren't small test missiles we're talking about. These are ballistic missiles capable of carrying large payloads. You can't tell me that China hasn't slipped them tech. Do you subject your wife to all this nonsense, or is it just me? You can't go around worrying about this type of stuff. It might happen, or it might not. It's going to drive you mad," Tom said. "Of course I Yes, Amy and I talk about preparedness quite a bit," Jack said. Though, if he was honest with himself, he did most of the talking and she did the listening. At least he hoped she was listening. "Tom, I'm just saying it's better to be a little prepared than to be caught completely off guard. Even having a few extra cases of bottled water and a 2-week supply of food on hand could mean the difference between life and death. A pile of tin cans in a bunker in my basement isn't going to make me feel any safer. You scare too easy, Jack. You just have to roll with the punches. You can't be prepared for everything life throws at you. The risk is so minimal it isn't even worth worrying about. If any of this stuff happens in my lifetime, I'll eat my shoe," Tom said. Jack drove on in silence for a few moments, watching Tom out of the corner of his eye. Tom took a sip of his coffee, and Jack tapped his foot on the brake. The last bit of coffee spilled out of the cup, dribbling onto the front of Tom's shirt. "Jackass! Seriously, what is the matter with you? Are we 13 years old here?" "I told you accidents happen. It pays to be prepared," he said. Tom shook his head, looking less than amused. "Oh, come on, you were already wet," Jack chuckled, handing a stack of napkins to Tom. "Did Kenny teach you that trick, or Danny?" Tom asked. Jack laughed. "Neither of the boys. That one is older than dirt. Kind of like you, Tom." Tom was a good friend and co-worker, even if he did rib Jack about his prepping hobby. He couldn't blame Tom for being a little cranky about the spilled coffee. Both of them were sleep-deprived and over-caffeinated in their push to make the drive from Springfield, Missouri to Kansas City tonight. After 2 weeks of work integrating servers at a series of distribution sites for a client, they were both exhausted and ready to finish the job. Setting up the last 2 servers up at the Kansas City facility would take 3 days, tomorrow morning, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If they worked hard, they could be out by Wednesday afternoon. Then they would be free to make the long drive back to the home office in Baltimore. It was about time, too. He missed Amy and the boys. It was hard to be away for work this long. Suddenly, the power lines strung from poles alongside the road glowed blue, looking like strands of neon draped from pole to pole. As quickly as the blue color appeared, the strands brightened and changed color to a white-hot glow, dimly illuminating the road. "Tom, do you see that? What the heck is that?" Jack asked, the hackles on the back of his neck standing straight up as a shiver ran through him at the eerie sight. "What the—" A flash of blinding white light dispelled the darkness as an electrical transformer mounted to a telephone pole exploded just in front of the car, sending sparks flying in every direction. The transformer burst into flames of white and blue, dripping white-hot molten metal to the ground. Jack squinted his eyes and brought his hand up to shield his face against the brilliant light. For a brief moment, the highway was as bright as day, turning the gray and black landscape into their daytime shades of color. The light disappeared quickly enough, leaving the car enveloped by darkness, hurtling down the rural highway. The car's headlights and dashboard were dark. The burning transformer in the rearview mirror was the only visible light. Jack struggled to see through the bright white blob seared into his vision from looking at the transformer. He thought he could see the lines in the center of the road, but realized in a panic that it was the afterglow from the overloaded power lines. He slammed his foot down on the brake, but it was too late. The car shuddered violently as it ran off the side of the road into a ditch. The car spun out of control and then flipped onto its side, tumbling over and over again until it slammed into a tree, throwing Jack forward against his seatbelt. His head struck the windshield, and then he was flung back against his seat. The sound of metal and glass crunching into the tree was deafening, impossibly loud and close. When the noise stopped, he reached for his seatbelt in the darkness, cutting his hands on shards of glass scattered across his lap. Jack felt around his body, afraid to find bones sticking through the skin. Every inch of his body registered pain. The world spun wildly from the car's tumbling roller coaster exit off the highway, his head throbbing. "Tom, are you all right?" he asked. Antifreeze dripped onto the engine block, hissing as it touched the hot metal and evaporated as a puff of steam. Broken glass crumbled underfoot as he let off the brake pedal. As his eyes adjusted to the moonlight, Jack took in the severity of the crash. Glass splintered in a circular pattern where his head impacted the windshield, stained with blood. All of the windows were broken out. The front end of the car was crumpled all the way to the dashboard, and the roof of the car was smashed in so that he couldn't sit up straight in his seat without hitting his head. A mixture of bright pinpoints of light and black spots formed in front of his eyes. His vision narrowed to a small gray tunnel in front of him. Panic set in. He knew this feeling. He'd blacked out once before as a teenager after hitting his head on the pavement playing basketball. He turned to his friend in the passenger seat, his foggy mind finally remembering that Tom was in the car with him. Tom's mouth hung open. His head lolled to the side at an awkward angle. His eyes were closed, as if asleep, and his body slouched over against the passenger door. Jack reached over and shook Tom, attempting to rouse him. "Tom, wake up. We crashed. Come on, Tom. Get up," he said. Tom didn't move. His arms sluggish and heavy, Jack put his hand on Tom's chest to make sure he was still breathing. His hand bumped into a large, rough object sticking out of the middle of Tom's chest. Jagged and splintered pieces jutted out of the end of it, and he recognized the texture as tree bark. Jack pried a splinter off of the branch sticking through Tom, deliriously attempting to pull the branch out bit by bit. His eyes grew heavy, his world spun wildly, and then he slipped into unconsciousness as a silent, deep darkness overtook him. Chapter 2. Amy Miller fluffed up her pillow, stretching out on the bed as she waited for the movie to start. A chick flick, as Jack dismissively called them. Exactly what she needed. Jack was out of town on a business trip all week. Her younger son, 10-year-old Danny, was having a sleepover at a friend's house, the Lambertis, and was being dropped off at school in the morning. Her older son, 14-year-old Kenny, should be in bed sleeping right now because tomorrow was a school day, but she was willing to bet that Kenny was in his room, still awake, absorbed in his video games. Not what he should be doing, but at least he was out of her hair until the morning, unless he ran out of potato chips. Her boys were all accounted for, meaning that this supermom could take off her cape for the day and enjoy a movie. It was finally time to let her hair down and relax. She was taking a personal vacation day tomorrow, a well-earned break from the busy 60 to 70-hour work week at the accounting firm. She peeled the top off a pint of mint chocolate chip ice cream, watching as the federal copyright violation notice came on the screen. She grabbed the DVD remote, pushing the menu button repeatedly, trying to skip past the warning. "Oh, come on, just play the movie already." The copyright warning went away as the screen went dark, leaving the room pitch black. "Great, what now?" Amy turned on the bedside lamp, but the bulb must have been burned out because it didn't come on as she flicked the switch. She tiptoed over to the entertainment center, cautiously placing one foot in front of the other in the dark, wary of stubbing her toe. She set her ice cream on the highest shelf of the entertainment center. Her orange tabby cat, Oscar, had a sweet tooth, but he was a lazy old tomcat that didn't put much effort into anything these days. He could jump the height, but she knew he wouldn't. The ice cream would be safe. The television wouldn't turn on, and the little red light wasn't even on as she pressed the power button. "That's weird, Oscar." She turned the bedroom overhead light on, but it didn't work either. Feeling her way along the wall to the bathroom, she took a scented candle and a book of matches from the cabinet, curling her nose at the sulfuric smell of the match as she lit the candle. Back at the entertainment center, she checked to see if the power cords were still plugged into the surge protector, but they were all still in place. There had to be something wrong with the power. A circuit breaker was tripped or something. She could almost hear Jack's condescending tone he got when he talked about something technological that he knew how to fix. You can solve almost any computer or electrical problem by doing one of two things: make sure the device is plugged in, or powering it off and then powering it back on again. Amy didn't mind that much, really. Jack wasn't a bad guy. He just came across as a bit of a know-it-all sometimes. He was, after all, well, male. A technical guru he may be, but for all of his technical know-how, he could be somewhat lacking in interpersonal skills and needed to work on the soft touch. As she headed down the stairs to go into the basement where the fuse box was, she noticed that the digital display on the thermostat was off. Maybe it's the whole house. She descended the creaky wooden steps, her eyes adjusting to the dark basement. The flame from her candle flickered from a drafty window, and she cupped her hand around it to keep it lit. She passed the rows of shelves, packed with goods all the way to the ceiling, each one neatly stacked and labeled with canned food, bottled water, and other supplies. Amy reached the breaker panel and pulled it open, looking up and down the array of black switches. All of them were in the on position, including the master breaker. Being the thorough person she was, and probably, she admitted, because Jack would have said something if she hadn't done it, she flipped all of the circuit breakers, including the main breaker, from the off position back into the on position. Well, shoot, that didn't do anything, did it? It didn't sound like any of the appliances had come on upstairs, and as she went back up the steps, she yanked the cotton string hanging from a basement light, giving it a yank, but expecting nothing to happen. Emerging from the basement stairs, she walked back up the steps to her bedroom. "Mom, the power is out," Kenny said loudly. Amy nearly jumped down the stairs, her heart pounding from her son's voice shouting directly in front of her in the darkness. "Jeez, Kenny, you almost scared me to death." "When is the power coming back on? I can't sleep and I want to play my video game," he said. "I don't know, Kenny. The circuit breaker's fine. It must be a problem at the electric company. We'll have to wait and see when it comes back on. You know what? We've lived in this house for 6 years, and this is the first time we've ever lost power. And your father is not here to say, 'I told you we need a generator.' It was his big moment," she said, chuckling. Amy opened the freezer door of the refrigerator and put her pint of ice cream back inside where it wouldn't melt for a while yet. Disappointed that her plans for a quiet night were off, Amy wondered what she would do until the power came back on. I guess I should have let him buy that generator. I'm going to sleep. You should do the same and get a good night's sleep before school tomorrow, since you don't have television or video games, she said. Amy started up the steps, wanting to get upstairs before Kenny could start to whine about being bored. The house shook violently, and an impossibly loud noise exploded throughout the house. Amy put her hands over her ears, dropping the candle to the floor as she crouched down to the floor and clung to the carpet. "Kenny!" she yelled. The noise and shaking stopped as suddenly as they began, the house pitch black and eerily quiet. Amy grabbed the candle on the floor and turned it right side up again, wincing as the hot wax dripped onto her hand. Her ears rang with a high-pitched tone. "Kenny? Kenny, are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine. What was that?" he asked. Kenny picked himself up and ran to the front door. Amy got to her feet and followed him into the front yard, where he stopped suddenly, his eyes cast skyward. She followed Kenny's gaze into the sky. A huge ball of bright orange flame bloomed in the sky, silhouetting the houses across the street. Mary, her neighbor, emerged from her house directly across the street. Curlers in her gray hair, she came running across the street towards Amy, hand over her mouth, whimpering. She repeated the same phrase several times as she distanced herself from the home. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" she said. "It hit our house!" In the growing light of the column of flame, the damage to Mary's home was visible. The entire upper half of the roof had been destroyed, ripped off of the rest of the house. Beams and boards splintered and snapped where they stuck upwards like crooked teeth. The chimney was broken clean off. Shingles and bricks were strewn across the remaining roof. Amy embraced her friend, hugging her tight. Mary trembled uncontrollably, tears running down her face as she clung to Amy. "What happened?" Amy asked, full of awe at the still-growing fireball. Mary turned to look for herself. Over the top of her house, an enormous cloud of thick smoke and fire billowed some distance away, emanating from the fireball. The cloud grew in size, flames flickering along the central column. Just then, another explosion rocked the street, whipping her hair around her face as the wind from a shockwave hit them. Amy dropped to her knees, covering her ears against the noise. It wasn't as loud as the first explosion, but this one sent an even larger column of fire into the sky that dwarfed the first. Angry red and brilliant blue flames intertwined as the fireball expanded skyward. Mary's whimpering was drowned out by the screams and shouts of several neighbors, milling about in their front yards as they emerged from their homes. "Mary, are you sure you're okay?" Amy asked, looking her over for injuries. The woman nodded her head, setting the orange curlers in her hair shaking. Her hands trembled as she wiped away the tears streaming down her cheeks. "What about Dan? Is he home?" "Oh, my God! Dan! My Dan!" she cried out, turning to run back across the street to her home. Just as she approached the front door, a stunned-looking Dan stepped off the front porch, wearing his signature baseball cap and flannel pajamas. He hurried into the street, looking over the roof of the house at the billowing pillars of fire and smoke. "Holy jeez," he said. "What the hell is that? Somebody call 911. Amy pulled her phone from her pocket to dial the police. The screen was black and wouldn't turn on. Had she plugged it in last night? Surely she had. She tried again, frustrated at the device, holding down the button to restart the phone. Dan held up his cell phone with a questioning look. "My dang phone is dead. Is yours working?" "No," said Amy. "I'll go use the landline." Amy turned and ran to her house, making her way quickly to the kitchen. She picked up the telephone and was greeted with silence. She clicked the receiver a few times, expecting a dial tone or at least a little static, but she heard nothing. What was going on? The power was off, and the phone wasn't working either? Amy rubbed her temples, trying to calm her nerves. The phone line was still supposed to work even if the power was off, wasn't it? Dan shouted to her from the doorway, his voice full of terror. "Amy, come quick! Get out here and look at this!" She ran back to the front door, stopping suddenly just outside the doorway, clutching at the open door for support as she looked to her left to where Dan pointed his finger, tracing a moving line across the sky from one pillar of fire to the next. She didn't see anything for a moment, but then recognition hit her. tears began to streak down her cheeks as horror and disbelief filled her. An airplane glided along in eerie silence, briefly illuminated by the tall, fiery red clouds of the airliners that had already crashed. It dipped lower and lower in the sky until it passed out of sight, hidden by the rooftops of other homes. A split second later, a new explosion hit the street. Men, women, and children screamed in terror. Another blast of flame rose like a pillar in the sky. Neighbors clung to each other and shrieked, some fleeing back into their homes for safety, some running down the street. She watched as one of her neighbors got into his car and slammed the door shut. He banged the dashboard repeatedly, got out of the car, and pulled the engine hood open. Shaking his head in frustration, he kicked the fender and ran down the street. Amy turned to Dan, who stood open-mouthed, his jaw silently moving, hands clenching and unclenching. A wave of pity and grief hit her as the realization dawned at his reaction. Dan and Mary had a grown son. He was a pilot. "Dan, what happened? What could have done this?" she asked. "My home phone is dead. Our cell phones won't work, and the electric is out, too." A ball of fear and worry formed in her stomach. She had an eerie feeling as she walked around the side of her house and into her backyard. She knew where the planes were coming from. They were supposed to be landing a few short miles south of where they were crashing. As she faced south in the direction of the Baltimore-Washington International Airport, horror filled her as she made out several more columns of orange flame rising into the air from around the airport and surrounding neighborhoods. What in the world was happening? Chapter 3. Awareness came to him slowly. His mind felt sluggish and unclear. Where was he? How did he get here? Why did he hurt so much? Jack shut his eyes tightly against the bright sunlight beating down, which was only adding to his splitting headache. His body felt like he'd been run through a meat grinder, with aches and bruises on every part of him. But it was his head that hurt the worst. Jack looked in the rearview mirror and winced at the large lump protruding from his forehead. Tom's laptop lay on the dashboard, thrown out of the back seat by the impact, and was the likeliest explanation for the wound to his forehead. Memories of the crash last night rushed back to him in a flood of emotions. The bright flash of light, the steering wheel twisting out of his grip as they went off the road, the car rolling and tumbling until they hit the tree. Tom. Jack sat bolt upright, sending shards of broken glass to the floor, and turned to his passenger in a panic. Tom lay in the same position as the night before, sunlight filling in the terrible details that Jack had guessed at the night before. When the rolling car had come to a violent stop against the tree trunk, a low-lying branch had been broken in two. The shaft of the broken branch thrust through Tom's chest like a spear. He must have been killed instantly, impaled through the heart by the arm-sized spear of wood. "Oh, God, Tom, I'm so sorry," he said. Jack turned his head. He couldn't bear to look at the sight of his friend's ruined body. He couldn't just leave him sitting there like that. Jack pulled his suit jacket from a hanger in the back seat and gently laid it over Tom's face and chest, covering the gruesome wound. What the hell had happened? What was the bright flash of light that blinded him? Why had the car gone dark? Questions bubbled up in his mind as he carefully picked away the shards of glass resting on his belt buckle. He released the strap and stood up next to the car, leaning against the crumpled rear door, fighting off dizziness from standing too quickly. Once his head stopped spinning, he pulled his cell phone out to call for help. It was too late for Tom, but he had to call the police and let them know about the wreck and call for an ambulance. The lump on his head definitely needed to be checked out by a doctor. Jack pressed at the buttons of his smartphone, frustrated when the screen didn't light up. He tried several of the other buttons and got the same result. The cell phone was dead. Had it been hit or smashed during the crash? It didn't seem very likely. While he himself had been bounced around a bit, his head was the only serious injury. The phone was in his pocket and should have been safe. Jack took a seat in the driver's seat and pried the protective case off the phone. After pulling the battery cover open, he blew out the dust and reseated the battery, then tried again and waited for the screen to light up. Nothing. Dang it. He really needed this phone to work. There was one other phone he could try. Wincing as he rummaged through the wreck again, he pulled the phone from Tom's pants pocket. "Sorry, Tom. I need this more than you do." It wasn't any use, though. Tom's phone didn't work either. Everything clicked together in his mind. The bright flash of light from the exploding transformer, the power lines glowing white-hot before they burnt out, the car's lights going dark, and both of their phones were broken. Alarms went off in his head, screaming the answer to him. Years of talking about disasters and how they would really go down on internet forums gave him the answer he needed. This was it, wasn't it? An EMP. It had really happened, right? On impulse, Jack pressed the start button on his car. Nothing. Completely dead. Not even the dashboard lit up. So many people had doggedly shut him down for so long, saying it would never happen. He just didn't trust himself anymore. He had to find more proof. He needed to make certain it was an EMP before he jumped to conclusions. But first, he needed to clear his mind or he wasn't going to make it very far. Jack then rummaged through the wreck, trying to find some evidence to prove the butterflies in his stomach wrong. He tried his laptop, and then Tom's laptop, and every other electric gadget in the car. None of them would power on. What were the chances the wreck had destroyed everything, and the utility transformer blew out at the same time? Not likely. The North Korean ballistic missile that landed a few hundred miles offshore of California yesterday. What if they'd launched a second missile successfully? It couldn't really have happened, could it? He'd spent so much time thinking about disaster scenarios and planning for the aftermath that he really couldn't believe it was actually happening. What should he do now? He could stay here with the car and wait for someone to come along the highway to help. If he was wrong about the EMP, another car was bound to drive by sometime soon. If it proved to be true, he'd be a day behind schedule. He knew a day could mean the difference between life and death in certain situations. But behind what schedule, he had no clue. He hadn't planned on an EMP happening while he was away on a business trip. Stepping out onto the blacktop pavement of the highway, he looked up at the sun's position in the sky. It had to be at least noon. A sinking feeling grew in his stomach. This wasn't an interstate highway, but it was still a highway, no matter how rural. Plenty of traffic followed this route from Springfield to Kansas City, dozens of cars an hour, at least. The car accident was clearly visible from the highway. There was no way you could miss it. Surely someone would have passed the wreck and stopped by now if other cars were still working, right? Lowering his eyes from the sun, he noticed one other piece of evidence. High atop a utility pole sat another transformer, charred and blackened, just like the one that exploded the night before. Small fragments of the power lines hung loosely from the pole. However, most of them had been vaporized by the massive electrical overload and simply went up in a puff of smoke. Jack walked over and sat in the deep shade of an oak tree, leaning against its trunk. It wasn't so impossible, was it? An EMP device was much simpler to manufacture than a nuclear weapon, perfectly suited to the purposes of a country like North Korea. If they could lob a ballistic missile high above the United States, a nuclear-powered EMP would devastate the country. It wasn't the nuclear explosion that would do the damage, but the enormous electromagnetic pulse of energy emitted from the device would carry far across the country, bouncing around off the upper atmosphere. The energy surge would destroy any electronics in its path, burning out their sensitive components. The electrical grid was especially susceptible because the power lines used to distribute electricity throughout the nation also acted as giant antennae, picking up the pulse of energy and overloading anything attached to it, just like the pole-mounted transformers that exploded last night. Jack couldn't sit still any longer, consumed with worry and doubt. He left the shade of the old oak tree behind and made his way to the car. Eyeing the contents of the trunk, he took stock of what he had available: his suitcase and a small bug-out bag. It was going to be hot, and his clothes were blood-spattered. Jack unbuttoned his dress shirt and tossed it into the trunk, removing a neatly folded T-shirt out of his suitcase. As he unfolded the T-shirt, he traced his fingers over the stitchwork of the yellow and black patterned tiger logo, Kenny's teen colors. He pictured his older son standing on the pitcher's mound, eyeing down a batter. He'd worn that shirt to every one of his son's ball games. Where was his son now? Fear and a sense of helplessness hit him right in the gut. Kenny, his younger son Danny, and his wife Amy were over 1,000 miles away from here. God help him. This couldn't be happening right now. Blinking back tears, Jack grabbed his Baltimore Orioles baseball hat and pulled it down on his head, weighing his options. What should he do next? Part of him wanted to stay with the car, clinging desperately to the belief that he was wrong and there was no EMP, just a set of unlucky coincidences. It all added up, though. His car's electrical system had broken, and his cell phone, and Tom's phone, and the transformers. Running once more over the list of dead electronics at his disposal proved how unlikely that was, as much as he wanted it to be true. Amy would be worried sick about him by now. He didn't have a way to call her. He needed to hear her voice, to hear her tell him that she and the boys were safe. Maybe he could find a town with a working phone, or somebody with a ham radio, or something that still worked. Either way, if he sat here waiting, he'd drive himself mad with nothing to do but worry about his family. That much he knew. Filled with a desperate need to call his family, Jack resolved to leave the car and go find help. Somebody had to have a phone or a radio that worked. He grabbed his laptop bag out of the car and dumped the contents into the trunk. Everything he planned on taking would fit in the small bag. He slipped off his dress shoes and socks and exchanged them for a pair of white athletic socks and comfortable tennis shoes. He rummaged through his suitcase, taking a few changes of clothes and his toothbrush. Last of all, he grabbed the small black bug-out bag from the corner of the trunk and tossed it into the laptop bag. It only weighed a couple of pounds and contained a bare minimum of supplies. Jack had ordered it online a few years ago when he'd seen it on sale. The kit came with 3 energy bars, some Band-Aids, a compass, and a foil emergency blanket. To that, he'd added some other items he knew would be useful. A multi-tool, a water-purifying straw, 3 wire snares to trap small game, a lighter, and an emergency fishing kit. It was everything he needed to start a fire, keep warm, catch and cook his food, and sanitize his water. He stuffed the supplies into the laptop bag along with a bottle of water from the car. It wasn't much. He wished he had the much larger B.O.B. from his Suburban. That one had a 9mm and a lot more supplies, but he'd been afraid to pack the 9mm in his company vehicle. That would be a quick way to get fired if anybody found out about it at his work. He'd also love to have the 1972 Chevy Silverado parked in his garage at his disposal. The old beast was probably still running, since it didn't have an onboard computer or fuel injection. There was nothing to be done about it. Hopefully, Amy would remember to try to start it up. He didn't have a bug-out location, they just didn't have the money. But Amy was smart and tough as nails, and she'd get some use out of it if she could. Amy, his wife. He had to call her. Jack slung the laptop bag over his shoulder, pulled his baseball cap down tight over his head, and set out down the road. There had to be a working phone somewhere. Chapter 4. Amy raced up the basement steps 2 at a time, carrying an armful of notebooks from Jack's bookshelf in the basement. She brought them into the kitchen and dumped them on the kitchen table. There had to be something in his notebooks to help them figure out what was going on. Jack spent his days with his nose to the computer screen reading about this kind of thing. "Here, Mom, I found more candles," Kenny said, carrying 2 large candles to the table. Amy lit the extra candles, giving her more light to read by. Shuffling through the stack of notebooks, the one that was labeled EMP/solar flare caught her eye. She knew what an EMP was. Jack made sure of that. Dan adjusted his glasses and squinted at the smooth blue loops of Jack's cursive writing in the binder, his brow furrowed. "What the heck is an EMP? I know what a solar flare is, but what's that got to do with plane crashes?" Mary cast him a withering look.
"We have 300 cable channels, and you don't watch anything but golf. The Science Channel had a special about this. They said it could break all the electronics in computers. Airplanes use computers to fly, dummy. Electronics, you know, like the television has."
She scanned Jack's notes, taking in the first page of handwritten notes. A solar flare is a burst of high-energy radiation from the sun, usually during the solar maximum. Solar flares usually only affect communications and won't affect electronics. Whatever had just happened was affecting more than just communications. Planes were falling out of the sky. It couldn't be a solar flare. She skipped down a few paragraphs. An EMP, electromagnetic pulse, is a powerful burst of electromagnetic energy. EMPs can come from several sources, but the most likely would be the detonation of an EMP-generating device by a rogue nation, foreign power, or terrorist group. If detonated high over the United States, such an EMP could take out the entire electrical grid and all unprotected electronics. No more airplanes, cars, phones, televisions, computers. Everything we take for granted in modern civilization would be gone in a heartbeat. There would be no warning of such an attack. It will be a civilization-changing event. Mass panic, social breakdown, and rioting will start as soon as people realize how dire the situation is. The food distribution network will stop functioning, and food will become scarce as tractor-trailers and trains become unavailable. City water will likely turn off at some point. Competition for resources will get bad. She couldn't read any more. It was terrible. It just kept going on and on like that, Jack's imagination running wild of how bad things would get. An EMP couldn't have happened, could it? He had always had an overactive imagination. Amy noticed a sticky note poking up from the back of the notebook labeled EMP. Flipping to the back of the notebook, she passed disaster plans, exit routes for the house, and stopped at a checklist the tab was attached to. EMP, yes or no? 1. Power off? All electronics? 2. Cell phone dead? 3. Landline phone dead? 4. Car won't start? 5. Neighborhood power, cell, phone dead? 6. Will the Silverado start? There is a phone in the Faraday cage. It may still work. She felt a little guilty for giving Jack such a hard time about all the paper he wasted printing these things out from the internet. Usually she would turn on the television or her smartphone for breaking news, but with the television and the internet down, his journals were the only source of information she had. She pressed her fingers to her temples, rubbing in circles. Her head was pounding.
Mary, Dan, look at this. From what I'm reading, it sounds like an EMP, right?
She asked, handing Dan the checklist. Dan read the checklist and shrugged his shoulders, then passed the list to Mary. Mary scanned it quickly and shoved Dan in the shoulder.
What are you waiting for? Go check the house, see if the electricity is off. And get my cell phone while you're in there. I'll go try to start the Cadillac.
Mary and Dan left, bickering as they went through the front door.
What is it, Mom? What does it say?
Kenny asked. The front door shut, and she picked up the checklist, reading it through again.
I don't know, Kenny. I just don't know.
Her throat was dry and tight, her emotions battling to get the better of her as she tried to concentrate enough to read through the list. She just wanted to shut out the horror of this situation. She closed her eyes, but in the darkness, she still saw an image of the plane descending, just before it burst into flame and disintegrated. Why did Jack have to be gone right now? He would know what to do. All she could think about was her son, Danny. He was clear across town, and without a working phone, she had no way to know whether he was safe or not. A ball of worry grew in the pit of her stomach. Terrifying thoughts ran through her mind. Amy took a deep breath and centered herself, working her way down the list line by line, pushing away her fear. She just needed to focus on one thing at a time and deal with everything else later. The first 3 items on the list were true. No power, no cell phone, and no landline phone. What was next? Try to start her car and the Silverado. She grabbed the 2 sets of keys from the bowl on the counter and headed outside. Her blue Prius was parked in the driveway right in front of the garage, and she pressed the remote unlock button out of habit, but there was no clicking sound of the locks opening as there usually would be. She lifted the handle, surprised to find it open, and chided herself for forgetting to lock it. She sat down in the driver's seat and pressed the start button, praying that the engine would start. She stared at the blank dashboard, shaking her head in disbelief at the dark displays and a dead engine. Silence met her repeated attempts to start the car. This couldn't really be happening, could it? Dan and Mary came back up the driveway, their faces visible from the single candle Mary held.
Our power is still down. The landline is dead. And my cell phone doesn't work either. We tried to start the Cadillac, but it won't turn over. I just had the car serviced last week at the dealership. It should work.
Mary looked at her eyes full of fear.
What's happening, Amy? I think Jack might have been right about the EMP. No electronics are working, she said.
Holy crap! Then that job was right, Dan said. Kenny laughed at the remark, turning away awkwardly.
Dan, don't be an ass,
Mary said.
I'm going to try to start the Silverado,
Amy said. Amy opened the garage door and slid through narrow space between the 1972 green and white Chevy Silverado and the garage wall. Usually she felt a hint of irritation at the truck occupying so much space in the garage, yet another one of Jack's pet projects that never seemed to reach completion, but that issue was far from her mind at the moment. She opened the heavy door and climbed into the cab. She stuck the key into the ignition and turned, wondering why Jack expected the truck to start when all the other cars wouldn't. She flinched as the motor roared to life.
I don't understand. Why does it work and my car doesn't?
Dan leaned in the driver's side window. He, too, looked confused. His eyes widened and he snapped his fingers. The computers! This truck is so old it doesn't have any computers. Amy turned the key and shut the truck off, struck by a thought. This truck wasn't a restoration project as Jack had billed it. This was just one more aspect of his prepping. Clever man, knowing that she would resent the truck if he plainly called it a bug-out vehicle.
Jack was right. An EMP did this, she said.
What was the last thing on the checklist? Jack had an emergency phone in the Faraday cage, whatever that was. Amy held on to a glimmer of hope as she rushed into the basement and grabbed the large metal box off of his bookshelf. When she opened the metal box, she removed the box inside of it, which was wrapped in silver metallic wrapping and labeled Backup Cell. She tore through the shiny silver material coating the box and pulled out a styrofoam block, which she cracked in half at the seam. It held a bag inside, held shut by a bright yellow sticker marked Anti-Static Bag, Warranty Void if Opened. Amy pulled the sticker off and opened the bag. A cheap black cell phone sat at the bottom of the bag. Amy turned the phone on and closed her eyes, clutching it between her hands as if she were in prayer. She was afraid to look at the phone, hoping that Jack was wrong about the EMP. After years of listening to Jack drone on about unlikely catastrophic events, preparing for things that she knew would never happen in her lifetime, she was terrified that he might actually be right. Danny was across town at a friend's house spending the night, and Jack was 1,000 miles away in Missouri. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. The phone beeped as it started up, sending a shiver down her spine. She picked up the phone and opened her eyes. 0 bars. Her stomach climbed into her throat. She dialed Jack's cell phone number and pressed the call button. She brought the receiver to her ear, but heard nothing. Amy tried again to dial the number and waited several moments for any sort of sound to come out of the phone. Nothing. She could dial numbers, but nothing happened. No dial tone, no operator. Nothing. It had to work. It just had to. Amy threw the cell phone across the basement, and the phone shattered against the wall, green circuits and small colored wires poking out from the ruined device. Was it possible that Jack was right about the EMP? It was terrifying, but it felt like he was right. What if he was right about how quickly things would get bad, just as he seemed to have been right about the EMP? Kenny was here, but Danny was at the Lombardi's house across town. Her son was out there, while planes fell from the skies. She had to get Danny home.
Kenny?
She yelled as she ran up the basement steps.
Kenny, put your shoes on. We have to go get Danny.
Her stomach turning somersaults and racked with a sick feeling. She had one thing on her mind. Get Danny home. Chapter 5. The sun beat down relentlessly on Jack. Sweat poured from his neck and face. The heat created shimmering mirages that danced above the asphalt highway in the distance. It was the end of a long, hot day of walking. It felt like it must be around dinner time, but he had no way to tell for sure. At least the end was in sight. Clinton, Missouri lay a couple of 100 yards ahead of him. Hopefully, he could find more information about what had happened and a working telephone so he could call Amy. Right now, he knew nothing for certain, and it wasn't a good feeling. During the long walk here, he stopped at several houses to ask if anyone had definitive news of what happened, but not a single one of them had any idea what had happened. Nobody had a working phone either, or a car, or anything else that relied on electronics. 9 hours of walking, and he was finally here. The town itself lay just off the highway. Jack wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowed his pace. His stomach grumbled loudly. He arched his back, trying to get some relief from his aching lower back, but it didn't help. His hips, knees, and ankles screamed with protest as he loped along, reminding him how out of shape he was. His neck was also stiff and sore, and he couldn't fully turn his head to the right, most likely from the wreck. Willing his rubbery legs to keep going, he walked into the edge of town. A small group of people had gathered outside a VFW hall. Jack approached them and made eye contact with an elderly gentleman dressed in khakis and a golf shirt, wearing a Korean War veteran's cap, brightly decorated with colorful bars. The man sprung from his chair and made the distance to Jack with surprising speed for someone his age. "Morning. You look about done in," the man said, with a nod of his head. Short-cropped gray hair poked out from under the sides of his cap. His clean-shaven face was deeply tanned and had the creases of a man used to hard labor in the summer sun and winter winds. "I feel about done in. I wrecked my car several miles back along the highway. My cell phone is broken. I couldn't call the police," said Jack. "I need to use a phone. Do you have one?" The old man shook his head from side to side. "Phone is out. Power is out. All the cell phones, too. It's the same with our television and cars. Any idea what happened?" Jack sighed. "I was about to ask you the same question. My friend Tom and I crashed last night outside Osceola. The power lines blew out and my car lost power. We hit a tree. Tom, he didn't make it." "I'm terribly sorry to hear that," he said. "The sheriff will be here soon to talk to the town about what happened. He'll send somebody out for your friend." Jack's stomach growled loudly, gurgling with hunger. "Did you eat yet today? How long have you been walking? That's got to be about a 7-hour walk from Osceola," the man said. "I had an energy bar earlier. It was a long walk. I don't know how long it took," Jack said. The man held his leathery hand out to Jack, gripping Jack's hand with surprising strength. "I'm George Cooper, by the way. Come on in. We'll get you something to eat. Folks gathered here after the power and everything else went down. People brought plenty of food with them today." Jack followed the man. "Some food would be greatly appreciated. My name's Jack Miller." Inside the VFW hall, Jack sat down and dove into the plate of eggs that were set in front of him, shoveling them in as fast as he could move the fork. After he finished the 3 over-easy eggs on his plate, he made short work of several crispy strips of cold bacon and moved on to the huge sliced sections of red tomato. He was unprepared for the tangy sweetness of the vine-ripened vegetable, and it must have shown on his face. "Never had a vine-ripened tomato before, have you? Just them little mushy, unripe things they sell at the grocery store?" said George. Jack nodded his head in agreement as he ate the salt and pepper-covered slices. George put another serving of bacon and tomatoes on his plate. "I noticed the ring on your finger, and I know the look on your face you were wearing when you came walking up the road. You've got family you're worried about, right? I was married myself for 54 years before the Lord took my Nancy away. We have 3 strong children and a whole mess of grandchildren running all over the state," George said. Jack looked down at his hands, spinning his wedding ring around his finger. It was all he could do to keep the worry off his face. George seemed to sense Jack's emotional conflict and asked, "Where are you from?" "Baltimore, Maryland. My wife and 2 sons are there." George whistled a high-pitched keen. "That is quite a distance. What will you do?" George said. The hall erupted in chatter just then, and Jack turned to look at what caused the commotion. A man came through the door, clearly the sheriff, judging from his hat, badge, and the pistol strapped to his belt. A younger man in his early 20s walked next to him, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. The sheriff made his way to the front of the hall and stood up on a milk crate facing the group. The crowd chattered anxiously, and he gave a shrill whistle to get their attention, quieting the group. "Everyone, I know there has been a lot of speculation about what is going on, and I have some new information. Now, it's not the best news in the world, but it could be a lot worse. Hear me out until I'm done telling you. There's plenty to follow that should set everyone's mind at ease." The sheriff pulled the young man standing behind him closer to the group. "As some of you might know, my brother Mike works at the Whiteman Air Force Base just north of here. This here's my nephew Sean, Mike's boy. Earlier this morning, I sent Mike up to the air base on a bicycle to see if he could find out what is going on. He's just returned with important news. Late last night, there was an attack." A man shouted out from the crowd. "Was it the Russians? Terrorists?" Another man yelled out, "Yeah, who did it?" Others started to shout out their own questions, to which the sheriff raised his arms and gave another shrill whistle through his teeth, calming the group. "Now come on, people. Hear me out before you all shout out your questions. The word from Mike is that there was an attack of some sort just after 11 p.m. The airmen on duty tracked some sort of anomaly on their radar screens, something high above the base. It wasn't like anything they'd ever seen before. At first, they thought it was a ballistic missile, but it didn't have the same radar signature. The radar operators went on high alert, and a couple of seconds later, everything went dark. The same thing we experienced here. The lights went out, power was off, and the phones weren't working. Here's the bad news. The base commander said it had the markings of a huge EMP, or an electromagnetic pulse. That is, a burst of energy powerful enough that it destroys computers, the electrical grid, and anything with a microchip. That means no cars, no telephones, no radio, no power, and no cell phones for who knows how long. He thinks the EMP was powerful enough that it would affect the entire United States from one coast to the other. The sliver of good news is that it wasn't the Russians. If it had been them, they would have finished the job. The initial attack would have been followed by a whole heap of nuclear missiles landing all across the country, targeting air bases in major cities. The air base is still standing. If it had been hit, we wouldn't be standing here having this conversation right now. It's anybody's guess as to who is responsible for the attack. For what it's worth, my money is on North Korea. Just last week, they launched a missile that landed right off the coast of California. That's a paranoid nation with little to lose and the technology to pull it off. Don't bank on it, that's just my 2 cents worth. The base commander has sent a soldier up to Kansas City to get more information. There is a hardened federal government communication system that may still be operational. He said he'll keep us posted. In the meantime, I want all of you to take inventory of what you have. Things are going to get tight, and there are going to be shortages, but we've all felt that before. Most of us here have grandparents who lived through the Great Depression and have heard stories of what life was like back then. Their faith and sense of community pulled them through. If we stick together, we can ride this out. Food, medical supplies, water, anything you need. We'll start a message board here in the VFW hall and make sure everyone has what they need. Now, everybody go about your business as usual and don't start a panic," the sheriff said. To his surprise, the crowd took the news well, considering the gravity of the situation. All around him, the townspeople hugged and shook hands, reassuring each other that they were there for each other. This wouldn't happen in downtown Baltimore. Jack found himself nodding in agreement with the sheriff's assessment. Yet, at the same time, the man's words struck fear in his heart, as his worst fears were confirmed. On some level, he was hoping he was wrong, that this was a freak accident or some sort of localized event. A direct hit by a large EMP. No telephone, no communications, no car, no way home. This was a complete disaster. Chapter 6. Amy swung the Silverado's faded green and white door shut, whispering a silent prayer as she turned the key. The engine roared to life, and she pressed on the gas, relieved to hear the comforting sound of the exhaust pipes. She was worried that the rusty old truck wouldn't start again. It only had to keep running until she and Kenny could get Danny and bring him home. Then it could sit in the garage forever, and she'd never say another word to Jack about how much space it used in the garage again. Kenny opened the garage door, flooding the garage with early morning sunlight. He climbed into the passenger seat, slamming the door behind him. "Your car is parked behind us. How are we going to move your car out of the way?" he asked. The car was only 2 feet from the rear bumper, which didn't give her much room to maneuver the truck out of the garage. "I should be able to get around it," she said. Putting the gear into reverse, she angled the steering wheel until the power steering unit squealed in protest. She backed up and pulled forward again several times, trying to get around the Prius without hitting the side of the garage. There just wasn't enough free room in either direction.
Dang it! Why do they make those stupid keyless cars? The gear is stuck in park. I can't even put it in neutral and roll the dumb thing out of the driveway, she said.
She put the truck in park, frustrated with the unwieldy steering. In her Prius, the car's turn radius was so tight she could basically drive circles in the garage. If the problem were reversed, she wouldn't have any problem getting out. This was getting her nowhere. Danny was across town, and she had no idea if he was okay or not.
Hang on to something, Kenny,
she said. Kenny quickly buckled his seatbelt and grabbed the dashboard. What are you going to do? He asked. Looking at the little blue car in the rearview mirror, Amy threw the gear shifter into reverse and stepped on the gas. The truck slammed into the car with a crumpling sound as the truck's bumper met the hood of her car. She winced at the sound and then pulled forward until the bumper rested against the drywall at the front of the garage and put the gear into reverse again. Awesome, Kenny said. She gripped the wheel tight, bracing herself, and stepped down on the gas. The truck smacked into the car with more force this time, the Prius rubber tires screeching as it scooted along the driveway, evidence that it was moving. She executed the maneuver several times, bumping the car back a few inches each time. Frustrated with how long it was taking, Amy put her foot to the floor, and the truck peeled out on the smooth concrete garage floor, crashing hard into the car. She stood on the gas pedal. The truck's rear tires threw off clouds of smoke, squealing loudly as the Prius was pushed all the way down the driveway to the mailbox. Kenny laughed hysterically in the passenger seat. Mom, you flipped your lid!
This is no joke, Kenny. We need to get your brother and get home quickly, she said.
A short ways down the street, she spotted Dan and Mary walking along the road, carrying plastic grocery bags stuffed with bandages and other first aid supplies. Amy honked the horn to catch their attention and slowed down alongside them.
Kenny, roll down your window,
she said.
Where are you going?
Amy asked through the open window.
We're going to see if there are any survivors of the plane wrecks. Maybe we can help them. We have bandages, blankets, and water,
Mary said. The poor woman was on the verge of tears, and her husband appeared no better. Amy tilted her head, returning Mary's forced smile. She was trying to keep her hope up. It was all she could do. Her heart went out to Mary. They must be worried sick about their son, wondering if he was flying when the EMP hit.
Good luck. I'm sure some of the planes made it to the airport. Some people must have made it through.
Dan stuck his head into the open window, wearing a stern and serious look. Lock the doors. People are going to want to take this truck from you. Find Danny and get home as quick as you can. Be safe, he said. Amy nodded in agreement, though she wasn't quite sure why Dan thought people would try to take her truck. Sure, things were bad, but people wouldn't go stark raving mad, would they? She pulled away and immediately encountered a reminder of just how badly people behaved when they thought the rules didn't apply to them. A house, disheveled, ominous, and dark, loomed ahead. The Moore house. A rusted beater of a car sat perched up on jacks in the driveway, the hood propped open. Beer cans were scattered around the yard, and an overflowing trash can was barely visible under the mountains of trash bags piled up against it. The place was a dump, a hazard. The occupants of the house were even worse. The anger, fear, and outrage she thought she'd buried hit her like a ton of bricks. She stepped on the gas and sped away from the place. Everything was still too fresh in her mind. A few weeks earlier, she seethed in fury as Rob Moore received a 6-month jail sentence for violating the restraining order Amy had in place against him. His light sentence from the court infuriated her, the final insult added to injury. The oldest of the house, Rob was the only one of the Moore children not currently in a federal penitentiary. At 32, he was a drunk, a dropout, and a career criminal. He also had a penchant for aggressive behavior with women. More than one family in the neighborhood had moved after a run-in with the Moore family. The charges were always mysteriously dropped before the law took any real action. The problem with Rob started immediately after they moved into the neighborhood. Amy came home from the office and changed into her running outfit, excited and ready to complete her 5-mile daily run in a new setting. As she passed the Moore home, though, a drunken Rob stepped out from the driveway and caught her around the waist. He pawed at her body and tried to kiss her, his foul breath reeking of cigarettes and cheap whiskey. She struggled, but he wouldn't release her. He pushed her against his car, tried to force her into the back seat, which is when she finally was able to wriggle free of him. She ran home and called the police. The police took him in for aggravated assault, and that should have been the end of the issue. Unfortunately, Rob didn't get the message. He made bail a week later, which she only learned of after she caught Rob outside of her bathroom window, peeking in while she was in the shower. The second incident resulted in a restraining order, along with a promise from police that he would be held in jail without bail until his court date. The nightmare seemed to be over. 2 weeks later, though, Jack reluctantly went away on a business trip after much convincing from Amy that she would be all right. Her boys stayed the night with their grandparents, and Amy had planned to spend a relaxing night with a hot bath followed by a movie. As the tub filled with water in the bathroom, Rob broke the lock on the front door and snuck into the house, taking her by surprise. Unfortunately for Rob, her vigilant neighbor Dan kept tabs on the Moore children and took notice when Rob went to her front door. Amy stood in the bathroom, shaking in Rob's clutch and terrified. A silver object flashed behind Rob's head, followed by a sickly thump, and Rob dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Dan stood there, a 3-iron in his hands, his face red and shaking with anger. Rob moaned on the floor, blood trickling from his head, until the police arrived to cart him away. The district attorney personally swore to her that Rob would be put away for a long time. During his incarceration, though, Rob provided inside information about a high-level drug dealer and testified against him. The felony charges were dropped, and he received a much more lenient set of misdemeanor charges. The result was a sentence of 6 months of jail time to be served consecutively with 3 years of probation. Amy was thoroughly disillusioned with the criminal justice system by the event. Wheeling and dealing with criminals to get dirt on other criminals just didn't feel right to her. The dirtbag Rob was being helped by the system instead of being punished by it. Leaving the Moore house behind, she drove faster through the neighborhood, itching to get Danny home. People milled in the street, rubbernecking at the downed airliners, pieces of which still smoldered. She honked the truck's horn at them, which elicited more than a few strange looks in her direction. She felt the weight of their stares as they moved out of the street. Their eyes seemed to bore into her and ask, why does she still have a car? What gives her the right? Besides the foot traffic, the street was littered with cars that were incapacitated by the EMP. Some had simply stopped in the street. Some had crashed, but each one of them forced her to slow down and carefully navigate around. Eventually, they made it through the neighborhood and made better time driving through the business section of town. There were just as many stalled cars, but since there were 2 lanes in each direction, she had plenty of room to drive around the stalled vehicles. "Mom, what are they doing?" Kenny asked, pointing across the street at a strip mall lining the side of the road. Thick black smoke poured from the broken display window of one of the shops, red flames visible through the window. Next to the burning shop, a stream of people dashed in and out of a liquor store, carrying armloads of stolen alcohol. A man dashed out of the liquor store right in front of the truck, 2 bottles of whiskey in hand. The man looked right at her and boldly stepped in front of the truck, almost daring her to keep going. Amy slowed just enough so that she wouldn't hit the man, then pulled away.
"Looters. Those people are stealing. It's disgusting," she said.
Amy split her attention between keeping her eyes on the road, wary of any more people running in front of the truck, and watching the looters behind them. In the rearview mirror, she saw a man in a leather jacket and a black wool cap run out of the liquor store, pushing a grocery cart packed with cases of beer and bottles of liquor. Another man, clearly the store owner, ran out after him while screaming at the man to stop. When the looter refused to stop, the store owner raised a handgun and pointed it at the looter's back. A chill ran through her spine as he opened fire several times, emptying the gun into him. The looter slumped over the cart and fell to the ground, a dark silhouette on the pavement. Shot in the back over a cart full of alcohol. Her throat went tight with fear, her stomach sick with disgust. Amy pressed on the gas and barreled down the street, anxious to be out of the area. One more city block to go, and she would be on the highway, past this nightmarish scene. Her heart lifted as she spotted the highway on-ramp, clear of cars and not a person in sight. Letting out a sigh of relief, she hit the gas and raced up the ramp. As the truck cleared the top of the on-ramp, Amy slammed on the brakes, thrown against the seatbelt as the truck lurched to a stop. The highway was completely impassable. Cars, trucks, and tractor-trailers were stopped at every conceivable angle. A few people walking along the highway turned toward her, taking notice of her running vehicle. A man ran down the emergency lane of the highway, picking his way in between the stalled vehicles. A hand pounded on the driver's side window, startling her. A man in a suit gestured for her to roll down the window. "Lady, can you give me a ride home? Something has happened to all the cars. They stopped working. I was stuck in my office last night. My wife has to be worried sick about me." Amy shook her head from side to side. "I'm sorry, I can't help you," she said through the window. The man reached for the handle of the door, a scowl on his face. "Come on, you've got plenty of room in there. It's just you and the kid. Don't be like that. Give me a ride." "Mom, lock the door," Kenny whispered to her. Amy's hand flew out, pushing the lock down. There was another click as Kenny locked the passenger door. The people from the highway were at the on-ramp now, congregating around the truck. A woman approached the passenger side, pulling at the handle. "Please, can you take me to my sister's house?" the woman asked. The man in the suit beat his fist against the window. "Lady, give me the truck. I'll give you 10 grand for it. I'll write you a check right now. I swear I'm good for it." Amy glanced in the rearview mirror, then slid the gear shifter into reverse and backed down the on-ramp. A few of the people chased after the truck, banging on the hood angrily. "Stop!" the man in the suit screamed. He ran alongside the truck as she picked up speed down the on-ramp, and then climbed into the bed of the truck. Now that they were clear of the people alongside the truck, Amy floored the gas, racing backward down the entrance ramp. At the bottom of the ramp, she spun the wheel hard, threw the gear into drive, and took off, racing away from the angry mob. The man in the suit crouched in the bed of the truck, pounding on the back window with his fist. After a few blows, the sliding pane popped out of the frame and flew into the cab. The man grabbed a handful of Amy's hair and slammed her head against the rear window. "Stop the truck right now!" he yelled. Her scalp burned with the pain of the man pulling at her hair. She swerved left and right, trying to throw the man from the truck, but it only made his grip on her hair tighter. Kenny pulled at the man's arm, but he was too strong. Amy fumbled around for something sharp to defend herself with, hoping for a pen or a pencil. Her fingers wrapped around a knob on the dashboard, and she frantically pushed the button in as it registered as something she could use. "I'm serious, lady. Pull over now or I'm going to hurt you," the man screamed, slamming her head hard into the rear window. Stars exploded in her vision. Pain shot through the back of her head. Click. The button popped out on the dashboard, and Amy picked the red-hot cigarette lighter from the dashboard and pressed it hard against the man's hand. He let out a scream of agony and released the grip he had on her hair. Amy hit the gas and threw the steering wheel hard to the right, sending the truck into a U-turn. The man thumped against the inside of the truck bed and then went flying over the side of the truck onto the street. She saw him slowly get to his feet as she looked in the rearview mirror and sped down the road. "Badass, Mom," Kenny said. Adrenaline pumped in her veins, her heart pounding. How could she drive to the Lambertis' house if the highway was blocked and the side streets were packed with dead vehicles and desperate people? "Language, Kenny," she said. There had to be a way around, and she would find it. Chapter 7. The people chattering away in the VFW hall became muted and distant as Jack's mind went to his wife and boys in Baltimore. Where was Amy when it hit? Surely she and the boys were at home when it happened. But was she safe? Were the boys safe? Not knowing was killing him. She would be safe for the next few weeks, at least until people started running out of food and became desperate. Then all he could do was hope that his darkest fears wouldn't come true. Stay positive. That's what he had to do. That's all he could do, really. Amy and the boys had everything they needed at their disposal in the house. There were well-stocked shelves in the basement with medical supplies and plenty of bottled water. It was enough to ride out the storm as people ran out of food and fled the city en masse after their meager rations ran out. There was also the Silverado in the garage. But would she try to start it? He knew it should start, but Amy didn't. Prepping had never interested her in the slightest. She listened to him politely, but changed the topic when she could. He couldn't blame her. He knew he sounded like Chicken Little or the boy who cried wolf, talking about disasters and preparedness all the time. And what about his boys? Were Kenny and Danny safe? Tears welled up in his eyes. They were impossibly far away. He was cut off, with no way to talk to them to really know if they were safe or in danger. As far as they were concerned, he was completely out of the picture. If they needed him, there was nothing he could do about it. How in the hell was he ever going to get home? It was over 1,000 miles from here to Baltimore. He might as well be on another planet right now. A 3-day car ride from Missouri to Maryland had turned into a several months' journey on foot overnight. From jet planes back to the Stone Age. George Cooper hailed him as he walked towards the table with the sheriff in tow. The sheriff sat down across the table from Jack, setting his hat on the table. "Jack Miller, I'm the county sheriff, John Boone. I heard about your car accident, and I'm sorry to hear about your friend. I'll send a deputy and a couple local boys down to take an accident report and bury your friend. You understand, we won't be able to send his body back to Maryland with the lack of resources right now. Can you tell me what happened?" Jack retold the story of the car accident, the blinding flash of light, the darkness following the flash, the crash, and then waking up to find Tom in the passenger seat next to him, dead. It filled him with sadness, bringing him right back to the scene of the accident. "It wasn't your fault, Jack. There is nothing you could have done differently," the sheriff said. Jack leaned back in the chair, hands covering his face. His lower back and hips throbbed with pain from the excruciating long walk. He couldn't sit still in the chair for much longer. "What are you going to do now? George told me you were from Baltimore. That's a long way to go with no vehicle. If you'd like, I can ask around and see if someone can put you up until all this blows over and you can catch a ride home," Sheriff Boone said. This wasn't going to blow over. That was wishful thinking. It would take a long, long time to rebuild the infrastructure needed to bring power back to big cities. Small towns like this would be far down the list of places to get up and running. Almost all of the vehicles in existence were a complete write-off. Most of them had 10 or more onboard computer chips, and without those, the motor wouldn't turn over. If the highways ever filled with cars again, they wouldn't be the cars sitting out there on the highways right now. "I don't know. I guess I'll try for Kansas City and find a way to call home. Your brother mentioned a federal communication network. I've never heard of it, but it makes sense. The military has to have some kind of hardened communication network, something EMP resistant, right? If anybody has a way for me to talk to my family, I'll find it in one of the largest cities. Otherwise, it's a long walk home," Jack said. "I can't imagine what it feels like to be in your shoes right now. I don't envy you one bit. My entire family lives within 20 minutes of here. Sheriff, if you don't mind, would you say a few words to the town and ask everybody to pitch in with something to help this young man along his way? He'll never make a hike to Kansas City with just the clothes on his back," George said. The sheriff pushed away from the table and set his hat on his head, cocking it slightly at an angle. "I was thinking the same thing myself. Kansas City is a good 8-day walk from here. You're not going to make it without a few basics." I would greatly appreciate that. "Thank you," Jack said. This was unexpected. They wanted to help him. After years of reading survivalist forums, his view of what a disaster aftermath would look like was grim. Their reaction came as a startling surprise. Didn't they know what was coming down the pike? There would be food shortages, looting, and lawlessness. Charity is the last thing he expected to receive, especially since they all knew that giving him food meant they were taking food out of their own mouths. Maybe he'd misjudged human nature. Things wouldn't just turn on a dime. He didn't think bullets would start flying a few minutes after a disaster, as some people did, but he never expected this hospitality and empathy toward a stranger. As long as there were people like George Cooper and Sheriff Boone around, things would never fall apart so quickly. Things would have to get a lot worse before that happened, at least in his neck of the woods anyway. The sheriff stood in front of the assembly and asked the people in the hall if they could pitch in something to help Jack on his journey to Kansas City. Within half an hour, Jack had more gear and food than he could possibly carry. along with well wishes, handshakes, and promises of prayer on his behalf from everyone in the room. Jack looked over the pile of gear and food, wondering what he should bring with him. A week-long walk was no joke. The day-long hike here had left him sunburnt and exhausted. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food or shelter. He made a small pile of his selections: a sleeping bag, a small pop-up tent, frame pack, tarp, and some other basics, along with all the food and water he could carry. He took the last bits of his bug-out bag from the car and stuffed them into the backpack, remarking to himself that the snares and fishing line had been completely useless. It was an important lesson he wouldn't forget. Civilization would not fall to chaos overnight, and he wouldn't have to fend for himself as long as he was willing to reach out and ask for help. Their kindness would get him to Kansas City, not his prepping and gear. Lifting the stuffed frame pack onto his shoulders, he adjusted the pack until the weight settled into place. This was the painful takeaway, the most obvious lesson to date in disaster preparedness. Working a desk job and getting no exercise were a surefire way to be unprepared for anything. His feet were a blistered mess, and his legs cramped, unused to the physical activity. He felt like hell, not like starting an 8-day forced march to Kansas City. How would he feel once he got there? He tightened the straps and waved goodbye to the people standing outside the VFW hall. Cigarette smoke hung in the air as people talked by the light of kerosene lanterns. He had a long walk ahead of him, and he wanted to get a few more hours under his belt before finding a place to camp. The white lines marking the side of the rural highway were barely visible in the deepening darkness. Jack set out for Kansas City to find a way to call home. Chapter 8. Amy pulled the truck off the main road and turned behind a large warehouse, pulling it behind a large green dumpster that kept the truck hidden from the road. She turned the engine off and rested her head against the steering wheel and closed her eyes. People were going berserk between the storekeeper who shot the looter and the man in the suit who had assaulted her over the truck. "Mom, what's the matter?" Kenny asked. "I just need a minute," she said. She felt the back of her head, unsurprised to find blood on her fingers from where the man had yanked at her hair. What was the matter with him? Was he crazy? Images of the shooting played in a loop in her mind, watching the liquor store owner shooting the looter as he ran away with a cart of stolen liquor. The owner, his face a mask of indignation and rage. A series of sharp cracks as the pistol fired, the looter falling to the ground. How could someone kill another human being over a shopping cart of liquor? Why were people even willing to risk their lives over something as trivial as a $30 bottle of whiskey? 3 hours ago, the thief would have been surrounded by police cars and arrested, and the shopkeeper thrown in jail for shooting the thief in the back. Amy couldn't recall seeing a single officer since leaving her home. What else were people capable of if there were no consequences for their actions? A shudder ran through her body. She knew perfectly well what people were capable of. Rob Moore's arrogant smirk, smiling at her from the defendant's bench, came to mind. Evil people were out there, and had no care what the consequences were for themselves or others. Even if they were caught, they would try to weasel their way out of justice. She pushed the thought of Rob away to deal with more immediate matters. How was she going to get to Danny, let alone get him home safe? All the main highways were packed with dead cars and people making their way home on foot. Would it be better to just go home and wait for things to calm down? Danny was probably all right at his friend's house. Was she worrying about nothing? Maybe the police would have restored order by tomorrow, and the highways would be cleared. Her heart told her that she needed to get to her son quickly. There was no way of knowing whether he was safe or not. Everything was happening so fast and unexpectedly, just like Jack had said it would happen. Looting, people taking what they wanted. Society was falling apart at the seams. It was too much to process all at once. She remembered something Jack said over dinner that had struck her as callous. In a way, the people that die immediately after a catastrophic event are the lucky ones. They won't have to live through the terrible experiences facing the survivors. The dead will remain the same, civilized humans of a forgotten golden era. People who never had to go to whatever lengths they needed to in order to protect their families, to survive. Amy struggled to change her point of view. Waiting around for things to get better and hoping Danny was all right wasn't going to cut it. Maybe Jack was right. She needed to get hard and help her family get through. How would that help her right now, though? She just needed to get to her son. She could take the back roads and pick her way around stalled vehicles and pedestrians, but it would take hours at the current snail's pace. Each time someone stepped out in front of the truck, she had to stop and wait for the person to move.
How are we going to get to Danny? We've got a running vehicle, but it's not helping much. We can't get through on the highway, and we can't take the side streets because of all the people in the road. They won't get out of the way, she said.
Kenny gave her a strange look. Yes, they will.
What am I supposed to do, Kenny? Just run them over?
Yeah, run them over. I know it sounds mean, Mom, but you can't stop to help everybody. You need to harden You need to harden up, Kenny said. Harden the F up? Her own son was telling her to harden up. He was Jack's son, all right.
Where do you hear these phrases, Kenny? Do I look like a hard person?
No, Mom, you don't. That's the problem. That's why people won't get out of the way. Step on the gas, rev the motor up, and just keep going. They'll move, he said. She angled the rearview mirror to look at herself. He was right about one thing. She didn't look like a hard person, because she wasn't one. Not a single traffic ticket on her record, and Kenny wanted her to play chicken with pedestrians? If she drove like a madwoman, would anyone be crazy enough to step out in front of the truck? Would the street clear in front of her, people jumping out of the way? Or would she plow into someone as they stood their ground, refusing to believe that the apologetic-looking little brunette in a pink shirt and a beat-up old truck would keep coming? Amy started the truck and revved the motor, listening to the aggressive sound of the old engine growl. She could put on a game face, right? She had to get Danny home. Jack had been right so far. She'd seen a man killed in the street and looting already. If Jack continued to be correct, things were going to get worse. Much worse, and they wouldn't take long to get there. She put the gear shift into drive and stepped on the gas pedal, tires squealing as the truck came barreling out of the alley into the parking lot in front of the warehouse. A man with long hair and a leather jacket stepped out of a broken window in the warehouse. A bottle of whiskey in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other, he raised his arm and waved at her. She steered the truck right at him and stomped on the gas, ready to find out if she had the nerves it took to get hard. Her foot trembled on the gas pedal, but she kept it pinned to the floor as the truck roared down the road towards the man. He was close enough that she could see the fear in his eyes as he dropped the whiskey bottle and leaped out of the way. "Hell yeah, Mom! Hardcore!" Kenny said. A wave of adrenaline coursed through her body, her heart pounding as she rounded the corner of the parking lot and pulled onto the main street. She couldn't believe what she'd just done. Kenny was right, though. He moved. He wasn't her problem, and she couldn't risk stopping the truck to find out what people's intentions were from now on. She needed to be more aggressive and focus on her family and their safety, not the well-being of strangers. Satisfied that people would get out of her way if she drove aggressively enough, Amy sped down the road, determined to do whatever it took to get Danny home. Chapter 9. 4 long days of walking northwest along a crisscrossed network of rural highways, and Jack was finally at Kansas City. Hopefully, the city would have a functioning communication system, some way for people stranded in the city like he was to contact loved ones and let them know they were safe. Once Amy and the boys knew he was safe, he could rest and then figure out what to do next. The journey from Clinton had not been an easy one. It seemed simple enough at the outset. Walk throughout the day and camp at night. Keep going until he arrived in Kansas City. He had food, a sleeping bag, a tent, and water. How difficult could it be? How naive he had been. Starting a long hike with feet that were already blistered had been idiotic. His feet were beyond blistered, swollen and raw. Each time he took his shoes off, he had to cram them back inside. Every time he stopped for a rest for more than 15 minutes, his calves and quads cramped badly, leaving him hobbling around until he could stretch the knots out and warm the muscles up again. Sleeping on the ground at night was no picnic either. He could sleep for 20 minutes on one side before his hip would ache or his back would scream in pain, tossing and turning on the rough ground. Going from 0 exercise to walking 7 hours a day was no joke. Add camping to the mixture, and he was miserable. It was pretty stupid in hindsight. All this prepping knowledge was useless. Stocking up supplies he'd need to survive after a catastrophic event was all well and good, but he should have kept his body in shape. He wasn't cut out for this. He kept picturing the treadmill in the corner of his basement, laughing at him. At least he hadn't gone hungry, though the food supplied by the generous people of Clinton was almost gone. A couple of tomatoes, 2 biscuits, and a small wedge of cheese were all that remained. Water hadn't been a problem either initially. He filled his bottle at faucets from roadside homes, though for the last day none of the faucets he tried produced any water. The city water reserves must have dried up after the pumps stopped working. A ways down the interstate highway in front of him, a few hundred people stood in ragged lines. Curious, he moved cautiously forward, keeping close to wrecked cars and tractor-trailers. If possible, he wanted to find out what was going on up ahead before he stepped out into the open. Passing an overturned tractor-trailer, he glimpsed the lines of people queued up that ended at a physical blockade. Police officers sat at tables, speaking to the people at the front of the line. Other police officers and state troopers stood guard, rifles and shotguns in hand, at the ready. The way forward into the city was blocked except for a single gate guarded by 2 state troopers. Cyclone wire and fencing blocked the highway off, effectively funneling foot traffic into a single point well covered by the armed cops. Jack walked in between the 2 long lines of people, getting more than a few angry glances, as if he were trying to cut ahead of them and pull a fast one. Jack approached a red-faced trooper with a military crew cut at one of the tables. The trooper held a man's driver's license in his hand, turning the card in the sunlight as he looked suspiciously from the card to the man's face. He approached the officer, stepping up to the table. "Excuse me, are there any working phones I can use? I need to call my family. They haven't heard from me in days, and I'm sure they're worried sick about me." The red-faced trooper wiped the sweat from his forehead, barely glancing up at Jack from his paperwork. He grasped the hand of the man whose ID card he'd just inspected and pressed the man's finger to an ink pad, capturing his fingerprint on a sheet of paper. "Get in line like everyone else. No, there aren't any working phones you can use here," he said. "What is this line for? I just want to ask a couple of questions. It looks like a long line," said Jack. The trooper looked up at him, a nasty glare on his face. "Are you stupid or just deaf? Get to the end of the line. If you're a resident of Kansas City, then get in the line on the left. If you aren't from here, then get in the line on the right." The trooper pushed out from the desk and stood up and pointed his finger at the end of the line, his finger shoved right under Jack's nose. "Way back over there. I'll see you in 5 or 6 hours. If you want to get in a camp, you'll wait your turn like the rest of these people." The trooper huffed and returned to his seat at the table, wiping the sweat from his sunburnt brow. "Next!" A camp. What did he mean by that? Whatever it was, he wasn't going to press this guy any further. Jack backtracked past the other people waiting in line. There had to be a different way into the city. They couldn't cordon off an entire city. He just needed to find a phone and then get out. Maybe he could try to skirt the highway checkpoint and sneak somewhere else. "You, in the Orioles hat! Stop!" said an authoritative voice. Jack stopped and turned around, convinced that he would see the agitated state trooper following him. It wasn't, though. A Kansas City downtown cop opened a gate in the fencing and walked towards him. He grabbed him by the arm and pulled Jack off to the side, away from the other people in line. "Give me your ID," he said. The officer glanced at the state troopers at the checkpoint. "Edgemere, Maryland, huh? Long way from home, aren't you?" "What are you doing here?" the cop asked, his voice softer than his original authoritative shout. "My car broke down. I was on a business trip on my way to Kansas City from Springfield," Jack replied. "What are you doing now? Are you trying to get into one of the relief camps?" the cop asked. The officer glanced over his shoulder at the state troopers again, one of which was now pointing at the officer and Jack. He grabbed Jack's arm, pulling him along. "Come here. Come with me." Jack was pulled along, wondering what was going on. When they were out of sight of the checkpoint, the cop questioned him again. "Are you planning on staying in Kansas City? The entire city is on lockdown." "I wasn't planning on staying. I came here to find a working telephone or some way to get a hold of my family back home. Are there any working communications here? Do you know what's going on?" asked Jack. "I don't know that much. I'm just a beat cop. The chief of police is keeping a tight lid on what he hears from the mayor's office. I do know that military law went into effect 2 days after the EMP. There was rioting and looting. It was real ugly. National Guard troops have been pouring into the city." City water stopped working 3 days ago, and the mayor is worried about disease spreading, so we're moving people into camps in the suburbs where we can supply fresh water and control the waste issue, the cop said. Why aren't they letting people through? Why the checkpoints? The cop chuckled, a grin on his face. No wonder Trooper Ballbuster didn't like you. Midwesterners don't like answering a bunch of questions, especially from a nosy Orioles fan. The cop put his hand on Jack's shoulder in a friendly way. Don't worry, I grew up in Glen Burnie. My folks retired out near Hagerstown. To answer your question, the official story is that it was an EMP, but we don't know who did it. The checkpoints are there because the people in power are paranoid and worried about sabotage. As to the phones, I've heard that there is a working communication system in one of the Fed buildings, but there's no way they are going to let you use it. I did some asking around myself and got nowhere. So why are you telling me all this? Jack asked. Listen, I'll be blunt. Are you thinking about trying to go home? Things aren't getting any better here. If you don't have to be here, I wouldn't stay. We've got fires burning out of control and no fire trucks to put them out. There is talk about rationing food. There have been riots, and we have orders to shoot looters on sight. I don't know how long it will be before everything gets back to normal, and I want to let my folks know that my family and I are all right. All of his hopes were pinned on getting here and calling Amy. He hoped Amy wasn't as worried about him as he was about her and the boys, but he knew she would be. I have to go home. I have to get back to my family. I just don't know how I'm going to do it, Jack said. The cop gave another nervous glance over towards the barricade. Listen, can you get a letter to my parents? It was dumb luck that I saw your Orioles hat. I've got no other way to get a message to them. I'm asking you as one family man to another. I'd be more grateful than you can imagine, the cop said. All right, I'll get a letter to them. I guess if I'm going east, Hagerstown is on the way. I don't have any idea how long it will take to get there, Jack said. How could he turn down his request? The raw emotion in the man's voice and the pleading look in his eyes. He was just as worried about his parents as Jack was about his wife and kids. Jack knew exactly how he felt. What's your name? The cop asked. Jack Miller. Jack, I'm Nick Rossi. Stay right here. Give me 10 minutes. I'll write a quick letter. I'll be right back, I promise. The cop turned and went through the gate, disappearing inside a brick building. Jack leaned against a car, waiting for the cop to return. A few minutes later, Nick returned as promised. He pushed a black backpack into Jack's hands and held a letter up. Here's the letter. My parents' address is on it. Hurry up and get out of here. That trooper has his nose bent out of shape and has been looking for you. Jack drew his lips together, unsure of what to say to the man. Nick pushed at his arm, urging him to go. Go on, go. Get out of here. Be safe. Jack took the letter and gave a quick wave to Nick, then walked away from Kansas City as quickly as he could. Chapter 10. Mom, look, Kenny said, pointing out the truck window. An entire city block of homes was engulfed in flame, blazing brightly against the pre-dawn sky, lending an apocalyptic backdrop to the city. Row homes went up like matchboxes as the fire quickly spread from one building to the next with nothing to impede the inferno. A few homeowners armed with garden hoses attempted to douse the flames, but, from what she could see, it was a useless gesture. Too little, too late. A man stepped into the street, flailing his arms in an attempt to flag her down. Silently cursing, she kept the gas pedal to the floor and laid on the horn. As the distance to the man grew short, she closed her eyes and gripped the wheel tight, bracing herself for the impact. If she had to run him down, she didn't want to see it. Kenny's laughter a few seconds later came as a relief. I think that guy peed his pants, Mom, he said. It was troubling that Kenny found all this humorous, but this wasn't the time to call him out on it. She could deal with that later when she had Danny in tow and both of the boys were safe at home. It was crazy how many people were willing to risk their necks and step out in front of the truck. She had to assume the worst. Some of them looked like decent people, but so had the man in the suit that hopped into the bed of the truck at the highway on-ramp. Who could tell which ones would toss her out of the truck and drive off without a second thought, leaving her and Kenny stranded? It was hard to accept, but Jack's predictions were dead on. People were falling apart just as quickly as the modern infrastructure. Kenny, close your eyes, she said. Two men slugged it out on a sidewalk, like two gladiators battling to the death. The bare-chested men were covered with tattoos, sweat, and blood. Their faces and fists streamed red droplets as they swung. With their own blood, or that of their opponents, she couldn't tell. This wasn't some drunken tussle at a tailgate party. They grappled and swung with everything they had. They knew there was no one there to stop them. It was every man for himself, and they fought like it. She didn't have any difficulty imagining that one of these two would be dead within minutes. The main road was blocked by a tractor-trailer ahead, and she pulled around the corner of a mini-mart, driving behind the store to take a shortcut through the alley and avoid the intersection. As she rounded the corner, she slammed on the brakes. 2 police officers turned to face her. A handcuffed man held in between the two of them. The tall, young officer held his hand up in the universal stop gesture. He moved quickly down the alley towards the truck. "Ma'am, step out of the vehicle," he said loudly.
"Mom, back up quick. Let's get out of here,"
Kenny said. Indecision filled her. She knew Kenny was right. She should back up and run. But her hands trembled on the steering wheel, paralyzed. Half of her screamed the same thing. Throw the gear in reverse and step on the gas. There is no law anymore. There is no civilization. This is it. They just don't know it yet. Irritation and resentment rose up inside her. Where were these cops when Rob Moore broke into your house and assaulted you? Something inside her resisted, though, conditioned by a lifetime of social pressure to obey the law and representatives of the law. The blue uniforms and badges carried the weight of authority. Resisting them and refusing to obey them went against everything she'd ever stood for. She was a good person, and good people followed the rules. These are police officers. You have to obey them. The young, tall police officer trotted towards her, his hand on his pistol as he approached the driver's side of the truck. He unclipped the leather safety strap securing his weapon and put his hand on the pistol grip. The other, gray-haired officer had set the handcuffed man against the alley wall and now stood directly in front of the truck. He slid his pistol out of his holster and stared her down, his eyes cold as ice. "Ma'am, put the vehicle in park, turn off the engine, and exit the vehicle. Now," the gray-haired officer said. She reached for the gear shifter, hands trembling, out of control. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She needed this truck. It wasn't right for them to take it from her. The gray-haired officer raised his pistol and leveled it at her. "Last warning. Turn the engine off and exit the vehicle now," he said, shouting the command. With the officer's attention fully focused on Amy, the handcuffed man got to his feet and took a few tentative steps away down the alley. Neither of the officers took note, and he beat a hasty retreat around the corner of the alley. Amy wiped at her eyes. Everything looked blurry and far away, except for the gray-haired officer just in front of her, crystal clear as if she were in a tunnel. The gun seemed larger than life, impossibly close and menacing. "Get out now!" he shouted again. Amy flinched at his voice, and her hand jerked as she put the truck into park. "Kenny." She couldn't put one son at risk to save the other. She was trapped. There was nothing else she could do. She turned the engine off and slowly opened the heavy cab door, afraid of startling the policemen aiming their guns at her. The younger officer grabbed her arm and jerked her clear of the truck. He roughly shoved her against the bed of the truck, kicked her feet wide apart, and put her hands on the rail of the bed as he frisked her. "Ma'am, do you have any idea of how close you came to being shot? In case you haven't noticed, we've got our hands full. We don't have time to fool around with people resisting. The next time an officer tells you to do something, you do it, instantly," he said. After he finished frisking her, the officer looked at her license. He spun her around, and his voice softened somewhat. "Where are you going? You're a long way from Edgemere. This isn't a good neighborhood in the best of times. Half the city is burning, and the other half is rioting. You should be at home behind locked doors." She wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. "My son is at his friend's house across town having a sleepover. I have to go get him." The officer gave her a sympathetic look. "Listen, I hate to do this, but I have to take your truck. We're requisitioning working vehicles. We need them badly right now to police the streets. I shouldn't be doing it, but I can give you a lift part of the way. I've got kids too, so I understand what you're doing. Hop in the back of the truck and keep your heads down. We've lost several officers today already. This is no game, lady." Amy nodded mutely. What could she do? She had to take him up on his offer of a ride, even if it was only halfway there. If she didn't, she and Kenny would need to walk the whole way. She wasn't giving up on Danny and going home without him. Kenny climbed in the back and helped her into the bed of the truck. The officers climbed in the cab of the truck and took off down the street, scanning alleys and streets as they drove. Amy hung onto the side rail tightly as they raced across town. The officers slowed down as they drove past a group of men breaking the windows out of a cigarette outlet. They grabbed cartons of cigarettes and tossed them out of the window to the other men, who filled garbage bags with their loot. The cop briefly illuminated them with the truck's headlights and then turned back onto the road, uninterested in the petty crime. They were in a rush to get somewhere or were looking for something specific. That much was clear. Whoever or whatever it was, she didn't care, as long as they brought her closer to where Danny was. They continued on for several miles, then pulled into the parking lot of a strip mall next to the road. He stepped out of the truck and gave her a grim look. "This is as far as I can take you. I am really sorry about this." She stepped over the truck's tailgate and onto the bumper, lowering herself to the ground. Once Kenny was clear of the truck, the officers drove off without a word. The truck turned a corner, disappearing from her view, and along with it, her sense that anything was ever going to go back the way it was before the EMP. Panic set in as she looked around. This neighborhood was far different than the quiet suburbs she was accustomed to. Graffiti-covered row homes sporting boarded-up windows or iron bars over the windows, the only visible difference between the occupied and abandoned properties. Rough-looking men and women strutted the sidewalks. Down the street, a man swiveled his head from side to side as he handed something to another man and received something in return. They walked quickly away from each other, their drug deal obviously complete. All around her, signs of the new normal could be seen and heard in every direction. The crack of distant gunfire, horrifying screams, and the sound of breaking glass. "Come on, Kenny, let's keep moving," she said. She walked at a brisk pace, keeping her eyes cast down to the sidewalk as they walked along the front of the strip mall. A tall man, his hands and face covered with tattoos, stood next to the propped-open door of a ransacked shop. He eyed her lewdly, running his gaze up and down her body. A grin formed on his face, and he stepped towards her. Kenny stepped out in front of her, his skinny teenage frame dwarfed by the tattooed man's bulky frame. The man's face split in a sneer, chuckling at Kenny's bravado. Another large man stepped out of the shop, carrying an armful of stolen goods. "Come on, man, get your mind out of the gutter and keep an eye out for the cops. You want to go to prison?" he asked. The tattooed man took the armful of goods from the other man, a sinister frown appearing on his face. Amy urged Kenny off the sidewalk and kept her head down as she gave the men a wide berth, avoiding eye contact with either man. They kept walking until they were at the far end of the strip mall. She turned the corner and then spun Kenny around.
"If that happens again, we run. Don't try to fight someone like that. He could easily kill you, Kenny. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you," she said.
"I was just—"
"I know, Kenny, and you were very brave. But next time, we run. Understand?"
Kenny nodded glumly. Was she doing the right thing? Was it stupid to bring Kenny out here and put him in danger? She couldn't have left him in the house alone either, though. The truck was her last hope to get Danny home quickly. Now it was gone. The cops were supposed to protect her, yet they took her truck and dumped her off in a terrible neighborhood. The world was upside down. She needed to find the quickest way out of here and get to Danny. Fast. Chapter 11. 3 hours outside of Kansas City, a thunderstorm suddenly came out of the west, overtaking Jack as he made his way east along the highway. Rain poured from the low-hanging clouds in sheets, drenching everything in its path. The wall of water reduced visibility to less than 20 feet. The thunder was deafening out in the open, the only noise loud enough to be heard above the chorus of raindrops drumming on car roofs. Jack limped forward, clutching at the blue tarp held over his body as a makeshift raincoat. The tarp provided some relief from the rain, but did nothing to protect his legs and feet. His shoes were full of water, the wet material rubbing against the blisters on his irritated feet. He had to get out of this rain and find some shelter. As he blindly stumbled forward through the rain, he spotted a large RV sitting in the median of the highway and hurried over to it. He climbed into the RV and pulled the door shut, shaking off the rain. It was hot, stuffy, and dark inside the vehicle, but at least he was in out of the rain. He dumped his backpack on the floor and flopped into the driver's seat, exhausted. Jack eased his raw feet out of his waterlogged shoes and squeezed the water out of his socks as he stripped them off. Jack opened his frame pack to grab a pair of dry socks and was sidetracked by the sight of the backpack the Kansas City cop, Nick, gave him. He rummaged through the bag, taking stock of the contents. A small folding knife, a clear plastic rain poncho, and a number of MRE packages. The MREs were a welcome sight. He was down to his last bit of food. He tore it open and dug in with the plastic spoon that came with the kit. The MRE was salty and otherwise bland, but he couldn't care less what it tasted like right now. He would have eaten a rubber tire if it had enough salt and ketchup on it. A phone. All he needed was a damn phone. It seemed so ridiculous that he couldn't make a simple phone call to his wife. A cell phone, a landline, a payphone, anything. It was a futile waste of energy getting upset about it. They were all gone, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Walking to Kansas City had been a complete waste of time. 4 days. 4 days of grueling hiking, and there was nothing here for him. It was scary to think that the city was already setting up tent camps. The infrastructure was failing so fast. "Don't move or do anything crazy," a voice said, coming from the darkness at the far end of the RV. Jack flinched at the voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here. I can go," he said. "Do you have any weapons on you?" the voice asked. "Just a pocket knife, no guns," Jack said. "Who are you?" "Jack Miller." A large, scruffy-looking man with a full beard inched forward cautiously out of the darkness, holding a long knife which he leveled at Jack. "What do you want? Where are you from, Jack? You've got a funny accent," the man asked. "I was just trying to get in out of the rain. I'm from Baltimore." The man ran his fingers through his grown beard, sizing him up. He lowered the blade, but kept his distance. "Jack from Baltimore, huh? Well, I'm Dave from Kansas City, Jack from Baltimore, and I guess you can stay here. It's raining pretty bad out there. Besides, it's not my rig anyway," he said, chuckling. "Thanks. It is really coming down out there," Jack said nervously. He wasn't sure what to say. It was his first time talking with an armed man. "Do you have any food, Jack?" Jack pulled one of the MREs out of his backpack and tossed it over to the man. "Thanks. I haven't eaten since yesterday. I tried to get past the blockade and go home yesterday, but didn't make it past the cops. They wouldn't let me in without an ID, and I'm not going to any government camp. Fascists," Dave said. "I turned back from the checkpoint, too," Jack said. "I walked 70 miles to get back here after my car died, coming back from St. Louis. I figured I'd wander around the city and find another way in. There's always another way. How about you, Jack from Baltimore? Where were you when it happened, whatever the hell it was that did all this? Where are you trying to get to?" "Home," he said simply. "And I thought my hike was something. Wow. Baltimore. Man, you got one hell of a walk in front of you, Jack. Got any kids back home? Family?" "A wife and 2 boys. I've got a girlfriend and a 4-year-old boy in the city waiting for me. He's a handsome little devil. I didn't have much before I had the boy. Nothing worth giving a damn about anyway. Gives you something to fight for, doesn't it?" Dave asked. "Yes, it does," Jack said. "So, how did you end up in Kansas City? Why aren't you in Baltimore?" Jack relayed his story of walking from Clinton to Kansas City after the EMP, leaving out the death of Tom. It was still too fresh and painful in his mind. "Things are coming apart at the seams pretty quick, Jack. I walked down Interstate 70 coming here, and by the second day, I couldn't find a thing to eat. Every damn convenience store was picked clean of food. I grabbed a couple packs of bubble gum," Dave said. Convenience stores already picked clean? It had only been 5 days since the EMP. Surely he must be wrong. "Is it that bad along the highway? I started walking down I-70 because it's the most direct route home. I guess I didn't think about where to get food. The gas stations were picked clean, you're sure?" Dave nodded. "To the bone. There are more people driving on the highway than you realize when you get out and walk. After the cars stopped working, I was just one man in a crowd. Hundreds of us were walking. Hey, you must have missed all that. You probably didn't have any traffic issues coming up from Clinton, did you?" "No, I passed a couple of other people, and that was it. The locals seemed to be staying put. I'm starting to think walking I-70 might be a bad idea, Jack said. If you think you got a warm welcome in Kansas City, just wait a month from now. The big pinch is coming. The big pinch. The man was more right than he realized. How was he going to get home? Interstate 70 went through a lot of heavily populated areas. The suburbs extended from major metropolises in both directions. He had no way of telling how bad things were in other cities right now. How bad would they be when he made his way through them, weeks from now, at the snail's pace he'd been traveling? Would there be any food left? Would anybody give food out to a stranger just passing through? Would he even be allowed to walk through? If it hadn't been for the people in the town of Clinton and their hospitality, he wouldn't have made it to Kansas City. Walking the rural highways, how many people had he seen? 10? 20? Certainly not the horde Dave described. Most of the people in the rural areas were busy working the land they owned or keeping their heads down, determined to ride things out. His only option was to travel the back roads and avoid large cities if he wanted to find food and stay out of trouble. The long trip home had just become longer. Baltimore was over 1,000 miles from Kansas City by traveling the interstate highway, which was nearly a straight shot from west to east. Walking along the meandering back roads through the countryside and skirting large cities would add hundreds of miles. Shit, Jack said. That about sums it up. For all of us, Dave said. He did the mental math, his heart plummeting as he calculated. If he walked 3 miles an hour for 10 hours a day, he'd be home in about 45 days. But he couldn't walk 10 hours a day. His feet would be worn down to the bone by then at that pace. Even the long walk from Clinton to Kansas City was nothing compared to that distance, and that had been a tortuous journey. That was optimistic, because he didn't have enough food to last long. He would have to go looking for it, which would add time. How long these MREs would last was anybody's best guess, but they wouldn't last until Baltimore. That much was for certain. Jack clenched his fists and took his Orioles cap off his head with a swipe, running his white-knuckled fingers through his hair. He had failed in the one thing he thought he was ready for. He had failed to prepare for what would happen after a catastrophe. How many times had he told other people that there was a good chance something like this would happen in their lifetime? So why was he out of town when the EMP hit? Why did he work at a job that required travel? Why hadn't he gotten a job closer to home? All he wanted right now was to be home with his family, to be there with them, experiencing everything they were going through with them. He felt like an idiot. It was naive to think he was prepared for an event like this. One person couldn't ever be truly prepared for something like this. He'd trade anything, and he'd give anything, just to be home right now. Jack closed his eyes and forced himself to stop the self-pity. All he could do now was to figure out how to get home, and then put that plan into action. No offense, Dave, but I'm tired, wet, and done thinking for the day. I've had enough. It's too much. I'm going to get some sleep, Jack said. Amen to that, brother. Thanks for the food, Dave said. Jack leaned against the side of the RV and closed his eyes. The idea of walking the back roads home seemed like the best option, but it would take so long. There had to be an alternative. Staying in Kansas City or anywhere else, hoping that the current situation would blow over, wasn't a solution. There was only one solution. He had to walk home. Hours later, dawn peeked through the window. He couldn't hear the rain anymore, just Dave's rhythmic snore at the other end of the RV. Jack took a fresh pair of socks out of his backpack and slipped them on before he laced his shoes up, ignoring the pain in his feet. He strapped his frame pack on, stepped out of the RV, and started walking eastward on Interstate 70. A renewed sense of determination filled him. It might have been caused by sleep deprivation or exhaustion, but it didn't matter. He picked up his pace, eager to get started on the impossibly long journey. This was going to be his last few miles of walking on the interstate highway. At the first exit ramp, he would set out along the back roads. He would place his faith in the goodwill and charity of rural Americans. His fate was in the hands of strangers. He would trust in his fellow man so that he could get home to his family. Chapter 12. A dark cloud of smoke hovered above the city of Baltimore, obscuring the city's skyline and blocking out the sun. From her current vantage point, she could see that the fires had kept burning through the night in the suburbs. Areas that weren't on fire were scorched black, columns of black smoke rising into the air from the burnt-out wrecks of homes that remained after the fire ran out of fuel. Hardly any part of the city was untouched. By the time she got to Danny and they got back home, would they have a home left to return them to?
How are we going to get to the Lambertis' house without the truck? This is so messed up. The cops stole our truck. Seriously, that doesn't even happen in my video games, Kenny said. I know, Kenny. They did what they thought was right. The same thing we are doing. If we have to, we'll walk there.
The sound of a car engine interrupted their conversation, and she looked over her shoulder at the sound of the approaching car. The sound was distinctive and couldn't have stood out more if it were a rocket taking off. Aside from the screams and shouts of people, the city was silent, devoid of the noise of everyday life. An ancient-looking rusted-out pickup truck from the 1950s went roaring by, the bed of the truck packed with uniformed police. They were armed to the teeth with tactical weapons, body armor, and riot shields, scanning the streets as they drove by. It was good to see the police out, but they were gone as quickly as they arrived. Without the police, she felt naked and exposed. She stuck out like a sore thumb here. Everything about her, her hairstyle, her clothes, and the way she walked screamed, "I don't belong here." Kenny had a natural swagger that seemed to fit right in, and with the baggy, hooded sweatshirt he wore pulled over his head, he blended in naturally. She kept her head down, mimicking the way Kenny walked. They had enough trouble without calling the attention of undesirables to themselves. They kept walking, and over the rise of a small hill, Amy spotted something that brought her a shimmer of hope. A department store stood a few blocks away down the slope. The store's sign was usually lit up, the LED backlighting visible from quite a distance, but now was dark and unremarkable.
Come on, Kenny, I've got an idea,
she said, running down the hill. A mob of people crowded around the front of the store, clamoring to get in. It was a miracle that against all odds the store was open. If she could swap her uncomfortable flats and Kenny's sneakers for 2 pairs of running shoes, they could run to the Lambertis. She could finally put all her hours spent running to a practical purpose. Kenny was a cross-country runner and wouldn't have any trouble keeping up. As she drew closer, her spirits fell as she saw her mistake. It wasn't a line of shoppers waiting for the store to open. There were people looting the store, carrying armfuls of inventory through the broken glass of the front doors. People were pushing shopping carts filled to the brim with goods. Computers, DVD players, stereos, and televisions. Did they not know that this stuff was worthless now? They should be taking food and water. These people were either optimists or idiots. It did present an opportunity. They could walk on by and let the mobs pick the place clean, or she could run into the store, get a few vital items that would allow her to reach Danny, and get out. It was stealing, and she knew it was wrong, but she could rationalize her actions later. The police had effectively stolen her truck and left her in this tight spot, so this was karma coming back around to make up for it.
Kenny, stick with me. We're going to go get a few things and get out. Don't draw attention to yourself.
Wait, what are we doing? He asked.
Just stay with me,
she said. She kept her head down as they approached the entrance and scooted into the store behind a pair of large women pushing a cart, loudly talking to each other about what they wanted to steal. Once inside the door, she grabbed Kenny's hand and pulled him along behind her, sticking to the side of the store closest to the wall. She moved quickly between racks of shirts and pants, stepping over the mess on the floor left by the looters. Amy took a black backpack off of a discount rack and slipped the strap over her shoulder. It was the perfect size to fit all of the items they would need to bring with them. She ripped the price tags off and dropped them to the floor. The women's clothing section started several aisles over from where she picked up the backpack. She picked out a black running top, a gray pair of running shorts, and a pair of running socks. The top and shorts were made of a moisture-wicking material, which was crucial to running in the heat. Without it, she would overheat and become dehydrated before the run was halfway over, not something she could risk with her children on the line.
Kenny, go to the young men's section and get yourself a pair of running shorts, a shirt, and socks for yourself. Find another set of clothes for your brother, and then meet me in the shoe section, she said. Kenny nodded and left.
She stuffed the clothes into the backpack and found the dressing rooms, slipping into an unused stall. Luckily, the looters were more focused on stealing expensive electronics and not clothing, so there wasn't anyone else trying on outfits. She put the new clothes on and left her old outfit on a hanger. She stepped from the changing rooms and spotted the footwear section. 3 pairs of running shoes, and they could get out of this madhouse. It didn't take her long to find a pair that fit. They weren't as nice as her regular running shoes, but they would do the job they needed to do. Now that she was set, Amy crossed over to the other side of the aisle to the young men's footwear section. Kenny was already there, putting on a pair of running shoes, and she found a pair that would fit Danny while he laced up his shoes. When Kenny was done, she stuffed the shoes for Danny into the backpack and headed toward the snacks section of the store to pick up the last few necessities, anxious to get underway. 4 energy bars, a sports drink, and a few 20-ounce bottles of water were more than they needed for the run. Putting everything into the backpack, Amy stopped at one of the empty registers in the front of the store. Instinctively reaching for her purse, she looked at the black screen of the checkout computer and laughed. A tug of guilt in her midsection wouldn't let her walk away without paying. It was a worthless gesture, but she took $60 and set it on the cashier's register. She doubted a checker would ever ring the money up, but she wasn't stealing. Besides, the paper money was probably worthless now anyways. They made their way out of the store without incident and kept walking down the concrete sidewalk. Amy rummaged through her purse and removed everything she needed out of the purse. A house key, driver's license, and a few family photos along with her credit cards and cash. She tossed the heavy purse, along with everything she didn't need, down a storm drain. It was too heavy to bring with them. The credit cards weren't useful, but the idea of tossing them still felt wrong. Getting her bearings, she ate one of the power bars and she mentally mapped a route to the Lambertis' house. "I guess we're going to run to the Lambertis?" Kenny asked.
"Yes. With all the problems we have driving, it might be just as quick to run," she said.
"I hope Dad doesn't have to run anywhere," he said. Amy grimaced. She knew what he was implying, but didn't want to acknowledge that she too was worried about Jack. He had packed on a lot of weight since his college basketball days and rarely exercised anymore. There was no way he could do the kind of run she and Kenny were about to make. Amy picked up her pace, transitioning from a casual walk to a slow jog as she warmed her body up for the run. The shoes weren't all that bad for retail store running shoes. They cost 1/5 of the shoes she bought at a runner's shoe store, but they still had the same feel on her foot. Plenty of support for her arch, but not too rigid, and the heel was snug but not tight. She tightened the strap on the backpack and shifted the weight closer to her body. The weight of the backpack was the only real difference between this run and her daily run around the suburbs. Well, the only difference if she ignored the fires, civil unrest, and looting. She increased her speed to a slow run, giving them both another few moments to warm up. After that, she would settle into her marathon pace, which she could keep up for 4.5 hours without stopping. Under normal conditions, it was long enough to complete a marathon. But these weren't normal conditions.
"Are you ready, Kenny? I'm sorry you have to do this, but we have to get Danny home," she said.
Kenny ran cross-country and shouldn't have any trouble keeping up, even though he wasn't used to running at marathon distance on pavement. He was young and in shape, and physically able to push himself. Surprisingly, he had shown little of his usual attitude towards her. He knew the stakes and was doing his best. It made her proud of him. "Let's go get the little turd," Kenny said. Losing the truck to the police had been a major blow, and she was still angry at the police for confiscating her vehicle. That was in the past now, like many other things, and she had to let it go. She refocused her mind on the run, concentrating on her stride, her breath, and the natural rhythm of her body. She had to get to Danny and get him home. That was all she could let herself focus on. Marathons she ran for no greater reward than the achievement itself. Now the stakes were higher. Her younger boy awaited her at the finish line, a couple of hours away. Nothing would stop her from completing this run. Chapter 13. The river's brown water flowed slowly under the narrow one-lane country bridge, and a red and white plastic bobber floated along with the current. The sun high overhead beat down mercilessly in a cloudless sky, and there wasn't a hint of a breeze to provide relief from the soup-thick humidity. Jack watched the bobber float downstream, eagerly watching for any sign of a fish nibbling at the hook. His vision blurry and out of focus, it took all his attention just to watch the bobber. His fever was worse today than yesterday. When was the last time he'd eaten? Was it 3 or 4 days ago? The empty knot that was his stomach said it had been 3 months, not 3 days, and commanded his undivided attention. He felt like a walking, talking, empty stomach. A fish was what he needed. Just one fish. A little fish. A minnow, even. What would a minnow taste like? He didn't care as long as he could swallow it. The bobber floated past, unperturbed by fish, for the 100th time this morning. 3 weeks and 5 days. Or was it 3 weeks and 7 days? He'd lost exact count, but he knew he'd been on the road for almost 4 weeks. The hike from Clinton to Kansas City felt like a lifetime ago, and minuscule in comparison to how far he'd walked from Kansas City. The last week of it was a complete blur. This section of back road was indistinguishable from every other section he'd hiked in the last few 100 miles. There were small farms, rural homes, and trees, and occasionally a river or lake, and that was about it. Marble Hill, Missouri. Yeah, that's where he was at, right? Not even in a different damn state yet. 4 weeks of walking? How was he still in the same state? Back east, they didn't make states this big. Missouri was obscenely big compared to Maryland. Sometimes he wondered if he was walking in circles, but he knew he wasn't because of the log he kept. As long as he was still going east, it didn't matter too much. He had to keep it together enough to cross the Missouri River at Cape Girardeau. The bridge there was the best chance to cross the river without heading into a major city like St. Louis. Cape Girardeau. What a weird name. Girardeau. Grapes and giardia. Giardia and crap. Jack giggled, delirious from the heat. Keep it together, man. This fever is getting worse. Jack picked up his makeshift fishing rod, a stick to which he detached the fishing line from the survival kit. He gave it a flick and sent the float and baited hook upstream again. He watched it float by in the meandering current and get stuck on a stick in the water. It was time to put the line away. He was just stalling now. If he hadn't had a bite by now, he wouldn't catch anything here. He just didn't want to put his shoes on yet, which sat upside down on the blacktop several feet away, drying in the sun. To him, they didn't even look like shoes anymore. They were instruments of torture. He knew the pain that awaited him when he put them on his feet. Jack pulled the fishing line in and removed it from the stick, frustrated at another hour of daylight wasted. It was the last of the hook and lines. He couldn't afford to lose it, as little use as it had been. 2 of the other 3 rigs had been lost, in the lip of a nice fat catfish at the bottom of a river somewhere, he liked to imagine. The only thing he'd caught so far were 2 small catfish that weighed less than a pound each, hardly worth the time he had spent fishing. The time he wasted sitting in the heat on the snake-infested riverbanks as he fished was time he could have spent on the road, walking home. The small game snares from the emergency kit had been useless as well. They took too long to set up and place, and using even a few crumbs of his dwindling food supplies as bait was food he couldn't eat. All he had to show for his trapping efforts was a deep circular cut on his right thumb, nearly down to the bone. He'd slipped on a wet log while setting up snare wires and trapped his own finger. He was lucky to still have his thumb. There wasn't any food left in his pack, so for the 4th day in a row, he filled his stomach with water until the hunger pangs receded a bit. The water would only make him feel full for 10 minutes or so. Then he'd be right back to where he started, hunger gnawing at him from the inside out. He sat on the riverbank, trying to work up the willpower to get up on his feet, his feverish mind struggling against his exhausted body. This was too hard. He was too weak to keep doing this. Up, Jack. Get up, you lazy bastard, he said to himself. Once on his feet, he picked up the narrow strips of cloth hanging from the guardrail he'd left out to dry in the sun. The strips were remnants of a white t-shirt he'd torn apart, though they were now patterned red by the blood of his feet and ankles. He took the strips of cloth and wrapped them around his swollen feet, cinching them until each foot was bound up tightly. He unlaced the shoes and gingerly slipped them over his feet. The shoelaces were worn and frayed, but still functional. He pulled the tongue of the shoes in as he tightened them onto his feet. His mind wandered as he finished lacing his shoes up. Did he hate walking in the heat or the rain more? Walking in the rain was a break from the heat, and he didn't have to worry about finding drinking water. He could fill up his bottles from the rain and not have to worry about boiling it first. His feet paid the price for walking in the rain as they rubbed up against the inside of his shoe. Each step aggravated his raw feet as he sloshed along. Yeah, walking in the rain was worse, he decided. Jack shook his head to clear his mind, then strapped on his frame pack. Checking to make sure he had everything, he set out on the highway. Pain greeted him as he felt each blister on his foot. Each raw wound registered uniquely as he took his first steps of the day down the highway. He tried to think of something besides the pain, but it was impossible to ignore, because with each step, a fresh jolt shot through his foot. It took all his concentration not to limp or favor one foot. That would only lead to worse blisters. He put one foot in front of the other until his mind tuned out the pain again. Food. What was the last food he'd eaten? The first 2 weeks hadn't been bad. People were generous, like they had been in Clinton. Not so much in the last week and a half. People were getting tight. When they saw him walking down the highway, they disappeared into their houses. Nobody wanted to tell a starving person they wouldn't share what little they had. They weren't bad people. They were just looking out for their own families. It was the same thing he would have done in their shoes. Things were getting lean, all right. Lean, mean, I've got no green. Jack snickered at the nonsensical thoughts that popped into his head. This fever was going to kill him, but it would send him to his grave with a laugh on his lips. He was getting lean, though. His gut used to hang over his belt. If only Amy could see him now. He hitched his belt buckle 5 notches tighter than when he'd left home. Aside from the pain, exhaustion, fever, and nearly starving to death, he was in better health than before. It took a steep hill to get his heart thumping now, a far cry from being out of breath from walking through the parking lot and up one flight of steps to work. 7 or 8 hours of walking a day for weeks would do that. His head spinning, he wiped at the sweat dripping down his forehead and into his eyes, blurring his vision. Jack willed his body to continue walking down the highway. How far had he gone today? His shirt and pants were soaked with sweat. The sun blazed relentlessly. He concentrated on the pain in his feet, picking up one swollen, pained foot after another. Left foot, and then the right one. Just keep going. Finally, he couldn't find an ounce of strength more, and his legs turned to rubber. He stumbled and then toppled over. It didn't even hurt when his head hit the pavement. He laid there, cheek against the highway, feeling the steady burn of the sun's heat reflected back up from the asphalt. He was being roasted alive in the Missouri sun. Get up, Jack. I want to sleep in for just a few more minutes. I'll get up later. I don't have to be at work until 9. Get up, Jack. We have to get up. Just 1 more minute. I'm going to open my eyes in just a minute. I'm going to sleep for just a minute. Just got to rest my eyes for a minute. His eyes fluttered closed one last time, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 14. Amy paced back and forth in front of the double doors of the school entrance, peering into the glass panes of the doors, waiting for the security guard to reappear. She slapped her hand against the door, still furious at the Lambertis' negligence. What had she been thinking to let Danny stay with his friend overnight? Apparently she didn't know them as well as she had thought. They seemed like decent enough people before the EMP, but now she couldn't hold them in higher contempt. She and Kenny had gone through hell and back, only to find that the Lambertis had walked their son and Danny to school as if nothing had happened.
How could they take the boys to school? What kind of idiot walks their child to school with the world falling down around their ears? You'd have to be a complete moron not to notice something is really wrong, she said.
Amy put her foot up onto a metal trash can and stretched her leg out, easing the cramping tendons and muscles. She slowed her breathing down to calm herself. Switching to stretch the other leg, she kept a watchful eye on the double doors' small windows. Calm down, Mom. They had no idea what's going on in the city. All they knew is that their electricity was off and their phones didn't work, Kenny said. Amy turned and pointed at the billowing clouds of smoke hanging over the city, black and ominous.
and the city is on fire, and no cars are working, and I could go on and on and on with reasons they should have kept Danny right where he was, Kenny. They should have known something was wrong, she yelled.
Kenny became quiet and stood with his back to her. Amy blew out a stream of air.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I didn't mean to snap at you. I just can't believe this happened. They have their heads in the sand.
It's all right, Mom. Everything is going to be okay. Danny is at school, and he's okay, he said.
Where is this guy?
The security guard should have been back here 10 minutes ago. When they first arrived, she'd banged loudly on the locked double doors at the school entrance for 5 minutes before a security guard finally appeared at the door. He asked what she wanted at the school, demanded to see her ID, and then the suspicious guard gave her a puzzled look and disappeared down the hall without a word. Finally, the security guard's tired face reappeared. He removed the chains from the door, then opened them, gesturing for her to enter the school.
Sorry, I had to walk over and get the principal. I didn't know if I should let you in or not. Our radios are down, he said.
Amy contained her anger. It wouldn't help the situation.
Is Danny here?
She asked.
Yes, Mrs. Miller. Principal Barton is fetching him from the gym. We have all the kids gathered in the gymnasium, the guard said.
You mean there are more kids than just mine and the Lombardis?
Yes, quite a few actually. Some people closer to the school walked their kids in this morning after the buses didn't go out, he said.
Amy stalked off down the hall, leaving the security guard behind. She knew where the gymnasium was, and she wasn't going to wait around for the principal to bring her boy to her. She needed to see him right now. She hurried down the locker-lined corridors of the school with Kenny in tow, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. Halfway to the gymnasium, the principal rounded the corner of the hallway leading to the gym, escorting Danny. There he was, strutting down the hallway, that distinctive gait both boys shared with their father, a kind of lackadaisical stroll. He was a smaller version of his brother and father, with his brown hair and blue eyes. The three of them could be clones, with the only real difference being their height, weight, and age. Kenny was a foot taller than Danny. Jack stood a head higher than Kenny and was much heavier. Her hands flew to her mouth. She couldn't stifle the tears that fell from her eyes. Her relief was overwhelming, like she hadn't seen Danny in a year. She ran the final few feet to Danny and gathered him into her arms, crushing him in a tight hug.
Oh, Mom, stop!
That's so embarrassing,
Danny said, wriggling free of her.
What's going on?
Why are you here?
The principal stood by, a grim smile on his face. He cleared his throat to grab her attention.
Mrs. Miller, can I talk to you for a few minutes?
Amy nodded and turned to the boys.
Danny, go put your books and homework in your locker and meet me back here. Kenny, go with him. I'm going to talk to Principal Barton for a few moments.
Kenny pushed his younger brother by the shoulder.
Come on, Dorcas. Let the adults talk. You're never going to believe what happened.
The principal's game face disappeared as the boys turned the corner of the hallway, the anxiety showing through his expression.
How bad is it out there? When I left this morning, my car wouldn't start and my cell phone wasn't working, but I put it out of my mind. I only live a few blocks down the street, so I didn't think anything more of it and walked in. The power was out when I arrived here, but it wasn't until later this morning when I saw the smoke above the city that I realized something was very wrong. Is it a terrorist attack? He asked.
I don't know anything for certain. I do know that the electrical grid is down and anything with electronics isn't working. There are fires throughout the city and people are looting. An airplane fell out of the sky and almost landed on my house. It's bad, she said.
Amy choked up, picturing the heartbreaking look on Dan's face as he watched the plane go down. He must have been terrified for his son, the pilot. How they must feel. What if that were her child?
How did you get here? You live across town, right? One of the security guards is attempting to repair a school bus, but I would be hesitant to let the bus leave, even if we were able to get it running. It may be best to keep the students here and wait for their parents to pick them up, he said.
We ran. Believe me, there is no way you are going to navigate the streets with a school bus. All the roads are blocked with stalled cars and people on foot, she said.
What were these parents thinking, dropping their kids off at school when something was clearly very wrong? Were people really that clueless? Maybe she was being too harsh. If Jack hadn't been interested in prepping, she wouldn't have pieced things together herself. The principal nodded grimly.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing myself. I'm beginning to think we need to make plans to feed and house the students that are already here for the time being. How are you going to get home?
Amy removed the black backpack and pulled out Danny's pair of sneakers.
The same way I got here. We'll run. The boys will have a story to tell their grandchildren about,
she said. Is it safe for you to be out there by yourself with just your kids? He asked.
We'll be all right. We got here in one piece, so we can manage to get home. I know which areas to avoid on the way back. I do need to prepare Danny for what he'll see. It isn't pretty out there.
Be careful, and please feel free to come back here if you don't think you can make it home safely. Honestly, I could use your help if you decided to stay. Even though there aren't many students here today, most of the staff never showed up to work this morning. We're pretty short-handed, he said.
The boys appeared around the corner, shoving each other as they walked down the hall. Amy handed the pair of running shoes to Danny. Danny gave her a strange look.
What are these for? Danny, we need to have a talk. Something serious has happened, and I'll need you to keep calm and listen to what I have to say.
Kenny smirked as he and Danny exchanged a look.
Don't look at me. Ask Mom.
Danny frowned and raised his chin up.
I know what's going on. Somebody attacked us with an EMP, didn't they? Dad said this was going to happen. The power's off, the teacher's cell phone isn't working, and my pocket game station is busted,
Danny said. He paused and glanced at the principal, caught out by his admission.
I heard somebody else's game station is busted, he said.
The principal shook his head, shooting a knowing smile at Kenny.
I think you just got busted. You think we don't know you kids bring cell phones and game stations to school? If I punished every kid who did it, I'd have to hire 2 additional full-time teachers to staff the detention room.
Danny flushed red. Turning to her, he asked,
So, was Dad right? Was it an EMP?
Amy sighed. She was still on the fence about how much to tell them, but Danny had already figured out what had happened. He must have paid more attention to Jack's long-winded catastrophe monologues than she had.
Yes, it probably was.
She knelt down in front of him, putting herself at eye level with him.
I'm going to take you home, but I want you to be prepared for it before we leave. It is going to be scary. We're going to see some things that are going to frighten you. But we will be all right and get home safely if you listen to me, trust me, and we all stick together, she said. What's with the new shoes, Mom? Danny asked. We're going to run home, she said. Why didn't you take the car? Asked Danny.
Kenny interjected before she could answer.
Because the car is dead, you moron. All the cars are dead. I thought you listened to Dad. Cars have electronics too. The whole world is toast. But what about Dad? Is he going to come home? Is he okay?
Danny asked, his voice quivering. Amy shot Kenny a look that silenced him and wiped the smirk off his face. That was exactly the type of fatalistic attitude she was trying to steer Danny clear of. She lifted Danny's chin with a finger.
Your father is going to be all right. He's very resourceful and knows more about what is happening right now than anyone I know. He is going to be just fine, I promise you.
It broke her heart to see Danny worry about Jack. She was worried about him too, but she had to believe he was all right. If she knew her Jack, he would figure out a way to get back home. Jack was highly informed on disasters, catastrophes, and preparedness. She was probably worrying about nothing. But still, he was in Missouri, 1,000 miles away. How could he get home without a car? Amy forced her mind back to the present situation. The thought of Jack 1,000 miles away with no way home nearly had her in tears. She had to be strong for the boys.
Put your shoes on. We're going to go. We're going to go through the suburbs and go around the city instead of going straight through. It is a longer run, but it will be safe. We're not going to stop for anything. We'll keep quiet and keep moving. If something scares you or bothers you, just keep running and we'll talk about it when we get home. We want to go as fast as we can, she said.
Kenny shuffled from foot to foot, itching to leave. To him, this was an adventure. At his age, he wasn't thinking about the human impact of the disaster, only that this was more exciting than the daily routine of school and homework. Danny looked frightened, his eyes brimming with tears as he laced his shoes.
Danny, we'll be okay, she said.
Kenny rolled his eyes.
Dude, there's nothing to worry about. Pretend we're playing Special Ops 4 on the game station. We're on the red flag team, and our house is blue base. We have to avoid enemy patrols and get through the war zone so we can plant the red flag in the blue base.
Danny wiped his eyes and smiled.
Okay, I have level 3 in stealth, so I can be quiet and sneaky, he said.
Amy caught Kenny's eye and gave him a silent thank you. Special Ops 4 was rated mature for violence, and she didn't allow Danny to play it, but apparently his older brother had ignored the rules again and let him play the game. She wouldn't call him out on it. If it helped Danny through the experience, then that was what mattered right now. The principal walked them to the main entrance, where he instructed the security guard to unlock the chains and let them leave. He waved to them as they left.
Good luck, boys. And don't think this gets you off the hook for homework. Soon as things are back to normal, you're coming right back here.
The run was going to be a long one, but she already knew the most troublesome areas to avoid. Danny ran with her twice a week. It was his time to get his mother all to himself, so it would be a stretch for him, but very doable. Kenny would have a harder time on the way back. He ran cross-country, but he had just finished a long run on the way to the school. He was a healthy teenager, though, and he could keep up if he paced himself.
Remember, we are going to move fast. Stick together. The last thing we want to do is become separated. Kenny, let me know when you get winded and need a rest. Try not to choke on my dust, loser, Danny said.
Whatever, dork, Kenny said. Amy smiled. She was relieved to hear their sibling rivalry. If a little healthy competition helped normalize the situation for them, all the better. Their home was a long way away, and she needed the boys to give it everything they had. She picked up her pace and looked over her shoulders, checking to see that the boys were right with her. They kept pace to either side of her. They were both as prepared for the journey as they would be. Amy settled into a marathon pace and put all distractions from her mind. Within a couple of hours, she and the boys would be home and safe. Chapter 15.
Water,
Jack said. He tried to lift himself up onto his side, but the effort made his stomach heave. A cup appeared at his mouth. Cool water. Thirst. Gulping water down.
Take it easy, you'll just throw it up again,
a voice said. Shivering. Cold and burning hot at the same time. Jack opened his eyes and squinted them shut against the bright sunlight. There was too much light. His head pounded. Thirsty.
Water, please,
Jack asked. A cloud of cigarette smoke wafted past, turning his stomach.
It's broth. Sip it. Don't gulp it down, a voice said.
Jack cracked his eyes open. A man with a cigarette hanging between his lips passed him a cup. He lifted his head and sipped at the soup until the cup was empty. Shivering again, he pulled a blanket up to his chin and closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep. A small campfire burned a few feet away. The cigarette-smoking man sat on a milk crate next to the fire, puffing away at his cigarette. He was thirsty again.
Where am I?
Jack asked. The man looked up at him and tossed his cigarette butt into the fire.
Well, look who's alive. Good morning, Jack. Don't get up, I'll bring you some water, he said.
Jack greedily drank the cold water, gulping it down.
More,
he said. If you can keep the water down, I'll get you a bowl of stew.
Jack shivered, cold to the core of his being, colder than he ever remembered being.
I'm cold,
he said.
You finally broke your fever this morning,
the man said. The cigarette-smoking man handed him a steaming bowl of soup and a spoon. Jack lifted a spoonful of soup to his mouth, but his hand shook wildly, spilling the soup back into the bowl. He set the spoon aside and held the cup to his mouth, sipping it down. The soup was watery, but it was hot and tasted good. The smell of beef and vegetable soup rose to his nose, intoxicating and rich. It had been a while since he'd tasted beef.
Who are you?
Jack asked.
Wyatt Ferguson. Good to meet you again, Jack,
he said. He spoke with a mild accent that Jack couldn't place. Jack sipped at the soup, his stomach gurgling in anticipation.
Again? What do you mean?
Jack asked. Wyatt chuckled and pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket. He lit the cigarette and blew a cloud of smoke into the breeze.
You've been in and out of it the past few days with the fever. Oh, I reckon it's been 4 days now. I've introduced myself a few times now, but you probably don't remember any of that.
4 days? He'd been out for 4 days? Jack sipped the last of the broth down and picked up the spoon, shoveling in the potatoes and carrots at the bottom of the bowl. His hunger abated for the first time in weeks. He looked around the man's camp, taking in his surroundings as he became more alert. A tarp was strung between two trees as a makeshift tent, providing shade from the sun. A tall stack of branches, logs, and split firewood was stacked underneath the tarp. Jack lay a few feet away from the small circle of stones surrounding the campfire, in which a small fire burned. The man pulled another cigarette out of his pack and lit a new one off the butt of the one he'd just finished smoking. The cigarette seemed to be a permanent fixture in between his lips. He wore a baseball cap, its bill sharply curved into an upside-down U-shape. He was the same height as Jack, but much thinner, lankier, and drawn out. His faded blue jeans and worn-out t-shirt drooped off his thin frame. He had a deep farmer's tan, the color of a man who spent his life outdoors.
"Well, you really are awake this time, aren't you? It was touch and go for a while there. I wasn't sure if you would pull through or not."
Wyatt's blue eyes twinkled as he spoke, his eyes sharp and clear. Jack propped himself up onto an elbow and was hit by the sour smell of himself. His stomach growled again, a ravenous pit, undaunted by his body odor. Wyatt stirred a pot hung from a tripod over the small campfire. His knuckles were swollen, red, and nicked in several places. The hands of a working man, calloused and rough, but nimble as he spooned the stew into Jack's bowl. He watered it down with a bottle of water, then limped over and handed the bowl to Jack.
"So tell me, Jack, how did you come to be in Missouri when the EMP hit?"
The last several weeks came flooding back to him. Tom, Kansas City, walking for weeks. It hadn't been a fever-induced nightmare. "I've got to go. I've got to get home to my family," he said. Jack stood up on shaky legs. Black spots appeared in his vision, and dizziness overtook him. Jack sat down hard, almost tipping over.
"Sit down before you hurt yourself. You're not ready for that yet, you damn fool,"
Wyatt said. "Where are we?" Jack asked. Wyatt tossed his cigarette butt into the fire and rubbed his hands together, warming them over the flames.
"We're in Marble Hill, Missouri. Well, close enough to it anyway. Walking distance for most people."
"What are you doing here? Why did you help me?" Wyatt pointed up the hill away from the camp back toward the highway. A tractor-trailer lay at an angle, leaning against the inside turn of a sharp curve. The wheels were half buried in the loose gravel and dirt. The trailer sat tilted at an angle, two wheels up off the ground.
"I was driving this rig when the EMP hit. My load was a little heavy, and I was running the back roads to avoid way stations. After the lights went out, I used up the last air pressure in the brakes and ditched right there. I'm one lucky son of a gun. That could have been an outside turn instead of an inside turn, and I'd be at the bottom of that steep cliff right there. The short way down," he said.
"How did you know it was an EMP? Did you hear that from someone?"
"Just because I'm a redneck doesn't mean I'm stupid, Jack. I have the internet just like everybody else,"
Wyatt said. "So why are you still here camping on the highway? The EMP hit a month ago."
"I've been waiting. Waiting for you, I think," he said.
Jack's wacko radar went off the charts. "I don't understand what you mean." Wyatt gave a laugh that turned into a coughing fit and lit another cigarette.
"Jack, that sounded kind of weird, didn't it? Let me ask you a question. Do you have family in Baltimore?"
"Yes, a wife and two boys," Jack said.
"I figured as much. So you were trying to walk back to Baltimore?"
"Yes."
"I thought so. So let me ask you this, Jack. You told me yesterday that you walked from Clinton to Kansas City and then all the way here, but you didn't say much else. Why come this way? I-70 is a straight shot. Was it already bad in Kansas City?"
Wyatt asked. Jack nodded. "Yes, I was turned away from Kansas City. It looked like things were going to go bad quickly in the big cities. I left the interstate and started walking the back roads. I wanted to cross the Missouri River at Cape Girardeau and steer clear of the big cities up north along I-70. Wyatt smacked his hand on his knee.
"I knew it. Good thinking, Jack. I agree. Things are probably even worse now in the cities than right after the EMP hit. So, you've really been walking this whole way?"
"Yeah," Jack said. Wyatt snickered.
"I'm sorry to laugh at you, Jack, but didn't you think to get a bicycle? Barter something for it? You'd make better time?"
Jack's cheeks burned hot as coals.
Idiot.
A bicycle. Well, I didn't really have anything to barter with. No cash in my wallet, Jack said.
You could have traded a few days of labor for a bike. With tractors broken, I'm sure farmers are just itching for help. They still got farms to run.
That didn't occur to me. I haven't seen anyone on a bike, or I probably would have thought of it myself. I've mostly been walking in the dark when the moon was bright enough. It's a lot cooler than walking during the day, Jack said.
Can you ride a bike, Jack?
Jack furrowed his brow. Who was this man? Had he nursed him to health just to poke fun at him and make him feel stupid? What did he want? Get to the point.
Well, the point revolves around whether you can ride a bike or not. Can you ride a bike, Jack?
Wyatt asked. Yes, of course I can ride a bike. What kind of idiot can't ride a bike? Wyatt leaned back on his milk crate, eyebrows arched. He pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and set it between his lips.
An idiot without a bike,
Wyatt said, giggling. That stung.
Oh, I'm just having some fun now. Don't get angry. Just like you, I've got someplace I need to go. Morgantown, West Virginia. Now, if a feller is taking the back roads, then West Virginia is on the way to Baltimore, Maryland, if I'm not mistaken.
Curiosity was killing him. What was he getting at? Wyatt stretched his leg out and stuck his booted foot up on a rock. He unlaced the boot and rolled his blue jeans up, exposing an artificial leg. He placed his hand just above the knee, gesturing with a sawing motion.
This is where they took her off. See, I can't walk back to West Virginia. I can't even ride a bicycle. I guess I could hobble there, but it would take me a year or two. The way I figure it, Jack, we're both going the same direction.
What are you getting at, Wyatt? Jack's stomach rumbled loudly. Now that he was awake again, he was famished. Wyatt ladled a bowl of stew out of the pot and handed it to Jack.
I've got a bicycle and a bike trailer stowed away in my rig. The trailer is sturdy enough to haul a few 100 pounds.
Jack spooned the stew in. It tasted incredible after a steady diet of nothing for the past week. This bowl wasn't watered down like the first. The pieces of the puzzle were easy enough to put together once Wyatt mentioned the trailer. Are you telling me you want me to haul you around in a bike trailer from here to West Virginia?
Bingo! He's got it in one, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you might be thinking you could just take the bike from me and ride off without me. I can't run all that fast. I'm missing a leg after all, right?
Jack shook his head vigorously. I wouldn't do something like that. That is not who I am. Besides, you saved my life. I couldn't just turn around and steal from you.
Well, he is a decent person after all,
Wyatt winked.
I'm just fooling with you, Jack. While you were unconscious, I went through your wallet. I saw you were from back east. I also saw pictures of your family. You're a family man, a good person. I don't know why, but I just had a feeling you were somebody worth saving.
Jack reached for his back pocket, his wallet still in place.
Sorry for going through your things, Jack, but I don't trust people. I don't know you from Adam. Sure, I would have helped you out either way, but I needed to know if you were decent folks or not. Back to the proposal we were talking about. While I can't pedal a bike, I can do a lot of other stuff to pull my own weight. I noticed you got some snare wires and fishing line in your backpack. Had any luck? You don't look like a feller that knows how to set a snare, if you don't mind me saying so. Food is getting scarce, and people are going to stop sharing what they have. They have to look out for their own families. It's human nature. Where I come into all of this is that I can hunt, fish, trap, and forage. I'm not talking about using some silly emergency kit snares or fooling around with a line and hook. I'm telling you that if worst comes to worst, I can keep our bellies full living off the land.
Wyatt paused and lit another cigarette. Jack shook his head in amazement. He'd never seen someone smoke so much in his life.
That's just for starters. Now, I also know about people, Jack, especially country people. If we need to barter for something, I'm the guy you want to have with you. Heck, that was true even before the EMP happened. Frankly, Jack, I'm surprised you made it this far. You started out with next to nothing and hiked this far. You've done pretty good considering you had to stop and find food along the way. The two of us, as a team, we could be on our way home after you're back on your feet. In fact, with what I got in the back of my trailer, we won't have to waste time scrounging around for food. So what do you say, Jack? An honest job. You haul me around and I'll make sure you have a full belly every day. A fair deal?
Why, what's in the back of your truck? Jack asked. Wyatt sat back on his milk crate, grinning. Well, there's a lot of junk back there in the way that we'll need to clear out before we can get to the good stuff. 8 pallets of premium canned dog food, shrink-wrapped and sitting just as pretty as can be in the trailer. Jack took another bite of his stew, shaking his head in confusion. How does dog food help us? What, are we going to trade it or something? Wyatt reached down and picked up a can next to the campfire. He tossed it over to Jack. Jack caught the can and turned it over. The label pictured a golden retriever, sitting at attention, his paw extended as if he was begging for something. Hungry Hound beef and vegetable stew, because your pet deserves the best. Tender, real cuts of carrots, potatoes, and beef. The can was opened, the circular metal lid hanging from the can. Jack brought the can up to his face and sniffed at the contents. He dropped the bowl of stew to the ground, his eyes watering as he tried to keep his food down. Wyatt laughed loudly and clapped his hands together. Oh, come on now, Jack. That stuff probably comes off the same factory line as the stuff they sell in the grocery store. They just slap another label on it. Hell, you didn't know any better until I said something, Wyatt said. You let me eat dog food, Jack said, doubling over, unable to control his stomach any longer, emptying his stomach to the sound of Wyatt's laughter. Chapter 16. Amy set the deadbolt and leaned against the front door for support. Her legs felt like rubber, exhausted from the run home. Seeing the home in one piece was a huge relief. She was afraid she would find nothing more than a pile of ashes. Do some stretching so you don't end up with leg cramps, and then get upstairs and take a shower. Make it quick, there isn't going to be much water left, she said. After you get cleaned up, get something to eat. You burned a lot of calories today. The boys, too tired to harass each other, ascended the staircase in silence. She was proud of them. Kenny had pushed himself hard, running a great deal farther than he'd ever run before, and he did it without complaining. Danny made the run with little difficulty, but had been troubled at the sight of looting and rampant fires. He was emotionally exhausted, worried about his father and what he'd seen on the run home. She had tried to steer them clear of trouble, but the fires encompassed entire neighborhoods, several square miles of homes ablaze with smaller, untouched sections. There weren't many people on the streets, though she didn't think anything of it until halfway through the run home. Running down a street that the fires had already burned through, Danny caught sight of a body lying in a front yard, charred beyond recognition. Danny was terrified. He finished the run, but the sight of the body had silenced him. It would haunt her dreams tonight, too. She sat at the kitchen table and picked up Jack's journal she'd read the night before. She read the first sentence of the page several times, eyes following along his notes, neatly handwritten in blue ink. She couldn't get her mind off of Jack. Tears fell from her cheeks onto the pages, smudging the words. Where was he? Was he alive? Was he trying to get home? Would they see him again? Would they ever find out what happened to him? Kenny tromped down the steps, and she wiped her eyes and put on a brave face. Jack wasn't here, but she had his notebooks. She flipped through the pages and reread the notes. Most of it described what would happen during an EMP. She needed more practical information, like what to do after an EMP. She went downstairs to his bookshelf and perused the notebooks. 3 of them looked promising, all labeled general preparedness notes, and brought them upstairs with her. Mom, Danny, I'm making a sandwich. Anybody want one? Kenny asked. I'll take one, Danny said. She kept the shock from her face. Did Kenny just offer to make sandwiches? Who was this thoughtful boy? Sure, Kenny. Thanks, she said. The fridge isn't very cold, Kenny said, removing cheese and mayo from the fridge. Amy frowned. She should have thought of that earlier. The power was off, and they would need to eat the refrigerated food before it spoiled. The deep freezer would need to be dealt with as well. How long would it last before it thawed? Don't open the freezer. We need to keep the food cold for as long as possible, she said. After they finished eating, she prepared to set the boys to work. Time was not on their side. What supplies they had on hand were all they were going to have for a long time. There wouldn't be any more weekly visits to the grocery store. She needed to move fast to find out what they were dealing with. First on her mind was ensuring that their own house didn't join all the others that had gone up in flames. If the power happened to come back on, it could cause shorts and start a fire.
The power coming on at all was a long shot, but not a risk worth taking.
Boys, I've been reading your dad's notes. I never thought something like this could actually happen. I think we all realize now that this is a serious situation and nothing to make light of. I'm going to be more cautious from now on. We need to make sure we protect what we have, starting with our home. If the electric company gets the grid online again, some of the appliances could short and start a fire. I want you two to go around the house, room by room, and unplug anything plugged into an electrical outlet. I'll go downstairs and shut the main breaker off. Be thorough and check each other's work. After that, I'm going to read your dad's notebooks and see what we should do next.
So, you don't think Dad's a nutter now? Kenny asked, a smirk on his face.
I never said your father was a nutter. I think my exact quote was that the neighbors might think he's a nutter if they saw him scribbling away in his notebooks, she said.
Uh-huh. Sure, Mom.
All right, I'll admit that I was wrong, wise guy. Now let's get to it. Go check those outlets, she said.
Amy shut off the main breaker and went to check on the deep freezer. It was cold, 5 degrees above zero, according to the thermometer. She went shopping 3 days ago, and the deep freezer was stuffed to capacity. It would keep longer than if it were half empty. They probably had a couple of days before the food would need to be dealt with. Comforted that the deep freezer could be put off for now, she worked down a checklist from Jack's notebook. Water. If the city water system stopped, they were out of luck. There was no telling how long until that happened, but she wasn't going to sit idly by. She recalled quite clearly that there were 4 blue 55-gallon plastic water drums in the garage. One more set of nuisances that took up a lot of space in the garage. Another one of his preparations that had irritated her and that she was now thankful to have. When the boys were done unplugging the appliances, she would have them fill the drums. That would give them 220 gallons of drinking water, in addition to an entire shelf full of bottled water. Mom, we unplugged everything. Game stations, televisions, refrigerator, lamps, the washer and dryer, and everything else, said Kenny.
Excellent work, guys. Do you remember those blue barrels in the garage? Get some liquid dish soap and a soft brush and wash them out thoroughly. Once they are clean, bring them to the basement and fill them up with water.
Why are we doing all this, Mom? Is the water going to stop working? Asked Danny.
It might or it might not, Danny. We are not going to take any chances, though, she said.
Amy took a fresh notebook and pen and went into the basement. Too much had happened in the last day. She was exhausted, physically and mentally. If she sat down even for a moment, she would end up a crying mess. That was the last thing the boys needed right now. They needed to see their mother in control and confident. She could cry later when they went to bed. Right now, she could take stock of what they had on hand. Walking through the rows of shelving, it surprised her how much Jack had managed to stock away. In fact, he had become interested in doing all of the grocery shopping a few years ago. She should have been more suspicious, but given the quantity of food here, she wouldn't complain. Each staple food was represented. Cans of soup, boxes of noodles, potted meats, cans of tuna, and jars of jellies and peanut butter. There were large tubs of flour, sugar, sacks of rice, and containers of beans. How would she cook without the electric stove top? It was something to figure out, but at least they had food. They were better off than many people would be right now. Many of her friends shopped on a whim and didn't stockpile foods. They had little more than what was in their pantry. A large object boomed loudly as it tumbled down the steps just behind her. Amy nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound. She spun around to see one of the blue 55-gallon drums at the foot of the steps.
Kenny, you about scared me to death.
Kenny stood at the top of the steps, as surprised as she was. Sorry, Mom, I didn't see you down there, said Kenny, smirking. Amy squinted her eyes and leveled a look at him, before she smiled thinly and let him off the hook. Now that she had a good idea of how much food and water they had, she was even more relieved. Jack had stockpiled a massive amount of food. What else did Jack have stashed away in the basement? She often heard him going into the weight room in the basement, but knew that he wasn't lifting weights. Amy opened the door, eyeing the 2 large metal cabinets across the room from her. She didn't come down into the basement much, and had never asked him what was inside of them. Trying the handle, the doors remained firmly locked. Curious, she continued to catalog other supplies, making a mental note to come back to the shelves when she found a key to fit the cabinet, and see what was inside. Chapter 17. Wyatt tossed a set of keys in Jack's direction, sending them through the air in a high arc. "The trailer keys," he said. Jack snatched his hand out,
deftly grabbing the keychain from the air. 4 days ago, he could barely sit up on his own. Now he could hardly sit still. Wyatt insisted that he rest until he was fully recovered from the fever before they attempted to unload the pallets of dog food from the tractor-trailer. He was itching to get it done. The road tugged at his mind. Every passing day spent in recovery was one more day that should have been used to put miles behind him. There wasn't any question what he would do. His mind was set. If pulling Wyatt's trailer along got him home, he'd do it. He would swallow his pride and eat the dog food, whatever it took to get home. The padlock securing the door fell away as he slid the key in, and he pushed the trailer door open. Halfway open, the door jammed in place, likely because the truck and trailer rested at a sharp angle, leaning against the hill. Jack stepped onto the rear bumper and pushed hard, forcing the door open with an ear-piercing screech of metal on metal. Peering into the trailer, he surveyed the work to be done. Wyatt's bike, a bright orange lightweight mountain bike, sat near the door, and Jack was surprised at how little it weighed as he lowered it down to the ground. The frame even looked to be about the right height for him. Next to where the bike sat, he found a canvas bag filled with spare tires, tubes, and bike chains, and tossed it out of the trailer. Jack raised his eyebrows at the makeshift trailer. Obviously not intended to be a bicycle trailer in its first life, it was jury-rigged and put together from spare parts. The trailer was about 8 feet long and 3 feet wide and had an aluminum frame with a thin sheet of plywood fastened to it for a bed. A pair of bike tires was attached to each side of the trailer, and a hitch extended out a few feet where it could be bolted onto the bike. "What in the world is this? Are you serious? Is this thing going to stay together?" Jack asked. Wyatt wore a mock expression of hurt on his face.
"What? It isn't pretty enough for you, Jack?"
Jack hefted the frame and lowered the trailer slowly to the ground, half expecting it to fall apart. There was no way this thing would withstand Wyatt's weight and all of the dog food. It looked like a hobo put it together during a whiskey-fueled arts and crafts festival at a junkyard. "I'm not kidding, Wyatt. Do you think it's sturdy enough? It looks homemade," Jack said. Wyatt stuck a cigarette in his mouth, a smirk on his face.
"You know, Jack, where I come from, we didn't have much money. When my daddy needed something, a tool, a piece, or a part, he'd figure out a way to work with what we had. We'd tinker around and put something together. It wasn't always pretty, but it got the job done."
"Okay, all right, no offense intended." Wyatt moved the bike in front of the trailer and sat down with a toolbox, fastening the hitch to the bike just below the seat. "Where did you get the bike and trailer, Wyatt? I thought you'd been here with your truck since the EMP. You didn't have this with you before it happened, did you?" Jack asked, pushing a few photocopiers that were part of the truck's load out at the end of the trailer. The copiers crashed to the ground, the cheap plastic casings shattering loudly, exposing circuit boards and wiring.
2 days after the EMP, a young feller came riding down the road on that bike. He was probably, 17 or so. I stopped him and asked him what he'd take for it. We settled on a price and struck a deal. I picked his brain for a while, and it turns out his uncle owns a junkyard not far from here. So I took a chance and hobbled over there to the junkyard. It didn't take long to piece together what I needed. The trailer was 6 feet wide, so I had the uncle cut it in half, weld the hitch on, and sturdy it up a bit. He cut the axle down to size and fixed it for bike tires instead of the fat road tires it had on it before," Wyatt said. "Where did you come up with the idea? What made you think of that?" "I hadn't thought of it until that young man came riding by. I was going to try to buy a horse and ride home," he said.
"So I wasn't the only one who hadn't thought of using a bike." "Huh. What made you change your mind about the horse?" Jack asked.
"I don't like horses, Jack," he said.
"No? Why not?" Wyatt patted his false leg and silently resumed working on the trailer and bike, uncharacteristically quiet. "How did—" Jack started to ask another question, but stopped himself, deciding it was best to leave it alone. Wyatt was willing to talk about anything and everything, and at great length. If he wasn't talking freely about it, he must have his reasons. "Right, that's all of the copiers. I'll see if I can move enough of the other freight so I can get to that beef stew. This is hard work. I'm getting doggone hungry," Jack said. Wyatt snickered. He had to admit, once he got past the idea of eating dog food, it didn't taste any different than a certain brand of beef stew he'd eaten plenty of times before. The consistency was the same, as were the ingredients: big chunks of beef, carrots, and potatoes. It was dark in the middle of the trailer, and Jack had to squint to see what the contents of the pallets were. Pallets sat at odd angles, leaning against each other and thrown about when the tractor-trailer crashed into the hillside. He had to climb over and squeeze through tight spaces to get around them and access the deeper parts of the trailer. The first 2 pallets he checked were bags of dry, organic dog food. At least they had cans of wet dog food to work with. He couldn't picture convincing himself he was eating anything other than dog food if it was in the dry pellet form. Jack slid his body into the tight space between 2 stacks of pallets. One of the stacks was piled 3 pallets high and tilted at an angle. It hung halfway off of the pallet below it. Jack pushed at it cautiously with a finger, testing it to see if it would stay where it was or if it would topple over. It wiggled a bit, but didn't move much. He peered into the darkness and saw the pallets of canned dog food stacked up on top of each other behind the precariously perched pallet. If he could just squeeze himself in there, he could pull all the cans out that they needed, instead of unloading the entire tractor-trailer first. It would save a lot of time and effort. Time that would be better spent actually traveling, not messing around in a trailer. Jack wedged himself between the stacks of pallets, trying to squeeze past, but the space was just too tight for him to fit through. Next, he tried to push the pallets out of the way, but they were simply too heavy. If he rocked the pallet, he could probably work it over a few inches, just enough for him to get access to the canned dog food. Jack braced himself and pushed against the pallets repeatedly, causing it to sway. It started to creep across the floor as he pushed. The pallet above his head shifted towards him suddenly, tipping over on its side, pinning Jack's hand between one heavy stack of pallets and the other. Pain shot up his arm, his left hand crushed under the weight of the pallet. He pulled at his hand but couldn't free it. His heart thumping loudly in his chest, panic set in. Jack screamed wildly. He couldn't move his hand. Jack pulled and pulled, trying to free his trapped fingers, but the pallet wouldn't budge. "Help! Wyatt!" he screamed. Wyatt was beside him in an instant. He pushed at the pallet, with no luck. "Hang on, I'll find something to use for leverage," he said. Wyatt rummaged around the trailer, searching in the dark. He moved out of Jack's line of sight and returned a few seconds later with a black steel crowbar in his hands. Wyatt inserted the crowbar between the 2 pallets and pried the pallet up a few inches. Jack pulled his hand out, panicked at the sight of his hand. The hand felt like it was on fire. 2 fingers, his pinky and ring finger, were crushed flat, twice as wide as the others and stuck out at an odd angle. He closed his hand into a fist, but only his 2 undamaged fingers and his thumb curled. The fleshy part along the side of his hand had been crushed as well, angry red where it had been compressed. The pain was so bad he couldn't think. Cradling his injured hand, Jack climbed out of the trailer, pacing back and forth. The wounded fingers and palm were now swollen up like angry red sausages, ready to burst. Blood flowed freely from several places, dripping down his arm. Through the pain, Jack raged at his own stupidity. Why had he tried to take a shortcut and nudge the pallets over? Why hadn't he played it safe and just unloaded the damn things like he should have? He couldn't travel like this. Now he was going to be even further behind. Would this even heal? Would Wyatt rescind his deal and wait for someone with both hands to come along? Chapter 18. Amy watched through the sliding glass patio door, peering into the growing darkness of the backyard for any sign of the boys. They were only a half an hour late, but she was worried out of her mind. The boys had made a persuasive argument that they could make the supplies last longer if they had fresh fish. She relented and let them start fishing in the bay a week ago, despite her misgivings. Now, half an hour later than they should have been home, it was getting dark outside. She kept a nervous watch, hoping they would appear. The front door handle jiggled as someone outside of the house turned the knob to see if it was locked. A second later, a solid thumping knock registered against the door. "Anybody home?" a deep male voice yelled through the door. Amy left her watch by the back door and stormed down the hallway to the front door.
"Go away! This house is occupied!"
Amy yelled. This was the second time today somebody had tried the door. The looters were getting bold. For every one of them that knocked or tried to get in, there were 10 others that passed on by, respecting the large warning sign she spray-painted across the front of the house. Occupied. Do not enter. She went to the window and parted the curtain slightly to see if the man had moved on. The scruffy-looking man pushed his grocery cart, piled high with his things, down the cul-de-sac to another neighbor's house. Once there, he banged on the door, repeating his inquiry. When no one responded, he walked around to the side of the house, peering in windows. Amy watched as the man broke a window and climbed inside. A moment later, he opened the front door and pushed his shopping cart inside. He might be there a day or a couple of weeks, depending on how much food and supplies there were inside. She'd seen enough of these refugees come from the fire-damaged areas of the city to know their patterns by now. Things were bad. No, she corrected herself. Things were bad when the power went off 6 weeks ago and planes fell from the sky. Things were worse. Much worse. As bad as things were, Amy was grateful that they still had a roof over their heads. The fires had burnt through most of the Baltimore suburbs in the first 2 days after the attack. Nothing was left behind but ash and the burnt-out husks of homes. Nearly every home connected to the natural gas pipelines had burned to the ground after the EMP. Their street was never hooked up to the natural gas network. The neighborhood was built in a period of cheap oil, and each home had an oil furnace. The survivors were homeless and starving, forced to scavenge for food and shelter wherever they could find it. They weren't alone, though. Even though she still had the house, nothing was the same. 6 weeks with no power had turned her family's life upside down. No lights, no running water, no television, no flushing toilets, no microwave, no electric stove, no telephone, no refrigerator, no washer and dryer. Those things seemed like a distant memory now, a fairy tale from someone else's life. Each morning when she woke up, she flipped the light switch on, disappointed when the light didn't turn on. Then she would reset the circuit breaker in the basement and try the light switch again, wishing everything would go back to the way it was. She sat down at the kitchen table, head in her hands. Where could those boys be? She shouldn't have allowed them to leave, even for a couple of hours. There were too many desperate people on the streets now, and too much that could go wrong. The garage door opened, rattling as it slid up the rails. What? Is the man that knocked on the door coming back to cause trouble? Amy cracked the garage door and stuck her head out into the garage, relieved to see Kenny and Danny pulling along a large ice chest in a wagon.
"Where have you boys been? I've been worried sick about you. You were supposed to come back before dark," she said.
Danny looked down at the floor, his cheeks burning red. "Sorry, Mom. We had a problem with the crab pots today," Kenny said. He tilted his head toward his brother and rolled his eyes. What was that about? She would have to ask Kenny later. Judging by the grins on their faces, they must have caught something special today.
"Well, what did you catch?"
"Oh, not much. Just some small fish and a few crabs," Kenny said. Something large flopped inside the cooler, startling her.
"What's in there? It sounds a little bigger than a small fish. Can I see?" she asked.
Kenny popped open the lid of the cooler. Inside were a few small croaker fish the boys had been catching, along with a much larger fish, almost as long as the cooler, its striped silver sides glistening as it flopped from side to side, attempting to escape. The boys beamed. They were proud of their catch.
"Oh my gosh, what kind of fish is this? How in the world did you catch this?" she asked,
genuinely shocked. Jack had taken the boys fishing many times, but had never come home with a fish this large. "It's a rockfish. I'm not telling you how I caught it. That's my secret. And I'm not telling Dad either when he gets back," Kenny said. Amy smiled thinly at the mention of Jack's name, but said nothing. The boys were optimistic, but it was hard to keep her hopes up. Weeks had gone by, and she hadn't heard anything from him, although how he could get word through she had no idea. How was he going to get home with no car, no planes, no buses or trains? Missouri was over 1,000 miles from Baltimore. She lay awake at night, playing the problem out in 100 different ways in her mind, and she couldn't find a solution. If things were as bad as they were here in the Midwest, Jack would be scavenging for food and shelter. She couldn't picture him doing anything but simply trying to stay alive. It was hard to see how he could make a journey home.
"Well, your father has never brought a fish home that big, so you're doing something right. Okay, I'll cook it. But which one of you is going to clean this monster?"
"I caught it, and she's cooking it. That leaves you, Danny," Kenny said.
"Fine,"
Danny said, rolling his eyes. Danny took the big fish into the backyard and cleaned it at the far end of the yard, near the refuse pile. She'd burned their trash for the first week after the event, but since then, the bright flames and black smoke from the fire seemed too likely to attract unwanted attention to their house. After that, she only made fires during the night and inside the fireplace where the flames wouldn't be seen.
What was that about, Kenny? Why were you boys so late?
Danny snuck off while we were fishing. He came back just before dark. He said he went to try to find Dad, Kenny said.
What? What was he thinking?
I don't know, Mom. I told him Dad is in Missouri. He is convinced Dad was at work at the office downtown when the EMP hit. He won't listen.
I'll talk to him tonight. This has been a lot for him to process, and he misses... We all miss your father.
Amy started a fire in the fireplace and set a large pot of water on the grate to boil. Once the water was roiling, she tossed the crabs into the pot, their blue-green shells rapidly turning red as they cooked. Danny returned with a cleaned fish, leaning to one side as he walked, burdened by the weight of the rockfish.
Look at that thing. It must weigh 20 pounds even after you cleaned it,
she said, hoisting it up by the gill. Amy carried the fish to the kitchen and laid it onto a cutting board, carving the fish into 2 large fillets. She seasoned them with a little olive oil, salt, and pepper, then wrapped the fillets in aluminum foil and placed them on the grate. After the fish was done, she brought the fillets to the dinner table on a platter, along with the crabs, and opened a can of collard greens. It was a feast compared to what they had been eating recently. Shelf-stable food got old pretty quick. Her eyes welled up with tears as she realized how selfish the thought was. Jack had stockpiled all of this food for them, but he wasn't able to benefit from it himself. At least she had food. She hoped that wherever he wasn't going hungry. The boys joined her at the table and waited for her to start the prayer and begin dinner.
Lord, we give thanks for the fish you provided today. We also ask that you watch over Jack and provide...
The garage door opened, squeaking loudly on its rails. Amy dropped her fork onto the table, heart pounding in her chest. The garage door into the house was locked. Should she confront whoever it was, or just let them take whatever they wanted out of the garage and hope they would leave? During her indecision, the choice was taken out of her hands. The tip of a crowbar bit into the door by the lock, and she watched in horror as the wood gave way, the door frame splintering into pieces just before the door flew open. A huge man stood in the doorway, crowbar in hand, shrouded by darkness. Danny screamed and ran from the table. Kenny sat unmoving in his chair. Amy was frozen in place. In the flickering firelight, his eyes seemed lifeless and dark, menacingly inhuman. She silently screamed at herself to take action and do something. Amy picked up the fork she dropped on the table and hurled it at the man, followed by a knife, her dinner plate, and anything else she could get her hands on. The big man held his arms up, guarding his face. The fork hit his arm and went flying off in another direction. The man took a step backward into the garage, stumbling on the steps.
Get out!
She screamed at him.
Sorry, he cried out in a deep voice. Sorry, I didn't know anybody was in here.
Her cheeks flushed with anger. She ran to the kitchen and snatched a butcher's knife out of the carving block. This was her home. Kenny was only a few feet away from the intruder, vulnerable. She flew into the garage after the man, chasing him with the butcher knife held high. The man hurriedly pushed a grocery cart down the driveway, anxiously looking over his shoulder at her. Amy grabbed his coat and stopped him. The man spun around, his hands held up in front of him, eyes wide with fear.
Hold on, lady. I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was home. I was just looking for some food, he said.
Leave him be. He ain't done nothing to you. It was a simple mistake,
an elderly woman said, stepping in between the intruder and Amy. Kenny came up the driveway, tugging at her shirt, pulling her arm.
Come back inside, Mom, please, he said.
Her anger dissipated at the sight of the elderly woman protecting the man. Frail and shaking, she posed no threat.
My son was trying to find something to eat for us. He didn't know you were in there,
the old woman said. The old woman looked at Kenny, a sad smile on her face.
What a handsome young man. Is he your boy? I wouldn't take food away from a beautiful child. I'm sorry your boy has to live through these hard times. It breaks my heart to see it. Come on, son. Let's leave these people be.
The man took his cap off, wringing it in his hands.
I'm really sorry about your door. She hasn't eaten in 2 days and isn't doing well. Our house burned down in the fires, and we've been staying in the garage of the gas station I work at. I was afraid to leave her all by herself to go look for food. There's some bad people roaming the streets.
He wasn't a wild-eyed, violent intruder with murder on his mind, just a dutiful son trying to find food for his mother. Her boys would do the same for her if the situation were reversed. It had been a simple mistake on his part, driven by desperation.
It wasn't your fault. It was dark outside and there were no lights on in the house. You had no way of knowing. I was just so scared when you came through the door. I guess I overreacted. Stay right here for a minute. I'll be right back,
Amy said. She went to the kitchen and filled a bag with one of the fish fillets and added several cans of potted meat, corn, and greens from the cabinet. It would be enough to last them for a few days at least. She approached the man and handed him the bag.
Please, take this. It's all we can spare, but it's something.
The old woman's eyes sparkled with tears in the dim moonlight.
Thank you, dear. God bless you,
she said. Kenny came out of the garage, carrying a fishing rod and a small tackle box. Here, take these. We've got extra rods. You can catch your own fish with this. I dug some worms up in the backyard and used them for bait. You can find them all over the place. The big man kneeled down, bringing himself to eye level. He extended his hand to Kenny and shook his hand, a broad smile on his face. Thank you. I never thought of fishing. I haven't been fishing since I was a little boy, but it looks like I've got plenty of time to do it now.
You go get them children inside now. It's not safe out here after dark. Thank you again for the food,
the old woman said. Amy gathered Kenny and went back into the house, her chest swelling with pride at Kenny's generosity and thoughtfulness.
That was very nice of you to give that man the fishing rod.
Dad always said, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Teach him to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime, Kenny said. Amy inspected the ruined doorframe on the way back in the house. She lifted the door back into place, and it closed, but she would have to reinforce it. The door wouldn't hold up if they had another intruder. She looked around the garage for a piece of wood to nail the door shut, and paused in her tracks. The Moore house loomed large across the street as she peered through the open garage door. This wasn't the first time an intruder had broken into her home. She shuddered at the memory. Rob was serving time in county jail, or she didn't know what she would do. Leave the house? The journey to retrieve Danny had opened her eyes. There were bad people before the EMP attack. The only thing keeping them in check was the knowledge that innocent people could dial 911 and have a policeman there in minutes. Now there wasn't anything to give the truly wicked pause. She nailed a 2x4 across the door as a temporary fix and joined the boys at the table for supper. She pushed her food around the plate with her fork, her appetite ruined. Finally, she moved across the table where she could sit facing the garage door, unable to shake the feeling that it would burst open at any moment. Chapter 19. Jack lay in his sleeping bag next to a small campfire, shivering despite the heat from the fire, lost in a feverish dream. He drifted somewhere between sleep and awareness, unable to fall completely asleep from the throbbing, aching pain that encompassed his left hand and crept up his arm. Beads of sweat dripped from his feverish forehead. Something tugged at his hand, disturbing the wound and making the dull ache become sharp and intense. Jack sat up and opened his blurry eyes, trying to wipe away the confusion that came with the fever. What was going on? He'd been here before, right? He was supposed to be better now that his fever was gone. Wyatt had taken care of him. He was nearly able to convince himself that this was just a nightmare, and that he would wake up soon, but a foul odor filled the air, bringing him to full alertness. Wyatt carefully unwrapped the bandages binding his hand, releasing the sickly sweet odor of rotten flesh from his wounds. "Oh, my word," Wyatt said, gagging audibly. "What's happening? What's that smell? I'm freezing," Jack said. A hand settled on his shoulder, gently pushing him down onto his sleeping bag again. "Jack, you're burning up with fever. Here, drink this." He tilted the bottle up and gulped down cool water, soothing his aching throat. Just as he finished the entire bottle, his stomach gurgled and water rose up in his throat, threatening to come back up. "Easy there. Take sips. Don't gulp it down. Sit back now. Let me finish putting a fresh bandage on," Wyatt said. Jack wiped his eyes clear with his good hand, blinking at the double vision of Wyatt. His body ached, and his joints hurt. The hand throbbed with every beat of his heart. It was sweltering hot, yet he shivered with cold. His stomach cried out for food, but he was too sick to eat.
"Oh, good Lord,"
Wyatt said, pulling the last of the wrappings off of Jack's hand. He tossed the bandages into the fire and walked several feet away into the bushes, gagging as he went. Jack's stomach, already queasy, became unsettled at Wyatt's loss of composure. Jack stumbled to his feet and made it a few feet away from his sleeping bag before stumbling to the ground, losing it altogether. He doubled over, the motion from vomiting causing his entire arm to throb in pain. When the dry heaves finally ceased, he shuffled in a dizzy stagger back to his bed. He pulled the hand up against his body, nursing it under his armpit, afraid to see what the bandage had concealed. He forced himself to face the reality, and the sight shocked him. His 2 crushed fingers were black, fingernails popped off, and the skin split open along the length. The digits were swollen to twice their normal size, as was the left side of his palm where the pallet had crushed. He couldn't see his wedding band on his ring finger anymore, the plain gold circle buried beneath the rotten flesh. The smell was sickening, and he pushed his hand far away from his body to avoid the odor. Jack bit down hard, gnashing his teeth, fighting back the urge to heave again. Wyatt came back from the bushes, settling down into a squat next to his bed, and placed his hand gently on Jack's shoulder. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were full of concern and worry, his voice gentle and pleading.
"Jack, we have to do something about those fingers. It's been 4 days. This isn't going to heal on its own. We have to do something about it."
No. This isn't happening. Just take me to a hospital. Take me home. Amy will take care of me," Jack said.
His feverish mind refused to accept the situation. He wanted to be home with his family. Would he die here, in some ditch alongside a road in Missouri? Would Amy ever find out what happened to him if he died here?
"Jack, there are no hospitals nearby. No doctors. We haven't seen another soul for days. Nobody is coming to help you, and I can't carry you out of here and find help in time. We have to do something. The blackness creeping up from your fingers into your arm, that's gangrene. Those fingers have to come off. This fever is hotter than hell, and you're getting sicker. If we don't do something right now, the infection will spread to your heart, and you will die," said Wyatt.
Jack shook his head weakly. This couldn't be happening. It was wrong. He was supposed to be in Kansas City right now, in an air-conditioned conference room. He should be eating donuts, having coffee, and getting ready to teach his software training seminar.
No, I'll be all right. Just give me 1 more day to sleep, and I'll be fine."
"Jack, you will die here. What about your wife and kids?"
He reached for his wedding band, recoiling in pain as he touched the wound. That gold band gave him comfort when he was on the job, alone in a hotel at night, far from his wife. He would listen to Amy talk on the cell phone, telling him about her day, and he would spin the ring around on his finger, a physical link and reminder of their bond. He couldn't see the ring now, the golden sheen concealed from him, hidden by the rotten flesh of his hand. He didn't want to look at the infected fingers any longer. They were just another set of problems that stood between him and his wife, his family. How was he supposed to prepare for something like this? He'd never read about any of this in prepper blogs. Nobody talked about the real things an EMP would take away, your family and loved ones. They only talked about the things that didn't matter, the electronics, cars, and telephones. None of that crap mattered. The EMP had taken away something much more important, his family, and had stripped away everything he knew. Now it was going to take his life. Despair filled him, his energy spent. He couldn't lay here and let himself die, hoping and wishing his hand would heal. After all of the things that had happened to him, all he'd been through to get this far, he couldn't give up. His goal was still the same. He had to go home. He'd come too far to give up now. Looking at the black fingers, he stiffened his resolve. He pictured the golden wedding band somewhere under the wound, his only remaining link to his family. The blackened fingers were just another obstacle now, something to be gotten rid of, and something to overcome. Jack gnashed his teeth together, his voice ragged and raw.
"Do it. Get my ring back. Do whatever it takes."
Wyatt nodded his head solemnly, the cigarette and perpetual smile missing from his face.
I'll go fetch some water and set it to boiling on the fire while I put together everything I need. I'll give you a couple hours to get some water in your system and rest. You've been passed out for a full day now. I'll let you know when we're all ready."
Wyatt dug through his red toolbox and pulled out a cloth and a canister, then gathered bandages, cloth, and other tools from around the camp. Jack's head ached, and he rested his head back on the sleeping bag and closed his eyes. His thoughts on his family, he pictured them just as they were when he left for work some weeks ago. A firm hand covered his nose and mouth, pushing a noxious-smelling cloth over his face. Jack struggled to get up, but a strong hand pressed firmly against his chest, holding him down on his sleeping bag. The smell was overpowering. He knew that smell. What was it? Panic set in, and he tried to lift his sluggish arms to fight Wyatt off. Ether. Oh, shit, ether.
"Sorry, Jack. It'll be easier if you don't see it coming,"
said Wyatt. Wyatt's face was the last thing he saw as haze gathered around the edges of his vision, closing in to form a tunnel, then faded to a flat gray sheet. And then, sleep. Chapter 20. Amy dragged herself out of bed, squinting at the early morning sunlight beaming through the window. Exhausted, she rubbed her eyes and went down to the kitchen to make a pot of cold-pressed coffee. Cold-pressed with powdered creamer wasn't the same as a freshly brewed hot cup with real milk, but it was better than nothing. The boys were already in the kitchen making their breakfast when she got downstairs.
"Good morning, boys. How did you sleep?"
"Okay,"
said Kenny.
"All right,"
Danny said. Kenny pulled down 3 plates from the cabinet, slamming the cabinet shut. Danny jumped at the noise, his eyes wide as he looked around the room in a panic.
"Jumpy much?"
his brother asked, giggling. Kenny rolled his eyes and looked at his mother.
"Danny thinks the man from last night is going to break down the door again. He didn't go to sleep last night."
Danny gave his brother a hateful look and ran from the room, bolting up the steps. The sound of his bedroom door slamming shut echoed through the house.
"Cut him some slack, Kenny. You have to remember he's only 11 years old. He isn't equipped to deal with this as well as you are."
"Sorry, Mom. I was just teasing him,"
he said. Amy went up the stairs and gently knocked on Danny's door.
"Danny, can I come in?"
His muffled reply came through the door.
"Okay."
Danny sat on his bed, hands in his lap, staring at his shoes. Amy sat next to him, brushed his hair out of his face, and wrapped her arm around him.
"Danny, it's all right to be scared. Can I tell you a secret? Kenny is scared, whether he shows it or not. I'm even a little scared," she said.
"I want Dad to come home. I miss him,"
he said, leaning his head on her shoulder.
"I know, sweetie. I miss your father, too. He will come home. It might take him a long time, but he will come home. I promise you."
Amy made a silent prayer, hoping it was true.
"But shouldn't we go look for him?"
"Honey, he is a long way away. He would want us to stay here, in our house, where it's safe. If we went looking for him now, he wouldn't know where to find us when he comes home. Trust me, please, when I say he will be back. I know he will. It's dangerous out there all by yourself, and I don't want you running off looking for him by yourself. Okay?"
"All right,"
Danny said.
"Come downstairs and eat some breakfast. And ignore your brother. The more you react to him, the more he'll bother you."
Amy went to the kitchen and sat down to eat the plate of cold pork and beans with Vienna sausages. It was Kenny's idea of making breakfast for everyone, not what she would have chosen, but since he showed initiative, she wouldn't split hairs about what he prepared.
"Danny, I'm sorry I scared you. I was just trying to get you to lighten up,"
Kenny said. She hated to bring up last night's intrusion again, but they had to talk about it. Amy lay awake all last night, tossing and turning, worried about the flimsy locks on the doors and windows. It was all that separated her and the boys from intruders. That man had broken in all too easily.
"Boys, I've been thinking about the man breaking in last night. Supplies are running out, and people are getting desperate. They have to come out of their homes looking for food. There will be more of them as time goes on, and as they get hungry, bad people might try to take our food from us. We've been lucky that we haven't run into any bad people yet," she said. "We need to find some way to protect ourselves. Last night, I grabbed a butcher knife from the counter, but it took me too long to get it. If that had been a real bad person, I wouldn't have had time to grab the knife."
"What about a baseball bat? We got hockey sticks, too,"
Kenny said.
"That's a great idea, Kenny.
she said. A bat was perfect. It could hurt someone, but wasn't likely to kill them. She couldn't bear the thought of killing someone who broke in, unaware that the house was occupied. It stung to admit it, but her views on guns had been naive. She would be able to keep the boys and herself safe if she had a gun. It would level the playing field against bigger, faster, and more violent intruders. Just the sight of a gun would scare them off. They might not be intimidated by her wielding a bat. Amy sighed.
I know I keep repeating this, but I wish I'd listened to your father. I wish we had a gun right now for protection.
Kenny choked on his forkful of beans, coughing them up onto the table. He took a sip of water and looked guiltily down at the table, his cheeks and neck beet red.
Are you all right? What's the matter, Kenny?
She asked.
Nothing, Mom.
He squirmed in his seat as if it were a hot plate, his eyes darting left and right, unable to meet her gaze.
Kenny, if you're going to lie, you need to get a lot better at it,
she said, arching an eyebrow at him.
Do you promise not to get mad at me or Dad?
Kenny asked. Amy frowned, perplexed. What was this all about?
Spill the beans, Kenny.
I'd better just show you.
Kenny pushed away from the table and led her down the basement steps. She followed him down the stairwell, Danny on her heels, her curiosity growing by the second. In the center of the basement, Kenny looked around at the ceiling, then reached up and lifted a ceiling tile, retrieving a keychain from a hidden niche. Kenny made his way to the weight room and used the keys to unlock the gray metal wall cabinets. After unlocking both of them, he stepped back and pointed at the shelves within. Shelves lined one half of the gray cabinets, stocked with green metal boxes, each one labeled with thick black letters drawn with a permanent marker. 22, 9mm, 12 gauge, 20 gauge. The shelves in both cabinets were packed full of the green metal boxes. To the right of the partitioned shelves were tall green lockers with yellow pinstriping. Heat grew in her neck and cheeks. She knew what those cabinets were and knew exactly what she would find when she opened them. She snatched the keys out of Kenny's hands and fumbled to get the key in the lock. If Jack ever did make it home, he was going to have some explaining to do. How long had these guns been here? Jack knew how much she hated guns. He knew she didn't want them in the house. He'd never mentioned any of this to her. How could he do this to her? She opened the gun cabinets. Each one had several chrome and black-barreled long guns standing vertically inside. A hard shell case sat on the bottom shelf, and she opened it, unsurprised to find a handgun inside. The two other hard shell cases held handguns as well. There were 10 long guns in total, 3 handguns, and enough ammunition to start World War III. Amy tried not to let the anger she felt show in her voice or face. Kenny didn't deserve it. That she would save for Jack.
How long have you known about these, Kenny?
Dad showed them to me last year,
Kenny answered sheepishly. Jack wasn't here, and the world had changed. She reminded herself that she had just wished she had a gun not 10 minutes ago at the breakfast table. There was nothing to be done about it now. The guns were already here. Amy took a deep breath and blew out a sigh. She had to let it go. Were they more of a danger to her and the children, though? She certainly didn't know how to use them. They might well end up shooting themselves on accident.
Well, it's a shame your father isn't here to show us how to use these. Since we don't know how to use them, I'm not taking the risk that we could hurt ourselves. The guns are useless to us.
Kenny cleared his throat, anxiously looking down at the concrete floor of the basement.
Well, out with it, Kenny, she said.
I know how to use them. Dad took me to gun safety classes. We've been going to the shooting range since I turned 13, he said. He was going to take me rabbit hunting this fall. Lucky, that's not fair. I want to go hunting,
Danny said. She had half a mind to close the cabinets up and hide the keys. What she said earlier at the table remained true, though. There were bad people out there, and they were getting desperate. They had been lucky so far. Would they be lucky the next time? She had to take advantage of the guns.
Let's get a few things straight right now. First off, there will be no more secrets in this house. We all need to be on the same page here. Understood?
Kenny withered under her glare.
Okay,
he said.
Second, you are going to show me how to use the guns. Just enough so that if something happens, I know how to use one, she said.
He looked up, surprised at her response.
Okay, Mom, but it takes a lot of practice to get good at shooting.
She knew he expected to be punished and was nonplussed. He had kept the weapons a secret from her and concealed his gun training.
I just want to know the basics, Kenny. I have no desire to become an expert. I just need to know enough that if we get into the situation where I have to use one, I can load a gun and fire off a warning shot.
Cool. Do I get to learn too?
Asked Danny. Amy paused, considering it before answering.
No, Danny, I'm not ready for that. You're too young.
She pulled a copy of the key off the keychain, stuck it in her pocket, and handed the second key back to Kenny.
Here, I know you'll keep quiet about this. You've done a good job of that so far, she said, smirking. You and I are the only ones to open these cabinets in the meantime. Got it?
Got it,
Kenny said. Amy led the boys back upstairs. The thought of shooting one of the guns terrified her, and she was more than a little worried about Kenny or, God forbid, Danny getting a hold of one and hurting himself. Against that, she weighed the danger of the intrusion last night. Door locks wouldn't keep people out. They were meant to keep out casual thieves, not determined intruders. Now, at least, if things became desperate, she had the means to keep herself and her sons safe, provided she overcame her fear of guns. Chapter 21. Jack wiped the sweat from his forehead onto his shirt sleeve, balancing the bike with the remaining 2 fingers and thumb of his left hand on the handlebars. He switched the bike to a higher gear, pumping his legs hard as he started to climb to the low rise of the hill. His face a mask of determination, he propelled the bike and the heavy trailer steadily up the hill. How far they had come since they left Marble Hill. They were near another small town he'd never heard of called Waverly, Kentucky. It had been a long bike ride for sure. Missouri was just a feverish memory now, far behind them. Wyatt's jury-rigged cart was holding together well enough, though he had been skeptical at first. It didn't have to look pretty. It just had to do the job. That was all he asked of anything anymore, including himself. His left hand was a mess to look at, but he still had his thumb, middle, and index finger. It was enough for him to pick things up. The skin was mostly healed over, although it still pained him on occasion. Other times he was almost able to forget that the fingers were missing unless he was careless and bumped the wound, which sent a jolt of pain up his arm. Wyatt had removed the fingers and cauterized the stumps with a white-hot iron. Jack didn't remember any of it, which was for the best. He pedaled up another steep rise, head down and legs straining with effort. His wedding band dangled down from a silver chain around his neck and swung from side to side as he pedaled. The ring was a constant presence, a reminder of his goal, what he had lost, and why he had to keep going. Whenever he felt like his legs would give out, he would focus his attention on the ring, giving him all the incentive he needed to keep pedaling. It was grueling work, nothing like riding a bike for pleasure. Wyatt, the trailer, and the food were a heavy burden, though his legs were powerhouses compared to what he could do a few weeks ago. His heart drummed a steady beat, grown accustomed to the daily exercise. Wyatt was a good man, and for all his eccentricity, Jack genuinely liked his company. He genuinely cared for others, and it showed in his interactions when they met people. It was something that bugged him often. What would have happened if he had met Wyatt before the EMP? Would he have even listened to the man talk for a minute before making his mind up that he was an ignorant hillbilly? Probably, if he was honest with himself. What else had he assumed? What other snap judgments had he made? Wyatt had a lot of character, and there was a lot to learn from him. Patience was something Jack had always struggled with, and it seemed to come naturally to Wyatt. After the amputation of his fingers, Jack was ready to get up and get on the road. He wanted to get back to Baltimore as soon as possible. Wyatt had urged patience and caution, reasoning that another week or two wasn't going to cost them anything in the long run. They might as well start the trip with Jack at 100% and not take the risk of the infection recurring. They ended up spending 3 weeks resting, making sure he was well enough to start the trip. His mind lost in thought, he pedaled onward down the highway. "That's far enough. Hold it right there for a minute," a voice said. Jack looked up, startled by the voice, and pulled the bike to a stop. Just in front of them, a line of vehicles stretched across the road, blocking the way forward. 2 men with rifles stood behind the vehicles, eyeing Jack and Wyatt suspiciously. A man riding a tall gray horse and wearing a sheriff's uniform challenged them. He held the reins in one hand, his free hand resting on the saddle's pommel. "Where are you two headed?"
What's your business here? The man on the horse asked.
We're just passing through, heading east. I'm going to Baltimore and he's going to West Virginia, Jack said, pointing over his shoulder at Wyatt. The man nudged the horse, and the gray mare clopped slowly forward. He looked the bike and cart over, a hint of a smirk appearing in the corner of his mouth.
Where are you boys coming from? Where were you at when it happened? He asked.
I was near Clinton, Missouri when it happened, and I walked to Kansas City right after it hit. I started walking home then until I met Wyatt, the man in the cart. We've been traveling along the back roads ever since Marble Hill, Missouri, avoiding the big cities, Jack said.
Is that a fact? You have any ID? He asked.
Wyatt handed his driver's license to Jack, who took them over to the man on the horse. The man looked at the IDs and then at the men's faces, scrutinizing them. He handed the cards back to Jack, his expression loosening a bit.
Sorry if we seem less than hospitable. I needed to be sure you were who you said you were. My name's Alder Jacobs, Sheriff Alder Jacobs. I don't know if you boys have run into any trouble on the road, but we've had a few less than desirable types come through from the larger cities. We've had break-ins and robberies, hence all of this, he said, gesturing toward the roadblock.
Sorry to hear that. We haven't had any problems so far, but we don't have much to steal either. Just what you see here, Jack said.
Don't underestimate people. Desperate people, especially ones that were bad to begin with, will take anything, even your life, if it means they get to stay in their miserable hides for 1 minute longer.
I hear you loud and clear on that one, Jack said.
Well, I won't keep you two any longer. I'm sure you want to be on your way.
He turned and motioned to the men at the barricade.
Let 'em through, Tom. I'll walk 'em through town.
A man put the center car in the barricade in neutral, and then the others pushed it out of the way. Jack rode through, the sheriff leading the horse through the barricade just behind him. He pulled the horse up alongside the bike and trailer, walking along at a trot.
This is some beautiful country you got here, Sheriff. It reminds me a bit of where I'm from, if a little less hilly, maybe,
Wyatt said.
Is that right? I've never been to West Virginia myself, but in my mind I picture mountains, what with the coal mining and all. I'm a Missouri boy by birth, down around the Ozark Mountains. It always seemed a little flat around here for my liking. You'll feel more at home in eastern Kentucky. It's a little hillier there, the sheriff said.
Wyatt smiled.
The Ozark Mountains are a beautiful place, and I feel right at home there.
He chuckled and nodded at Jack.
He doesn't want to know about the Appalachian Mountains, since he'll be the one doing all the peddling.
The sheriff shook his head, eyebrows raised.
You boys got some brass making a trip like that. I'll give you that.
They rode through town slowly with their escort, curious townspeople peering at them as they walked by. It was a hot day, and the residents sat on their porches under the shade of awnings, praying for a cool breeze and sipping tea. Air conditioning was nothing but a pleasant memory. Jack was glad they weren't any further south. The people in the Sun Belt were in for a rough transition after the EMP, not to mention those in Las Vegas or Phoenix. He couldn't fathom living in heat like that. They were through the small town in the span of a few miles, at which point they encountered another barricade manned by locals. The sheriff called out to them, and they opened the gate, allowing him to bike through.
Best of luck to you, boys. Be careful out there. I think you'd be well advised to stick to your plan and avoid large cities and use the back roads, he said.
Jack waved at the sheriff, picking up speed as he coasted down a long, straight downhill section, savoring the cooling breeze.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking a lot.
I'm glad you're doing something back there. I thought you'd been asleep the whole way, Jack said.
Very funny, Jack. Very funny. Anyway, I've been thinking about my granddaddy's old homestead farm. The land has sat idle for a great number of years now. The farmhouse used to be a grand old lady, but we boarded her up 20 years ago. It was too much upkeep. My mother used to live up there until she got to be too frail and needed someone around to look after her. I haven't been up there in, 10 years at least. I've been a long-haul trucker all my life, but considering things as they are, I may need to change my profession, he said.
Yeah, I've had the same thought, Wyatt. If you know of someone hiring computer software engineers, let me know. Although I imagine there are more computer people left than computers at this point, Jack said.
Farming might be the way to go. I can't imagine the country will recover from this anytime soon. Running a farm is hard work, and most farmers I know are dirt poor, but they don't usually go hungry,
Wyatt said. What kind of farm was it? Did you raise crops or did you have animals? Jack asked.
A little bit of both. You got to remember he ran this farm way back when. I'm not talking about a few thousand acres of a single crop like the big soybean or corn operations nowadays. It was more along the lines of a couple hundred acres and a variety of crops and animals. This was a self-sufficient small country farm, carved out of the Appalachian woodlands by my granddaddy's folks. The farm has around 120 rolling acres of West Virginia hillside that is suitable for grazing animals. We got some bottomland, too. There's a river running through the valley. Now, it's a narrow valley, but the soil is rich, black, and tillable. It hasn't been planted in a long time, but if you clear the young trees out, and since all the stones are already gone, it wouldn't take too much work to turn the soil over again, Wyatt said.
Wyatt went on for some time, describing his youth spent picking fruit from the trees during fall. His grandmother would send him out with a pail to fetch pie cherries fresh off the tree and cut rhubarb stalks for pie making. He described the smell of the cherry rhubarb pie as it sat cooling in the windowsill, which seemed to drift for miles on the wind, enticing a hungry belly. The property also had a large number of domestic and wild nut trees, hickory nuts, hazelnuts, and black walnuts. His favorite fruit was the wild persimmon trees that grew in the hedgerows. It was easy for Jack to visualize the place in his mind. He'd long harbored a fantasy of packing up the family and moving to the country to lead a self-sufficient lifestyle, away from the crowds and noise of the city. It was a nice thought when he was tired of staring at a computer screen for hours on end at work, but, at the time, a pipe dream all the same. He couldn't picture Amy or his sons on a farm.
I can almost smell the rhubarb and cherry pie. Damn it, Wyatt, why'd you make me smell the pie? Jack asked. How do you think I feel? I know what the pie tastes like, Wyatt said. The real money came from up high in the hills, up away from the highway and way back in a holler. That's where my granddaddy would set his still up. He stayed up there a good portion of the year with his brothers during the Prohibition days. There's a spring up there, and they turned cornmeal, sugar, yeast, and that spring water into the smoothest tasting white lightning you've ever had.
Wyatt pulled a cigarette out and stuffed it between his lips.
There weren't any jobs for an educated hillbilly. Nothing you can make any money at anyhow. But my granddaddy said something that stuck with me. Nothing can stop a determined man once he hardens his mind to a task. It's just a matter of making up your mind to do it. You do what you got to for your family.
So his wisdom did have a source. He could almost hear Wyatt's grandfather relating the phrase to a young Wyatt, who Jack comically pictured with a cigarette in his mouth. Jack pedaled on, daydreaming of a different kind of life, one in which he would never need to leave his family behind again, where he could provide everything they needed right from the land with his own two hands, and with everyone he loved alongside him. Chapter 22. Gunfire echoed off the side of the neighbors' houses, each shot spaced 3 to 4 seconds apart. Amy lined the bright green pistol sights up in the center of the target, her breathing controlled and steady, bringing all of her focus to the center of the target. One smooth exhale, and she squeezed off the last round. Pop! The bullet punched a hole dead center in the black circle on the paper target. Amy ejected the magazine, pulled the slide back, locked it, and looked down the barrel to make sure there wasn't another round in the chamber. Confident that her weapon was unloaded, she picked up the empty brass casings from the ground and stuck them in her pocket. The Ruger LC-9 was her favorite pistol by far. She pulled the earplugs out and shot Kenny a cocky grin. 4 weeks of daily target practice shooting 3 sessions a day, and it felt like she was finally getting better. She walked out to the target in the middle of the backyard and retrieved the shot-up paper, noting the placement of the holes.
Nice shooting, Mom. Way better than Dad could ever shoot, he said.
Is that why you bought all the laser sights?
She asked. The Ruger LC-9 had off-the-shelf green optic sights, nothing too fancy. Jack affixed laser sights on the shotguns and a few of his other firearms that painted a red laser dot on the target. The dot was set to be dead on at 25 yards, but you could adjust your aim by raising the barrel a little if you were further away. The Remington 870 tactical pump-action shotgun terrified her at first. It just looked menacing and delivered a powerful kick that would put you on your rear end if you weren't ready for it. The 870 was her favorite shotgun now. She could set the red dot on a target and blow a huge hole in it with buckshot or a slug. It was a visceral pleasure that couldn't be explained, only experienced to fully appreciate it.
Dad said the laser sights are good for home defense, for when you need to point and shoot without thinking. Plus, it looks cool, Kenny said.
I'll grant him that. It does look cool. Let's wrap it up and get some dinner. It's getting dark out, and we don't want to be out here too late in the day attracting attention, she said.
They went inside, and she dumped the spent shell casings out of her pocket into a plastic painter's bucket next to the back door. They had a hoard of ammunition, but it felt wrong to just throw things away. The empty casings weren't immediately useful, but who knows? Maybe one day they would find reloading equipment. She opened the cabinet and perused the canned goods there. It was already late, and she hadn't planned anything for dinner tonight. There was just too much work to be done. Kenny and Danny had put a lot of effort into digging a pit for the new outhouse, but it was tiring work, and she felt obligated to help. The list of things they took for granted before the EMP grew longer every day. Something banged loudly against the front door. Amy flinched and ran to the front of the house. Peeking out the window, what she saw filled her with panic. A dirty, tattooed biker stood at the end of the driveway, dressed in a leather jacket. His long hair and beard blew in the wind as he tossed a rock at the front door, banging loudly against the door as it hit. Another man crouched down behind one of the neighbors' cars, holding Danny by the arm.
"Come out, lady. We have your boy. We don't want to hurt him. We want to make a trade. The boy for guns," the biker in the driveway shouted.
"Oh my God, they have Danny," she said.
She went to the front porch, sliding her hand under the grip of her pistol. Her throat tight and dry, she couldn't find her voice as she watched Danny struggle against the man holding him.
"All we want are some guns, and then we'll let—"
Danny came running towards the house, right past the biker at the end of the driveway, who reached out but failed to grab him.
"Ah, the little shit stabbed me with my own knife. Grab him!"
the biker who had held him in a headlock yelled. Amy backed into the house, holding the door open for Danny, ready to slam it shut just as soon as he came through the door.
"Run, Danny, run!"
she yelled. Danny ran full speed toward the house, the biker hot on his heels a few paces behind him. He made it onto the porch and into the doorway when he suddenly cried out. She was about to slam the door shut, but an arm appeared in the doorway, grabbing Danny by the neck, preventing him from fully entering the house. Amy grabbed Danny's arm and pulled with all her strength, holding on to her son.
"Come here, you little shit!"
the biker yelled. They struggled in the doorframe, Danny clinging onto the door and grasping at her arm. She used her free arm to slam the door shut on the biker, trying to release his hold on Danny. The biker kicked the door back open, pulling Danny backwards. He slipped his arm around Danny in a headlock, preventing her from pulling him into the house.
"Mommy!"
he said, his voice coming out in a squeak, caught between her and the biker in a tug of war.
"Danny! Danny! Let him go, you animal!"
Amy said. She held on to Danny's arm as she pried at the man's arm held tight around Danny's throat. He gripped Danny like a constricting snake, and she couldn't get purchase without digging into her son's throat. Danny's face was red, and he choked, struggling to breathe in the biker's stranglehold. Amy pulled as hard as she could, and Danny nearly slipped through the biker's grip, coming through the doorway, dragging the man with him. She pushed the door against the biker's arm and leveraged herself against the wall in the front door, pinning his arm so that he couldn't escape with her son. The biker yanked back, pulling Danny the other way, refusing to give up his purchase on Danny's neck. That left Amy a tenuous grip on his arm as she herself was yanked to her feet, unable to counterbalance the biker's physical strength and weight. Danny's lips turned blue as he was suffocated by the tug of war. His eyes wide with fear, tears streamed down his face. Now that she had the door pinned, she freed one of her hands and released one of Danny's arms so she could grab her gun. She brought the weapon up and aimed at the man's forehead, 3 feet away. For a second, she had a clean shot, but something held her back from taking it. It felt wrong, killing the man without warning.
"Let him go! I'll shoot!"
she said. The man ducked his head behind Danny's own head, obstructing her shot. He was now partially shielded by Danny, and she couldn't get a clean shot. Danny and the man wavered in and out of her sights as they tugged at each other.
"Screw you, lady. You're not gonna shoot. You'll hit your kid," he said.
Danny's eyes rolled back in his head, his lips drained of color, face turning blue. Drool ran down his chin from his lips. What if she missed? What if she hit Danny? Indecision paralyzed her, and her hand wavered as she aimed. A red dot appeared on the man's forehead, followed by an explosion of sound. Amy fell to the floor, Danny tumbling inside the house after her, the man's arm no longer around his neck. Her ears rang with a high-pitched whine. Time seemed to slow down and compress. She held on tightly to Danny, unwilling to let him go. Adrenaline clouded her mind, and she didn't understand what was happening. Kenny appeared and moved into the doorframe. He dropped to a knee and tucked a rifle against his shoulder. Putting his face to the stock, he fired off a round, then another, and then another, the loud rifle shots hurting her ears in the confined foyer.
"Don't come back! I'll kill you too!"
he yelled. Danny sputtered and coughed as he fought to regain his breath. After a panicked moment, his eyes opened as he gulped in deep breaths, clinging to her tightly.
"Kenny?"
she asked. Her mind was a whirl of confusion.
"What happened? Kenny, what just happened?"
Chapter 23. The green mile marker sign alongside the road indicated 4 more miles until they hit Raywick, Kentucky, the middle of the state. 7 days of hard biking had brought them here. They were making good time. His body had become used to the daily grind of riding up the increasingly steep hills. He wasn't looking forward to the slopes he would face once they were truly in the Appalachian mountain range, but that was a problem for another day. On the road ahead, a middle-aged man and woman, their clothes soiled and dirty, pulled a cart laden with wood down the highway. The man bent over at the waist as he pulled at the ropes attached to the cart like a mule. The woman pushed the back of the cart, her sunken eyes boring into him, full of suspicion. She looked over her shoulder, sneering at them, until they were out of sight. People hardly looked the same anymore. Exhausted, gaunt faces, with dirty clothes covering thin bodies. The effects of the EMP were becoming more visible. Early on, people like these clung to the belief that the world would go back to normal, and they waited for the power to come back on. They remained hidden in their homes, eating through their food supplies until there was nothing left. He was seeing the hardest hit, those people who couldn't remain hidden away in their homes any longer, forced to venture out to beg, borrow, or steal food. There would be others that were still holed up in their homes, waiting for something to change. A few miles down the road from the old couple with the cart, they rode into a small town. Small boutique shops lined both sides of the road and were mostly boarded up. An antique store was the lone exception. A sign standing on the sidewalk advertised they were open for business. A group of men talked quietly among themselves just outside the store, rifles and shotguns slung over their shoulders, grim and serious-looking.
"Jack, pull over up here. Let's go see if we can barter for some supplies," said Wyatt.
Jack slowed down and pulled the rig onto the sidewalk in front of the antique store. The bike and trailer got them a few strange looks from the armed men, but they quickly lost interest and resumed talking amongst themselves.
"Stay here and watch our stuff. I'll go inside and see what they've got," said Wyatt.
Jack leaned the bike and trailer against the brick facade of the building and walked along the sidewalk, peering at the curiosities in the antique shop windows. A wiry, bearded man appeared in the window's reflection, ragged and dangerous-looking. Jack flinched, then felt foolish as he realized he was looking at his own reflection. His appearance was startling. He looked so different, it was hard to accept. His beer belly was gone. The fat burned away as he pedaled over hundreds of miles, hauling Wyatt in their gear. The thick brown beard made him look rugged, like a lumberjack or coal miner. He combed his fingers through the tangled beard, straightening it. What would Amy think of him? He doubted she would even recognize him. Hygiene had taken a back seat to making progress on the road. He had a pretty simple system. When he started to stink, he would jump in a lake or a pond with a bar of soap. He still brushed his teeth twice a day, but that was as far as it went. A shave and a haircut were luxuries he didn't have the time or supplies for. Setting small game traps, foraging for food, and resting was far more important. Getting home was their primary goal. It didn't matter to them what they looked like when they arrived. Jack's ears perked up as he overheard some of the armed men's conversation. He stepped a bit closer to them, looking around at the shops along the street, trying not to be too obvious in his eavesdropping. "They said it was half the town now was sick with typhoid fever the last I heard. A couple of our folks tried to go to the FEMA depot there to trade for salt, but National Guard soldiers in hazmat suits had the whole city cordoned off. Barricades everywhere, not letting anybody in. That ain't even the worst of it. Jim Braddock said the National Guard conscripted his nephew. That boy's only 17 years old. He ain't even signed up for the draft yet. They took him away just as pretty as you can please
and set him to work digging graves for the people that died of typhoid. They took a bunch of the other youngsters, too, putting them all to work. They're burning the bodies before they bury 'em, all in a big pile. Jim's brother, the boy's pa, was right mad and walked up to the National Guard armory, a shotgun tucked under his arm, and demanded to speak to the man in charge. They took him inside, and I don't know what was said in there, but when he came out, he looked scared out of his skin, and he didn't have no shotgun anymore neither. Wouldn't say a word about it to anybody. Just went on home and never said another word about it,
the taller man with a rifle said. Not just typhoid either. A man came through a week ago from upstate and said his family caught a bad case of the stomach flu. Tore through the whole family in a couple of days, made them terrible sick, and laid them out flat for a full week. They're okay now, but he said it was a close thing, another man said.
Catching sick is the last thing folks need to worry about on top of all the rest. There's hardly any food left among the city people, and no way for the farmers to bring in the crops standing in the field. With no harvesters to bring it in, it'll go to waste. Hand picking, that's what it's come down to. Once the FEMA folks in the cities run out of supplies, there's going to be a world of hurt coming our way,
the shorter man said. Wyatt came through the door of the shop, the bells attached to the glass door chiming loudly as he left.
Will do. Take care of yourself, too, now. Be seeing you,
he said to a man following him out the door. The stock of a long-barreled rifle tucked into the crook of his elbow, he lugged a brown grocery sack in his other hand. Wyatt nodded to the group of armed men as he passed them, and stowed the bag and rifle in the bike cart.
Ready, Jack? Let's get a move on.
Jack pushed the bike train into the street and hopped on, pedaling in a low gear as he built up momentum. His strong legs carried them quickly through the main street of the small town, and when they were a few hundred yards past the last building, Jack turned over his shoulder and yelled back at Wyatt, "How in the heck did you get that gun? How did you pay for it?" Wyatt waggled his eyebrows at Jack and reached into his pocket. Jack's eyes widened as Wyatt flipped a gold coin a little larger than a quarter into the air before he caught it again and stuck it back in his pocket.
Remember back in 2000 when gold dropped below $300 an ounce? I bought as much as I could afford and set it aside. I'm just a dumb old hillbilly, but I know a good deal when I see one. Gold has been the currency of crisis going back to the time of the Romans. That antique shop owner would have laughed me out of town if I'd brought in a wallet full of greenbacks, and would have tossed me out on my head if I'd pulled out a credit card. Gold holds its value, becomes even more valuable when the chips are down. You can feel the weight of it and admire the color of it. Every idiot knows that gold is worth something, even if they don't know why. It is ingrained into us as human beings.
Wyatt pulled his cigarette out and stuck it between his lips, cupping the lighter against the wind as he brought the flame to life.
You know, I almost cashed out all of my gold completely a few years back. In 2012, gold went over $1,600 an ounce. Unbelievable. I sold half of it then. I used the money to care for my mother and pay the taxes on my granddaddy's farm. The rest of them I hid in a few places, just for emergencies. I had a few hidden in my truck, he said.
You never cease to amaze me, Wyatt. What kind of rifle is that? Asked Jack.
This,
he said, holding the rifle up, running his hand over the smooth wooden stock,
is an air-powered 22 pellet gun. I also bought a tin with 5,000 pellets. No gas cartridge required. You just open the stock and the lever action fills the chamber with air when you close it. Slip in a pellet and she'll take down a rabbit or squirrel out to 30 yards. I was hoping to find a decent 22 caliber rifle and would have settled for a 20 gauge, but he didn't have either. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this beauty, though. That antique store owner has no idea just how valuable this rifle is. Ammunition is going to get scarce, especially shotgun shells. I can make a little mold in any hunk of lead and make my own pellets. I'll have an unlimited supply of ammo. Not much good against anything bigger than a rabbit, but we'll be able to shoot all the squirrels we can eat with less effort than setting up trap lines.
That sounded good. Setting up trap lines was a lot of work, but the reward was well worth it. Once he got over the idea of eating a squirrel, he found them surprisingly good. Fried squirrel was a welcome change from their stable diet of canned dog food. Squirrel was just one of the wild foods that Wyatt introduced him to. While Jack stretched his legs at the end of a long day of cycling, Wyatt would forage for wild edibles. He had no idea there were so many types of wild greens you could eat. Wyatt often came back with some that he recognized as weeds he'd pulled out of his yard back home. Now he knew their names and what they tasted like. Red clover, dandelions, and lamb's quarters, along with others he'd never seen before, like nettles. His stomach rumbling with hunger, Jack pedaled faster. He wanted to give Wyatt plenty of time to hunt when they stopped for the day. A belly full of fried squirrel with a side of wild greens was a powerful incentive. Chapter 24. Amy shoveled the last bit of dirt over the shallow grave and packed it down. There would be no marker for the biker. Hauling him down the street to an empty lot and burying him was as much as he would get out of her, and more than he deserved.
Let's go home, boys. No need to say a prayer. He is on his own when he meets his maker.
Shovel over her shoulder, she walked with purpose back to the house. The incident highlighted just how dangerous the world had become. There would be no more fishing trips or other needless trips out of the house. It was safer inside and out of sight. Kenny and Danny trailed closely behind her. Kenny walked tall, his head up, scanning the street ahead and behind them for any sign of danger. He held a shotgun at the ready, a serious look on his face. Was this her boy? He looked hardened, his eyes a man's eyes. What happened to the whiny teenager who complained about doing homework and shirked any responsibility he could? Overnight, he seemed to have changed. Her 14-year-old boy had just killed a man because she couldn't or wouldn't. It was such a blur. Danny held hostage, him running to the doorstep, the tug of war over Danny, and the shot. It was over in a minute, but it seemed like hours to her, the images fresh and in great detail in her mind. Kenny's decision to act had saved his brother's life. He saw the struggle in the doorway, he had a shot, and he took it. She felt tremendously guilty. She should have shot the man while she had the chance and not given him a warning. Her indecision and hesitation had forced Kenny's hand. He had no choice but to shoot the biker to save his brother's life. Her son had just killed a man because she had failed to do it herself. She locked the door behind them and checked the window to make sure the biker's companion hadn't come back to avenge his friend, but the street was empty. It was doubtful he would be back after seeing his companion shot.
Danny, why don't you go upstairs and play for a bit? Your brother and I need to talk, she said.
Can't we just leave, Mom, and go find Dad? The mean people are going to come back again. I don't want to stay here,
Danny said.
We'll talk about that later. For now, go upstairs and get washed up, she said.
Danny stomped up the stairs, huffing and pouting.
It's not fair. I wish Dad was here instead of you.
Danny's right. It would be better if your father were here instead of me,
she remarked to her older son.
Don't say that, Mom. He's just mad. He'll get over it,
Kenny said.
It's not just him I'm worried about, she said.
Amy pushed the mop of brown hair hanging down over Kenny's forehead out of his eyes. He didn't seem at all bothered that he had shot and killed a man 3 hours ago.
I'm worried about you and about what just happened. I'm sorry you had to do that, Kenny. I should have pulled the trigger. I'm sorry.
His face softened into a smile.
I'm fine, Mom. He was going to kill my brother. He deserved it.
Kenny, I'm here for you. This is a big deal. You need to deal with this, she said.
Kenny rolled his eyes and laughed.
Mom, I'm fine. I promise you I'm okay. I've shot a billion video game bad guys. The only difference was this one was for real. Danny is okay. He's still a little jerk, but he's safe, and I'm okay. We had to kill that man. It doesn't bother me at all. You overthink things too much, Mom, he said.
The cold look on his face as he shot the man had scared her, but he was still her Kenny, her little boy. He was going to grow up fast in this new world, and she would have to come to terms with it. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. He should be playing baseball and going out with friends, learning to drive and planning for college in a couple of years, not killing intruders and protecting his family.
All right. Please let me know if you need me. And Kenny, you did save your brother's life. Thank you. I'll never forget that, she said.
Kenny hugged her and went into the kitchen and rummaged through the cabinets for food. That offered some comfort. If he was eating, it was a sign he was going on with daily life. Maybe he was comfortable with what he'd done. Amy checked the front window again, looking for any sign of the other biker. The street was empty. She was probably worried about nothing. The second biker knew they had guns, and without Danny as a hostage, wouldn't be willing to make another attempt at extortion. What the hell was the matter with her? Her son's life had hung in the balance, and she hadn't shot the man. Kenny had stepped up, proving himself in the moment of truth to be the most capable and competent member of the family when it mattered. That was supposed to be her job. She was supposed to make her family feel safe and secure. Somehow, She had to find a way to make Danny believe he was better off at home than out there looking for his father. She sympathized and understood everything that had happened was hard to deal with, especially for a boy his age. She wanted to go look for Jack just as badly as he did, but what would they find out there except unnecessary danger? They had enough food and water here. The house provided her the illusion of safety. This wasn't the first intruder in the home. Rob Moore before the EMP event, the man scavenging food for his mother, and now this. It didn't feel any safer, but she didn't want to leave the familiarity of their home. Kenny was right. She was overthinking. She pointed the gun at the man's head, frozen with fear, but that wasn't completely it. She thought bluffing would be enough to make him release Danny, and she wanted to give him the chance to flee by warning him. Surely a sane person would see reason and leave. It hadn't happened that way, though. The threat of shooting him hadn't been enough. The guilt hung from her shoulders like a weight. She had to let go of the way things used to be. The old rules didn't matter anymore. There were no police to come help them. There were no courts, nobody to punish others for her. Kenny had adapted quickly to this new reality, and he understood the rules of the game. Protect your family. Things are simpler now. It is good versus evil, us versus them. It was all up to them. She had to think and act accordingly. No matter what happened, the survival of her family would have to come first, even at the cost of her sense of morality. She had to protect her sons. She was the only thing standing between them and the world. The boys were all she had left. Sinking against the wall, she let the tears stream down her cheeks. Never again would she second-guess herself. From now on, if her family was threatened, she would shoot to kill, and do so without hesitation. Chapter 25. Another 7 days on the road and they were nearly through Kentucky, just past a small town named Gage. Jack was frustrated. They should have made more progress, but the past week had been one setback after another. 3 times they had been turned back by locals, forced to backtrack and go miles out of their way to find an alternate route. He couldn't blame them. Desperate city people were starting to show up in the rural areas looking for food and shelter. Some took what they needed by force, leaving small towns with a bad taste in their mouth, wary of future strangers. "Wyatt, you all right with me putting another hour in on the road today?" Jack asked.
"If you're up to it, by all means, go ahead."
It was late afternoon, around the time they usually stopped for the day and made camp, but Jack was itching to make up for lost time and put some miles behind them. All he could think about was his family. Instead of feeling relieved that he was more than halfway home, he was filled with nervous energy, anxious to get back to them. He was obsessed with making good time. Pedaling the bike was a practice of discipline, burning the weakness from his body, getting him one step closer to his family. Head down while he pedaled, his wedding band dangled in front of his face from its chain like a magic talisman, giving him the determination to keep going when his body was spent. He pushed through and found a second wind, making good time for the next hour.
"I'm done, Wyatt. Let me know if you see a good spot to camp," Jack said.
Minutes later, Wyatt called out to him.
"Here we go, Jack. Just off to the right here."
There were a few hours left before dark, and he pulled the bike onto a gravel side road. A small stream ran parallel to the road, leading into a grove of trees 30 yards further on. Once the bike and trailer were stowed away, Jack set to work gathering fallen tree branches from deeper within the woods. He hauled enough wood out to fuel the fire for the night and dropped it next to the fire pit Wyatt was in the process of digging. It was a neat setup, something he had never seen before all this. Wyatt dug 2 holes down into the earth, connecting them with a little tunnel towards the bottom. He put twigs and dry starter material in one of the holes, and the other drew air into it once the fire was lit. The fire pit used less fuel than a regular campfire, and it cut down on the amount of firewood they needed to gather each day.
"I'm going to shoot a few squirrels. Back in a bit,"
Wyatt said. "Sounds good to me. I'll get the rest started," Jack said. Jack lit the fire and slowly added sticks to feed the growing bed of coals. After the fire was going strong, he brought out their bowls and forks, filling them with the last of yesterday's wild greens. Their 2 cooking pots went side by side on top of the pit. One for boiling water, into which he put rose hips he found earlier in the day. Rose hips contained vitamin C and flavored the water. He filled the other pot with 2 cans of dog food, scraping every last bit out of the can. Their supply of dog food was nearly gone, and he was mindful not to waste even a mouthful. Jack stretched his legs, working the knots out of his muscles so he wouldn't cramp up in the morning. It was a painful lesson he'd learned early on. 5 minutes of stretching his legs after a day in the bike seat would save him hours of tossing and turning at night. A sound grew in the distance, barely audible over the soft pops and whistles of burning wood in the fire pit. Jack strained his ears, setting aside the dinner preparations, warily looking through the trees. The rhythmic sound of a horse's hooves clopping down the road grew louder. A man on a horse trotted slowly down the center, reins held lazily as the horse moved along. Slung just behind the rider, large saddlebags were stuffed, packed so full that the buckles were stretched to the last notch. A sleeping bag and other gear was strapped onto the saddlebags, the overburdened horse functioning as both a pack mule and a riding horse. Jack remained crouched down in the woods, hoping the man would keep on riding and just pass them by. When he came to the crossroads, the horseman pulled the reins up. He stood up in the stirrups, sniffing at the wind. He surveyed the area and pulled the reins again, heading directly towards Jack's camp. As the horseman drew closer, he noticed the pistol strapped to his leg and the pump-action shotgun slung across his back. His clothing didn't seem to fit his means of transportation. He wore a pair of bright red tennis shoes, saggy tan cargo pants, and a black concert t-shirt, covered in skulls and lightning bolts. His face, pockmarked and red, steely gray eyes poking out from under his long hair. Jack cursed silently. The smell of the dog food cooking on the fire had drawn the man's attention. Jack slid the pot off of the fire, knowing it was a futile gesture at this point. The man brought the horse to the tree line and stepped down, peering around in all directions before he raised his arm up and hailed Jack.
"Something smells good. Can you spare a bite to eat? I've been riding all day and I'm famished," the horseman said.
What should he do? The man didn't seem to be a threat. Would he have announced himself if he was here to cause trouble? He sounded friendly enough. Besides, even if he wanted to, how could he tell the man no? He didn't even have a gun, and this man looked like someone who knew how to use the gun strapped to his hip. "All right, I think we can spare something," Jack said. The horseman came closer and crouched next to the fire, warming his hands above the flames.
"That smells mighty good. What is it?"
"Don't laugh, but it's dog food. Keeps us going, but this is about the last of it," said Jack.
"We? Are there more of you then?"
the horseman asked, his eyes darting around. "Yes, there's—" Wyatt stepped from the bushes just then, a skinned squirrel held by the tail in each hand. He stood for a moment just staring at the horseman, and then approached the fire slowly, his eyes flickering over to the horse in the saddlebags before returning to settle on the horseman.
"Evening. Can't say we pass by many people riding a horse on the road,"
Wyatt said. The horseman squinted his steely eyes at Wyatt. His gaze dropped to the squirrels in Wyatt's hand.
"What do you have there? Squirrels?"
The cheerful gleam was gone from his eyes, with no sign of the perpetual smile. He produced a snare wire out of his shirt pocket.
"Yes, caught 'em with snares," he said.
Wyatt didn't catch them with snares. Why was he lying to the man? Jack had distinctly heard 2 soft pops of the air rifle a while ago. He was like Pavlov's dog, his mouth watering whenever he heard the sound because it meant there would be squirrel for dinner. Did Wyatt sense something he had missed? The steely-eyed horseman motioned Wyatt over to the fire, stepping back several feet himself.
2 squirrels? One for each of you, then."
Wyatt said nothing, just returned the man's hard look.
"Just the 2 of you, then. Well, come on over here. Don't let me stop you from making dinner."
He leaned back against a tree.
"Say, you don't mind sharing those squirrels with me, do you?"
Wyatt skewered the squirrels on roasting sticks and placed them over the fire. Without looking up, he replied,
"They're all yours."
Wyatt caught Jack's eyes. He didn't say a word or make an expression, not even a blink, but it was all he needed to understand Wyatt's unspoken communication. This horseman was a threat.
"Why don't you fetch us some water from the river, Jack, and we'll boil up a pot of clean water for this gentleman. Send him on his way with his canteens full,"
Wyatt asked. Jack nodded his head and turned to fetch a container from the carts.
"That's far enough. No need for that. Now, turn around slow," the horseman said.
Jack turned around as slow and calm as he could. The horseman had the pistol pointed right at him. Jack held his palms wide to show that he would offer no resistance. "We don't want any trouble." The horseman lifted Jack's shirt up and patted his pants pockets down, tossing Jack's small knife into the woods.
"Good. And how about you? You have anything I should know about on you?"
the horseman said. Wyatt stood up, facing the man, his reply flat and forced.
"Nope." "Whoa there, this one's got some fire. Turn your pockets inside out and you keep them ice blue peepers on the food you're cooking. You can get 'em off me. You don't want to make me nervous now, do you?" the horseman asked. His voice was deep and caustic now, entirely lacking the friendly tone from earlier. Wyatt emptied his pockets and went back to the fire, turning the squirrels on their spits. "Well then, let's just have a cozy little dinner party here and I'll be on my way,"
the man said. The camp was silent for the next 10 minutes as the man sat with his back to a tree, his pistol leveled at them. He never seemed to blink, watching them like a hawk. He was unnervingly calm. One of the pine logs in the fire popped loudly, startling Jack, but the horseman didn't bat an eye. Wyatt removed the squirrels from the wooden spits and served them on a plate with a large helping of dog food and wild greens and held it out to the man. The horseman stepped forward a couple of paces, then stopped abruptly. He flicked his gun to the side, motioning Wyatt away with his gun.
"Set that plate on the ground and back away. You weren't planning on tossing that pot of boiling water on me, were you?"
He looked over, and sure enough, Wyatt had a white-knuckled grip on the pot, the muscles on his forearm tensed up as if ready to throw it. Wyatt eased his hand off the pot's handle and set the plate on the ground, backing away slowly. The man chuckled and picked up the plate. His eyes never left Wyatt as he scarfed the food down, eating in silence with his gun leveled in their direction. The food finished, he tossed the plate to the ground and gestured with a gun.
"Now, you two step over there and lay face down on the ground, hands on the back of your head. We'll take a look and see what else you've got around here."
Jack lay with his face down on the ground next to Wyatt. The man rummaged through the cart, tossing things out into 2 piles. The remaining cans of dog food went into 1 pile, and their clothes, spare bike tires, and other odds and ends into the other.
"Hot damn! They're even my brand. You guys are just too much. I'm glad I met you,"
the horseman said, pulling a carton of cigarettes out of the cart. He stuck a cigarette between his teeth, lighting it with his free hand. Wyatt muttered a curse as the carton of cigarettes went into the pile. Their snare wires and other food went along as well.
"Dog food and squirrels, huh? How far we've fallen, eh, boys? Well, beggars can't be choosers, or so they say," he said. "You just keep flat on the ground until you don't hear hooves on the road no more. I've got a keen eye, and if I see you move, I'll come right back over here and put a bullet in each of you. That won't do any of us any good, 'cause I don't like to waste bullets, and you don't want me to waste your sorry asses. So do us both a favor and just stay down."
The man stuffed the stolen goods into a burlap sack and put them in a saddlebag. He untethered his horse and climbed into the saddle, trotting off down the road without a word. He was quickly out of sight, and after a few minutes more, out of earshot as well. Wyatt sat up and reached into his shirt pocket, producing a cigarette. He shook the pack, looking inside, a frown on his face.
"Well, I always did want to quit. I got 3 left."
"Where's your air gun?
How did you know he was going to rob us?"
Wyatt shook his head, taking a deep drag off his cigarette. He stared at it longingly, blowing out a cloud of smoke.
"I don't know. I just had a feeling. I heard you talking to somebody, so I hid it under a fallen tree before I came back into camp. We can go back and get it in the morning. There's no way he'll find it in the dark, even if he did come back."
"What do you mean you just had a feeling?" Well, he seemed like a normal person to me, up until you came back to the camp with the squirrels," Jack said. Wyatt scratched his chin, looking at the ground.
"He was too careful. Nothing you did escaped his attention. He watched us like a hawk. Somebody with eyes like that, well, he has a predator's eyes. He gave me the willies."
A few meager bites of dog food were all that was left of their dinner. He never thought he'd be sorry to see the end of the dog food, but there it was. They would have to rely on Wyatt's air gun to provide meat and live off of what plants they could forage along the way. Jack shook his head in disbelief. This was the country his children would inherit, if they were still alive. It was a shameful day when people were robbed at gunpoint over a few cans of dog food in America. Chapter 26. Amy looked out through the sliding glass patio door to the backyard, where the boys were hard at work, laughing and talking together. It was a change from their usual sibling rivalry, and it had only taken the apocalypse to bring them closer together. Danny hauled a bucket up out of a large square pit in the ground using a rope and pulley. He dumped the bucket of dirt into a wheelbarrow and lowered the empty bucket down into the pit. A mop of brown hair was all that she could see of Kenny, popping up every once in a while like a gopher as he dug. She was proud of them both, working together as a team and putting every ounce of effort into the job. None of them had been prepared for this kind of life, but they were doing the best they could. Every day presented a new challenge, some workaround to fill a need they previously took for granted, as the boys would readily attest to. The outhouse project was a prime example. Who in the 21st century knew anything about constructing an outhouse? Not her, that was for certain. When the water stopped running after the EMP, it left them without a working toilet. The outhouse was a permanent solution to their problem. Anything would be an improvement over their current system. Painters' buckets were designed for paint, and not the purpose they used it for. Amy went into the kitchen to finish sterilizing the dishwater. They caught rainwater when they could and used it for washing clothes, cleaning dishes, and bathing. It helped stretch out the supply of quality drinking water. Sterilizing the water was a simple process. Stir in half a teaspoon of unscented bleach and let it sit for an hour. Then it would be safe to use. It wasn't crystal clear, but it didn't need to be. While they had hardly made a dent in the 4 blue drums of tap water in the basement, that was because she was so frugal with it. They only used it as drinking water. The boys were free to have as much water as they wanted out of the drums, but she strictly enforced the rule concerning the prepackaged 20-ounce bottles of water. The bottles were only to be used when they ventured out away from the house. The bottles were portable, making them valuable. After sterilizing the water, she used it to wash the dishes. Once clean, the dishes sat on a drying rack to drip dry. The dishes were showing their age, worn, faded, and some of the coffee cups were chipped. The set was 11 years old. Kenny was 3 years old when she and Jack bought them at the department store. It was their first decent set of stoneware as a couple. Lost as she was in the moment, she remarked to herself that she should ask Jack if he wanted to look for a new set soon. Amy shook her head, brought back to the present. Jack. He wasn't here. He wouldn't be coming home for a long, long time, if he ever made it back at all. It was intolerable not knowing if he was alive, where he was. What had happened to him after the EMP? She wanted to believe that he was on his way home, but could she really believe that? Jack was rational, if a little flighty and unrealistic sometimes. How would he react to the EMP? Would he decide it was logical to stay in Missouri and wait things out, or would he make a foolhardy quest to cross half the United States on his own? She couldn't decide what she hoped for. It would be dangerous to travel, and she half hoped he wasn't trying to come home. At the same time, the kids needed him. She needed him too. But could he do it? Could he make it to Maryland from Missouri? Could she forgive him if he stayed in Missouri and didn't try to get home to his family? It was impossible. This was all impossible. Amy bowed her head and interlaced her fingers. She had not prayed and asked for anything for herself since she was a teenager. She knew it was hypocritical, but before the EMP they were only religious on Easter and Christmas. Something compelled her to do it now.
Please help my husband get home alive. Nothing matters to me but the safety of my children and my husband. I would give up everything to have him back with us, to bring our family back together. At least to keep him safe and out of harm. I hope you are listening, she said.
Amy watched the boys through the kitchen window, hard at work in the backyard. What would she do if their father never came home? She threw the dish towel into the sink in frustration and stormed out the patio door. This was silly. Crying wasn't going to do her, Jack, or the boys any good. She chided herself, picking up a shovel. She needed to be around the boys right now, not alone in the house weighing a future that might never happen. Putting on her best game face, she approached the boys.
"Wow, guys, this is quite a big hole. How long are we planning on using this thing?"
she asked.
"This one's just for Kenny. He's full of it,"
Danny said, smirking. A shovelful of dirt flew out of the hole and sprinkled Danny, who laughed and kicked dirt back into the hole at Kenny. Amy hopped into the pit and began digging alongside Kenny. There was a lot to be thankful for. She had her health, the boys were healthy, and that they were all safe. Jack was in God's hands now, and she had to trust in her faith that he would come home. Chapter 27. Jack squeezed the handbrakes hard. The bike slowed to a stop, and the cart lurched sideways from the sudden stop. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his stomach tightened with instinctive fear.
"Jack, what's the matter?"
"Up ahead, look," Jack said, pointing to an intersection 50 yards in front of them.
"Oh, man, not another one,"
Wyatt said. An old stone church stood at the four-way intersection in the center of the small town, surrounded by department stores, their doors long closed to business. A preacher stood in front of the church, a Bible in hand, praying over a tall pile of bodies wrapped in white linen. A dust mask covered his mouth. He wore safety goggles on his eyes, and he had yellow rubber gloves on his hands, standing out against the black leather binding of the Bible. 2 other men wearing similar protection pushed a wheelbarrow over and stacked another body onto the pile. They stood by, waiting silently for the preacher to finish, and then one of the men used a can of gasoline to douse the bodies. They all backed away as one of the men tossed a match onto the pyre, flames rising high into the air. The preacher brought his hand up to his mouth, coughing violently. He bent over at the waist, making retching noises, the attack sending him to his knees.
"Turn around, Jack. Let's find another way around,"
Wyatt said. He didn't need any other encouragement. Jack turned the bike and trailer around and pedaled fast and hard back the way they had come. This wasn't the first town that had some kind of serious illness going around. Jack and Wyatt had been agreed on a crucial point early on in their journey. They needed to avoid contact with other people and stay as far away from big cities as possible. Dense populations meant those areas had run out of resources more quickly, and disease had run rampant. They had come so far and were so close to their goal. Now in Galapagos, Ohio, they were less than a week away from Morgantown. He didn't know what disease the people in that town had, but it would spell the end of one or both of them and their journey if they got sick. With no dog food left and unable to barter in towns, they were on a steady diet of squirrel and wild edibles. Jack knew just how lucky he was to have run into Wyatt. If he hadn't, he would have starved to death by now. Before the EMP, he personally knew of 3 or 4 wild plants that were edible, nowhere near enough to sustain him. The same went for obtaining meat. Jack's use of snares had been a dismal failure until Wyatt showed him how it was really done. Wyatt was a virtual cornucopia of edibles knowledge and knew wild animal behavior from first-hand experience. Jack thought he knew it all when he left home. He'd read plenty of articles on how to build animal traps. He knew 3 or 4 fancy setups that used stones to drop a weight on an animal or choke one to death, but since he had no real-world experience, the knowledge was useless. His traps took almost an hour to set up if he was lucky. Wyatt showed him how to set up a simple squirrel trap, a pole leaning against a tree with a snare loop. It took 5 minutes to set up and actually worked. It was humbling. He'd been wondering a lot lately how much of the prepping knowledge came from people with real-world experience, or if they were simply talking out of their rear ends. Wyatt was the opposite of those internet know-it-alls. He was happy to share his knowledge because he cared about others, not because he wanted to look smarter than someone else. It was ironic, now that he thought about it. Jack was an educated man who'd spent 4 years in college with his nose buried in books. He didn't know if Wyatt had even finished high school, and he wouldn't insult him by asking. But here he was, with Jack supplying the physical labor, powering the bike, and it was Wyatt's extensive knowledge, wisdom, and skills that kept them both alive and fed. The hillbilly trucker from the Appalachian Mountains was the brain of this operation, and the egghead computer guy with a college degree was the brawn. He reflected that this reversal of roles would never have happened in the city. People in positions of power would let others starve in camps before they stepped down to let someone more knowledgeable like Wyatt lead the way. It was a shame, really. There was a whole countryside full of wild foods available if you knew what you were doing. Jack and Wyatt hadn't even tapped into a quarter of it. This wasn't the easiest season to survive in, yet Wyatt kept them both fed. According to Wyatt, when the acorns ripened and dropped in the fall, they could process them into food. All you had to do was leach them in water and grind the acorns into flour. A few large trees would produce enough mast to keep a person going all winter long. It wasn't a dilemma for Jack. He wasn't the same man as he was before the EMP. He always thought he knew best, yet now he'd follow Wyatt to hell and back, no questions asked. Jack glanced down at his ring swinging on its chain, his thoughts on his family. He didn't toss and turn at night like he did the first weeks after the EMP. There was no point spending sleepless nights raging at the unfairness of what had happened. Before the event, he tried to control everything, obsessed with all of the things that could go wrong in the world, worried about each and every one of them. It was as if he thought he could control or stop fate. He was calmer now, trusting in what the higher power had in store for him, for better or worse. Whatever happened, there was meaning behind it, even if he didn't understand it. He trusted himself, too, now, that he was doing the right thing and doing everything he could. He trusted in Amy to keep the boys safe, and he had to trust in Wyatt. Whatever fate awaited all of them, he would face it. What he was missing before the event was hope. He had it now, and had learned to rely on it, resting all of his fears and doubt upon it. You do what you can, and you have to let the rest go. Wyatt had given him hope when he had none, desperate to get home, nearly at the end of his life. And then Wyatt showed him how to have hope, not by telling him, but by showing him, by providing an example of how to face life's difficulties and keep going with your head up. Jack pedaled on and kept going long after he normally would have stopped for the day. Sure, they had lost time now and would need to backtrack, but he was able to hold his frustration in check. He would do whatever was within his power to get them home, even if it meant backtracking all the way to Missouri and starting the journey home over again. Chapter 28. Amy tied off the plastic garbage bag of food waste and grabbed the paper grocery bag containing trash for the burn barrel. They separated all of their trash into what could be burned and what would be buried. Mice and rats were a virtual plague, thousands of them scurrying about looking for food. There seemed to be more rodents than people, and she worried about them spreading diseases. They didn't leave any food out in the house and disposed of the trash daily, making sure there was nothing to attract the rodents near the house. Hefting the 2 bags, she slid open the glass sliding door to the back patio and headed toward the backyard. The last light of the sun clung to the horizon, a red and purple smudge reflecting off of the low-hanging clouds. In another few minutes, it would be dark enough for her to safely light the burn barrel and conceal the cloud of smoke it produced. Looters, and worse, were an ever-present danger, so drawing attention to the home was something to avoid. She watched the sun make its final descent, remarking how much of their daily life revolved around the rising and setting sun now. Early on, she read Jack's journals and notes by candlelight. 200 tea candles had seemed like an unlimited resource, but they went much more quickly than she had anticipated. The hairs on her neck stood on end, and she had the strange sensation of being watched. Amy paused and listened. A tattooed arm wrapped around her neck and pulled her backward. Whoever it was reeked of cheap whiskey and cigarette smoke.
"Well, hey there, pretty lady. I can't tell you how surprised I am to see you here, what with half the city burnt to the ground and the other half run away. I've been thinking about you. I had a lot of time to do that, thanks to you," the bitter voice said. That voice. She recognized that voice. It was the stalker from across the street, Rob. Revulsion filled her, and she clawed at the arm pinning her against him. She struggled and twisted, trying to break free, but he was simply too strong.
"Stop it! Let me go! Jack is going to kill you," she said.
His free hand slid down the length of her thigh as he taunted her, whispering in her ear.
"Now, let's not beat around the bush, Amy. I've been watching you for a few days, and old Jackie boy ain't here anymore, and he ain't coming back neither. He's gone for good, just like the rest of them."
He bent his head, his mouth close to her neck.
"With Jack gone, you need a man around the house, someone to protect you."
"Get off me,"
she said, nausea filling her at his touch. Rob let her go, releasing her from his grip.
"Go on now. I know you aren't going to go too far from home with them boys inside."
He squinted his eyes, running them up and down her body.
"You think about what I said. We both got something the other one wants. I want you, and you want a man to take care of your family."
Rob bit his lower lip, rubbing his tattooed hand across the stubble on his chin.
"I can protect those boys. They need a man to show them how to be tough. The world is a different place now, love. A whole different set of rules."
She scowled at him, her heart pounding.
"The police aren't going to let you harass me. How did you escape from prison?"
Rob laughed.
"I didn't escape. You see, they got a bit of a problem down at the county jail. It seems that the old warden is running out of prison guards even faster than they're running out of food and water. So they let the little fish like myself go, seeing as how they want to keep all the murderers and rapists locked up. Darling, there are no police anymore. Not enough to matter."
"I can't believe they let someone like you out," she spat.
Amy looked to the patio door, wondering if she could sprint the distance to the door before he caught her. He circled around her like a predator circling its prey.
"You got no idea what kind of animals they have locked up in there. Some real scary hombres. Heck, some of them give me nightmares. Hard to believe, isn't it?"
He continued to circle her.
"You don't have to decide right this second. Just consider my proposal."
Rob stopped behind her, the reek of whiskey on his breath.
"I am impressed. You keep it in shape, Amy. I bet you still run every morning, don't you?"
The touch of his hand violating her personal space was the sounding gun for her race. Amy dug her foot into the grass and pushed off, sprinting towards the back door. Cursing herself for not strapping a pistol on before she left the house, she ran for the back door. If she could make it inside, she could lock the patio door and run into the basement. Would there be enough time to grab the gun cabinet keys and get a gun? Could she load it in time? She was halfway to the patio door now and running out of time. The butcher's knife in the carving block was closer. She could keep him at bay with that.
"Don't you run from me,"
Rob yelled. Amy hit the patio door running flat out and slid through the door. His hand gripped her upper arm, and she was ripped from the house and violently tossed across the patio to the floor. Amy hit the ground hard, her elbows and knees taking the brunt of the impact as she hit the concrete. She struggled to get to her feet. Her eyes widened with fear as she saw Rob's foot coming towards her. He kicked hard, his booted foot catching her in the ribs, knocking the wind out of her.
"Where are you going, Amy? I just came over here to talk. You're going to run away from me?"
he yelled. She fought for breath, the wind knocked out of her, making a strange noise as she gulped air in a struggle to breathe. Rob leaned down, shaking with anger. He grabbed a handful of her hair, pulling her up by the hair.
"I own you. You're mine now, you stuck-up—"
Her scalp on fire, she kicked her knee upward, her powerful runner's muscles driving her knee right into his chin with a loud crack. He released his grip on her hair and fell to the patio. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Moaning incoherently, he pushed himself up and got to his feet. Amy turned to run inside the house and get the butcher's knife from the kitchen, but paused as she saw a more immediate means of defense. The boys' sports gear barrel, an old garbage can filled with golf clubs, tennis clubs, wiffle ball bats, and baseball bats, sat a few feet away from her by the back door. A bright gleam caught her eye, and she reached into the barrel, slipping her hands around the shiny aluminum handle of a Louisville Slugger baseball bat. With the bat in hand, she turned to face him. He wiped the blood away from his mouth onto his sleeve, sneering at her.
"What are you going to do with that?"
Amy put the bat up over her shoulder, perfect batter's form drilled into her from years of softball practice. The handle held pointed towards Rob, tip in the air, circling, ready to swing.
"Get out of here,"
she said, her voice quivering.
"I like a little fight in my women, but I'll kill you if you hit me with that," he said.
Amy fought off the urge to run. There was nowhere to run, and no one to help her. She gripped the bat firmly, standing her ground, ready to swing into him if he as much as flinched. Rob came at her, ducking his head low, his arms spread out as he lunged for her midsection in an attempt to throw her to the ground where the bat would be useless. She swung, planning to hit him in the midsection as it was the largest target, but he ducked, and the bat caught him right in the face. It felt like she hit a steel beam, her hands stinging from the impact. A sickening noise filled the air, and several bloody teeth clinked against the glass sliding door, knocked free by the bat. He dropped to the ground, his hands over his mouth, body curled into a ball. Rob whimpered and moaned, his feet kicking out in agony. Amy stood back, waiting for him to get back up, and then moved back inside the door when he didn't move. She locked the patio door, her heart pounding.
"Boys, get down here,"
she cried out. Kenny came flying down the steps, taking them two at a time as he ran to her.
"Mom, are you okay? What happened?"
Amy struggled to slow down and remain coherent as she spoke. She and Jack had never told the boys about the incidents with Rob, believing it would frighten the boys too badly. She pointed to the patio.
"Rob. He's a bad man. He tried to hurt me."
As if summoned, Rob pounded his fist on the patio door, the glass bowing inward with each blow. His mouth dripped blood, his face out of skew from the bat's blow. His nose bent sharply to the left, his eyebrows smashed and swollen. Bloody black gaps occupied the spaces where his teeth used to be. He screamed in rage. "I'll kill you! I'm going to kill you and your brats! I'll be back! I'll be back with friends!" Amy tightened the grip on her bat, her arms trembling. Could she finish this once and for all? Danny stood just behind her, clinging to her shirt. Not in front of him. Rob kicked the sliding glass doors, which shattered under his boot. He moved to enter the house, but stepped backward instead, his eyes going wide with fear. Kenny stood just behind her, shotgun in hand. He chambered around, the sound loud and instantly recognizable. Rob turned tail and ran flat out from the patio. Kenny raised the barrel and shouldered the shotgun, stepping through the broken glass of the patio door. Glass crunched underfoot as he lowered his face to the stock and pulled the trigger. The flash from the gun lit up the night as the shot exploded from the barrel. Kenny chambered another round and fired into the darkness after Rob again. "I'll kill you all!" he yelled in the distance, the darkness of the night concealing him. Kenny stepped back into the house, feeding shells into the receiver. He handed the gun to her, his face grim.
"I'll get some plywood from the garage and nail it up over the door," he said.
"Is that going to be enough to keep him out? What if he comes back tonight?"
she asked.
"He won't come back tonight. You beat the crap out of him, Mom,"
Kenny said with a laugh. Amy took the gun and kept watch at the patio door. Danny clung to her, sobbing softly.
"It's okay, Danny. We'll be all right."
Amy stared into the darkness, arm wrapped around Danny, comforting him. But would they be all right? Rob was out of prison. He would be looking for revenge now. The pitch-black darkness of the night seemed to press in, harboring unknown threats in its inky depths. There was nothing she could do about Rob right now. She was as disadvantaged by the darkness as he was. They would have to wait for morning and see what happened. Chapter 29. Jack kneeled on the ground next to Wyatt and put his hand on his shoulder to let him know he was there beside him. Wyatt knelt, his head bent before an unmarked marble tombstone, his hands clasped together in prayer. He hadn't moved from the spot for the last hour. 7 days of travel brought them through Ohio to Morgantown, Wyatt's destination. They arrived at the nursing home and learned that his mother had passed away a few days earlier. "Wyatt, I'm so sorry. I should have pushed myself harder. Maybe we could have gotten here sooner," Jack said. He searched for something to say, something meaningful. Wyatt looked up at Jack, grief plain on his face.
"We had no way of knowing it was her time. There was nothing we could have done for her even if we had been here. This is no one's fault. Not your fault, nor mine. She had a long and happy life. This is simply God's will. He's called her home,"
Wyatt said.
"It was her time to go. She went peacefully in the night. That much is a relief. After the EMP, I was worried that she would be stuck here alone with no one to care for her. She was surrounded by friends, and the nurses here took good care of her," he said.
The church's graveyard was small, yet several rows of graves had a fresh pile of dirt covering a recent burial. It seemed unlikely that a church this small would have so many parishioners coming to their final resting place in such a short span. The EMP had even touched the smaller cities and communities. Morgantown had avoided many of the problems facing the megacities, but they couldn't escape all of them. Population density was lower than in the larger cities, and they avoided outbreaks of disease, but people were running out of life-saving medicines. With manufacturing and shipping interrupted, insulin, heart medications, and other critical drugs were scarce. Medical problems that were once easily fixed by a modern hospital outfitted with advanced technology were fatal again. How many people that relied on dialysis were now waiting for their kidneys to fail? Jack felt a twinge of anxiety, his stomach tied in a knot, thankful that his family did not have medical problems more worrisome than seasonal allergies. "Why don't you come back to the home, Wyatt? Get something to eat and rest. It's going to get dark out soon," said Jack. He stood up and held on to Jack's arm. The pain in Wyatt's blue eyes dug into his soul, tears brimming in the stoic man's eyes.
"Jack, go get your family. Go find them and get them to safety. You've been a wonderful friend to me, Jack, and I couldn't have made it here without you,"
Wyatt said. He paused, shaking a cigarette loose from his pack.
"Jack, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, but it never seemed to be the right time on the road. I'm going to rest here for a while, take some time to come to terms with my mother passing. After that, I'm going to head for the old homestead in the hills. You and your family are welcome to join me. In fact, I was really hoping that you would. The farm has everything we need to live and prosper. A farmhouse, fields, and orchards. Get your family, and then come back and we can all go together. It'll be safe there and we can start something new. I don't have any blood relatives left now, but Jack, I consider you to be my brother after all we've been through. Please tell me you'll consider it."
Jack solemnly nodded his head and tried not to tear up. "Wyatt, I'm honored by your offer. You are a true brother. I'll go get my family. We'll come back for you. There isn't any future left in the cities. We'll be back, I promise you," Jack said. Wyatt stuck his hand out and shook Jack's hand. The bond between them required no words.
"Go on now. Time waits for no man. Go find your family. I'll be here when you get back," he said.
Inside the nursing home, one of the busy nursing assistants stopped her work as he walked in the door, her eyes full of pity.
"Mr. Miller, I wanted to offer you the use of our facilities. We didn't have a chance to speak earlier before the pastor broke the bad news to Mr. Ferguson. Our maintenance man hooked the shower up to a water tank, fed by the well. I'm afraid the water pressure is terrible, and we don't have hot water, but it is a shower nonetheless. Anyway, I set a fresh pair of clothes out for you if you want to shower. You can use Mr. Canby's room. His family picked him up after the lights went out. It's down the hall, first one to the left."
A shower? Jack was dumbfounded, the concept foreign to him after months of bathing in rivers and lakes. The nursing staff had kept the place running even though the power was out, keeping the residents comfortable. In the bathroom, he found a neatly folded washcloth and towel laid out on the counter, just like at a hotel. The sweet, clean smell of laundry detergent rose to his nose. He picked the towel up and buried his face in the soft fabric, inhaling deeply. He hadn't smelled anything this clean in months. It seemed like an object from another world, something he shouldn't touch with his grubby hands. The shower was cold, and he scrubbed away what felt like several pounds of dirt. He was clean, though. He felt renewed. He caught himself in the mirror, his scraggly beard and unkempt hair unrecognizable as his own. How long had it been since he last shaved? He looked more like an outlaw biker than a software engineer. But he wasn't one anymore, was he? Jack took a pair of scissors and trimmed away at the beard until it was reduced to a more respectable and uniform length. Then he filled the sink with water and lathered up a handful of shaving cream. Using short strokes with the disposable razor, he trimmed the edges of the beard. A chill ran through him. Whose face stared back at him? He knew he'd lost a lot of weight. His pants hung loosely from his hips, but it was visible even in his face. Gone was the fat, burned away by hard walking, biking, and outdoor living. He felt better than he had since his 20s, and looked it, too. The diet of wild greens and squirrel, combined with grueling exercise, had left behind hard, lean muscle. Jack pulled on the shirt and pants the nursing assistant left out for him. They were a better fit than his old shirt and pants, which were soiled and worn beyond recognition. Picking up his old shirt and pants, a sour smell rose up to his nose. Had he really smelled that bad? No wonder the nurse offered the use of a shower. Jack tossed the clothes into the trash and gathered the rest of his things. The nursing assistant rapped lightly on the door, poking her head in.
Oh, my, you startled me. I didn't recognize you all cleaned up. Some of the residents would like to speak with you. They heard about what you did for Wyatt, bringing him all this way to see his mother. Some of the folks here can't get their relatives to travel 5 blocks to visit on the weekends, so it touched their hearts. Anyway, they were deeply moved and want to do something to help. Could you see them for a moment before you leave?
Jack nodded, unsure what to say. He followed her down the hall into the activity room where a number of residents lounged, playing card games, knitting, and chatting with each other. An elderly gentleman wearing a USMC veteran's cap sprung to his feet when he saw Jack, his wide grin full of white teeth.
"Jack, we heard what you did for Wyatt, bringing him back to his mother. She told us right up until the end that she knew her son was safe and on his way to get her. She never doubted him for a minute. Many of us here have family living all over the country, and you've given us hope that we might see them again," he said. "We put together some food for you to take with you. It's not much, but it should get you to where you're going."
He started to protest. He didn't want to take food out of the mouths of these elderly people. They had enough problems on their hands. But the retired Marine wouldn't take no for an answer.
"Now, we're not going to let you say no. You take this with you and get yourself home to your family. May God grant you a safe journey home," he said,
pushing the large sack into Jack's hands. Thank you. Thank you for this. I'm coming back here with my family, and you can meet them in person," Jack said. He waved to the group and headed out of the retirement home. Wyatt waited for him outside of the building, puffing away at his cigarette as he checked the gears and cables on the mountain bike, ensuring it was ready to ride. The bike looked strange to him without the trailer attached.
"I removed the trailer. You hauled enough dead weight for one lifetime. If you meet any one-legged truckers hitchhiking, just tell them you're all full up on freeloaders,"
Wyatt said. Jack laughed and set the sack of food down. He took Wyatt by the shoulder, gripping him tight. "Wyatt, I want to tell you that the last couple of months have changed me. If I hadn't met you, I never would have eaten dog food or fire-roasted squirrel," he said, smirking. Wyatt chuckled, hands stuffed in his pockets, puffing at his cigarette. "I also know I never would have made it here without you to guide me along the way. I'd be dead in a ditch next to the highway somewhere several times over by now. I've learned more from you than all of the books I've ever read in school. You've taught me more than anyone else in my life. We've been through a lot together. Wyatt, I've never been so honored to call someone my friend and brother," said Jack. Wyatt gritted his teeth, chewing on his cigarette, embarrassed by the praise. He stuck his hand out, shoving it into Jack's and shaking his hand firmly.
"Well, for a feller that can't count past 8 using the fingers on both hands, you're a pretty smart guy, Jack. You go find your family. And about the farm, I mean it, Jack. It's a big homestead, and it would be awful lonely for one man by himself. A place like that needs a family to bring it to life."
Jack nodded in agreement. "I'll come back, Wyatt. Nothing matters to me more than my family, and you're my family now, too. I'll get my wife and kids, and then we'll all go together. If Baltimore is like everywhere else, there won't be anything left to stay for. I left them a good supply of food and water, so I know they didn't go hungry. I did that right, at least. I know they're all right. I can feel it." Wyatt walked the bike over to Jack and picked up the black backpack resting by his feet.
"I trimmed this down to the bare minimum of gear you'll need to lighten the load and help you move fast. Spare inner tubes, a few snare wires just in case, all the stuff you'll need to get home. Take care of yourself, Jack."
Jack opened the backpack and added the sack of food from the nursing home residents. He sat on the bike and tightened the straps on the backpack until they were snug. "You'll be all right here?"
"Yes, I'll be fine. I might see if I can make squirrels an endangered species around here. Put some fresh meat on the table for these folks. Go on now, get home, Jack. I'll see you soon,"
Wyatt said. Jack gripped the handlebars and started down the road, the bike a natural extension of his body. He anticipated every bump in the road, was prepared for every turn. He pumped the pedals, the bike surging forward now that the trailer was detached. His family was 280 miles away now. 3 months ago, he would have laughed and said it was impossible for him to do. Now it was one more short leg of a long journey. And then he would be home. Chapter 30. Amy vigorously scrubbed her white shirt in the pail of water, trying to wash the bloodstains out. The water was tinged red from her efforts, but the shirt was a total loss. Her favorite shirt. But well worth the loss. After the beating she gave Rob, she hoped he would get the message and stay away. In her heart, though, she knew that wasn't going to happen. There was something wrong with him. His infatuation with her would eventually lead him back here. It would be his blood that was spilled, not hers or the boys. She had surprised herself. Who knew she could react with such violence? There hadn't been time to second-guess herself, and she acted instinctively. What was surprising wasn't the lack of guilt, but how good it had felt. Vengeance. Retribution. He deserved every bit of pain he was in right now. Amy wrung the shirt out and tossed it into the burn barrel. The bloodstains were permanent, and the shirt was a loss. No more going outside the house alone. This time, Kenny would watch her back from the house, a second set of eyes watching the yard, through the scope of a rifle. Rob wouldn't catch her off guard again.
"Mom, check it out,"
Kenny said. Kenny reached up and put the aluminum Louisville slugger atop the mantel. He printed something in magic marker on the body of the bat. The bold calligraphy read, "The Dentist." A leather loop tied around the base of the bat had small white stones affixed to the leather strap. Kenny grinned broadly.
"I read in history class that in the Middle Ages, knights named great swords after a battle."
Danny wrinkled his face up as he read the inscription.
Yuck! That's gross, Kenny.
What is that hanging off the end of the bat?
"It's a war trophy. Lots of primitive cultures kept trophies from battles. I learned that in history class, too."
She walked over to the mantel and picked up the bat, inspecting the leather strap he'd added. What were those? White beads? No, they weren't.
Kenny, please tell me those aren't what I think they are, she said.
Okay, Mom. They're not his teeth,"
he said, unconvincingly. She hugged him tight, laughing.
Kenny, I mean this in the nicest possible way. You are one weird kid. Guys, I'm sorry you had to see me do that. That man, Rob Moore, is a really bad person. You remember us telling you to stay away from the Moore house? He's one of their sons. He lived across the street before all of this happened. He harassed me several times and then broke into our house one night. Mr. Dan stopped him from hurting me that night. The police arrested Rob and put him in jail. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to alarm you. We never thought for a minute he would come back again. Somehow, though, he got out of jail. After what I did to him, he will almost certainly be back, and this time he will be out for blood."
Amy reached out and took each of the boys' hands in her own. They were so young. They shouldn't have to think about things like this, but there was no more avoiding it. The world was too dangerous, and she had to accept it. She needed them, especially Danny, to face reality. They needed to hunker down and fortify the house. Danny had to give up on finding his father, or she would likely find him dead at Rob's hands if he snuck out again. She had to convince him.
We need to talk about what we are going to do. We don't have many options. We can stay here, or we can go somewhere else. If we stay here, we have food, water, shelter, medicine, and most importantly, your father will know where to find us when he comes home. But staying here also means Rob knows where we are. We'll have to defend ourselves because he will come for us. If we leave, we'll have to leave everything behind. We won't be able to carry all of the food and supplies, and there is no guarantee we'll be able to find a safer place than this house. We'll have to scavenge for food, water, and find shelter. If we did go, we would have no way to let your father know where we went without also alerting Rob. That means there would be little chance of us ever seeing him again. This is an important decision that affects us all, and I want you both to tell me how you feel. If we go, we don't come back, ever. If we stay, that means no more running away looking for your father. It's simply too dangerous, she said, turning her gaze to Danny.
"I'm sorry, Mom. I want to stay and wait for Dad. I won't leave the house again,"
Danny said. Kenny looked down at the table, frowning.
What is it, Kenny?
"I was just thinking about Dad. I miss him, and I wish he were here,"
he said. Amy squeezed his hand tight.
I know, honey. I miss him too. If we stay here, he will come home. I believe that.
"I don't want to leave. I want Dad to come home. I promise,"
Danny said.
"You're right, Mom. Where would we go? Dad gave us everything we need to stay here. It would be stupid to leave it all behind. I'm not leaving without him. We should stay and fight,"
Kenny said. On the verge of tears, she held their hands tightly. The last thing she wanted to do was leave the house, even with Rob just across the street. She needed to hear it from them. Danny had to accept their situation.
It's settled then. We'll stay here and wait for your father. Kenny, go get a few hours of sleep. I'll wake you up in a bit. You and I will take turns on watch tonight. From now on, we won't let Rob or anybody else catch us off guard again. Danny, go get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, we're going to do everything in our power to make this home a castle, she said.
Chapter 31. Baltimore. Home. Jack stood on the remains of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, overlooking the ruined segment of Interstate 695 that passed over the Patapsco River. At least, it used to cross over the river. The wrecked hulk of a liquid natural gas carrier ship lay on the shore beneath him, hull and tanks exposed, completely obliterated by an apparent explosion. The bridge was gone, too, for the most part, except for a small section jutting out over the water on either side of the river. If he had to guess, the huge LNG carrier lost power during the EMP and drifted into the support pilings of the bridge, rupturing one of the tanks. Natural gas wasn't explosive in its liquid form, but once it escaped containment and became gaseous, it mixed with oxygen in the air, a highly explosive mixture. One spark was all it would take to set the ship's leaking contents off like an atom bomb and blow the bridge sky high. That put a real dent in his plan. Less than 10 miles away from his house, but he might as well be on the moon without the use of the bridge. He turned around and coasted back down the interstate, weaving his bike in between stalled cars. He had 2 other options to directly cross to the other side of the river, but they weren't really options at all. 2 tunnels passed underneath the river, Highways 95 and 895, both descending to 100 feet. Finding a clear passage through a 1.5 miles of dead cars in the dark tunnels when he didn't even have a flashlight was a fool's errand. The only path forward was to go around the river on the surface roads, traveling in a semicircle around Baltimore. That was a problem, because Baltimore's roughest neighborhoods lay in a ring tightly encircling the city. Skirting downtown would take him through all of the worst boroughs. The heart of the city would be no cakewalk either. Before the EMP, it wasn't an issue, safe in his car with the doors locked and law enforcement policing the streets. Who knew what waited downtown? He and Wyatt managed to skirt every major city on the journey here. Now there was no other option. He had to travel through the city. There were only a few hours of light left before dark, and he wasn't about to camp overnight this close to home. The thought of being a few miles away from his wife and children was maddening. Wyatt's near miss with his mother lay heavy on his mind. Could he forgive himself if he came home a day too late and found Amy and the boys missing or dead? Not an option. He pushed on, pedaling hard. 30 minutes later, and he was in the outskirts of the city. He couldn't believe what the city looked like. Not just the damage done by the EMP, but what happened since. Burned-out homes, trash mounded up into piles taller than a man. That was if people had bothered to move the trash at all. Some homes had piles of rotten, stinking garbage just outside the front door. Were they ignorant of disease or simply too lazy to care? A shiver ran up his spine as he passed 3 bodies wrapped in white bedsheets, abandoned by the roadside. The smell was sickening, and he held his breath until he was well past. "Hey, you! Here, come here!" a voice called out urgently. A heavy-set policeman leaned out of his front door, hand on his gun, and waved at Jack to get his attention. He looked around, wary of an ambush. Was this guy really a cop, or did he just have on the uniform? He didn't trust anyone after being robbed by the horseman. Jack slowed his bike and kept his distance. "Hey, what are you doing out here? Are you crazy? Nobody goes out alone out here. Get inside before you get yourself killed." The policeman glanced up and down the street nervously, his hand on the hilt of his pistol. Jack stayed on the bike, in case he needed to move fast. "Why's that?" The policeman looked at him as if he had 2 heads. "Where have you been? There is no government anymore. It's every man for himself. I'm only sticking my neck out because I'm an idiot with a soft spot for other idiots. My neighbors all left weeks ago. I should have left when everybody else did." The cop brought his sleeve across his forehead, wiping away the sweat. "Listen, you better get inside somewhere fast. Believe me, you don't want to go that way. Downtown isn't safe anymore." "Was there an outbreak or something?" asked Jack. "If only it were that simple. Gangs run the city now. When food got tight, the city council voted to release all the non-violent prisoners, hoping they would go somewhere else and be somebody else's problem. Morons. Those non-violent prisoners came back and broke out their gang members, the violent prisoners. They took over the city. Look, don't be stupid. Stay out of the city if you want to live." The policeman abruptly shut the door. A deadbolt and chains rattled as he locked himself in. There wasn't enough food left to go around the long way. There wouldn't be anything to forage here either. He had to go through the city. Jack unwrapped his last biscuit and opened a can of tuna, wolfing them down. If he died in the city, it wouldn't be from starvation. After he ate, he mounted his bike, pushing himself to the limit. Buildings flew by as he sped down the road. The miles went quickly, and he passed the M&T Bank Stadium. Two men stepped onto the road from a side street. One wore a hooded sweatshirt and baggy jeans. The second man, much taller than the first, stuck out like a sore thumb. He wore a bright red mohawk, black concert t-shirt, and combat boots, a sinister sneer on his face. Both of the men wore blue bandanas over their faces like masks. The taller one nudged the other and pointed at Jack. "Yo, stop!" the shorter thug yelled. Jack crossed to the far side of the street and mounted the curb, riding along the sidewalk to get clear of them. He didn't slow a beat, turning to look over his shoulder as he passed them.
"Stop! We see you again, we're gonna kill you!"
the taller one yelled. He heard their feet pounding the pavement as they ran after him, shouting for him to stop. Jack hit his brakes and gripped the handlebars, sending the bike into a skidding turn, heading down an alley in an attempt to lose them. He weaved his way in and out of streets and alleys, gaining distance on the men as they were forced to stop at each intersection and see which way he went. Jack kept going until his muscles burned from the effort, and soon their shouts grew distant. He coasted for a few minutes after he was sure he'd lost them, catching his breath. When his heartbeat slowed, he made a beeline towards the inner harbor. Oriole Park at Camden Yards barely registered on his radar as he flew past, a place he'd taken the boys numerous times. Fully engrossed on his surroundings, he rode as fast as he could, planning his route through the city. It would be safer if he stuck to the harbor. It was mostly tourist attractions, not many stores that would attract the attention of thugs like the ones that had chased him. It should be a ghost town. After passing the National Aquarium, he turned down a side street. Buildings and alleyways became a blur as he flew past. Nearly out of the downtown area, the anticipation of arriving home was overwhelming, every cell in his body supercharged with excitement. Finally, he was almost home to his family. A painted advertisement on the side of a building caught his eye, pulling him out of his single-minded drive to get home. Decorative folk art depicting flowers and vegetables surrounded the company name. Maynard's Seed Company, established 1932. He hit the brakes hard, his back tire coming a few inches off the ground. A seed company. The homestead Wyatt talked about. Vegetable seeds would be immensely useful to his family once they arrived at the homestead. This was a resource that could sustain them for the long term. He looked around, checking the streets for people. Spotting nobody around, he warily circled the building. In the alley behind the building, a cargo bay door sat partially open, the gap large enough for him to squeeze through. Jack stashed his bike behind a dumpster in the alley and concealed it beneath a flattened cardboard box. His heart beat faster as he slid under the bay door into the building. This section of Baltimore was a ghost town, but he still felt guilty about going into the building without permission. Large skylights in the ceiling high above illuminated the warehouse, providing light. He passed aisle after aisle, finding nothing but rows of empty shelves. Somebody had already taken everything of value. He made his way to the business office a few aisles over. A fine layer of dust coated everything, indicating the place had not been visited in quite some time. He picked up a clipboard from off the desk. He read the packets of papers clipped to the board. The papers were marked in the bottom corner with a fancy seal, embossed into the paper. Authorized by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, issued by Justice Mark Weldon. Jack scrolled down several lines to the interesting bits. U.S. EMP Response Committee Confiscation Act, Article 12. The government had picked the warehouse clean. Typical. They could put the stockpile of seeds to good use, but it was more likely that the seeds would be forgotten in a government warehouse or mismanaged by bungling bureaucrats, if there were any bureaucrats left. Disappointed, he made his way around the shelves, quietly making his way back to the open bay door in his bike. Rounding the corner of an aisle, his foot caught on something in his rushed exit, and he tumbled forward to the ground. He threw his arms out in front of him, absorbing some of the blow with his forearms, but still landed hard on his face. Shaking off the pain, he picked himself up. Blood dripped from his nose, and he pinched it shut between his thumb and finger to stop the bleeding. Sticking out from underneath a shelf at the end of the aisle was a cardboard box. Jack picked the box up and hefted it, surprised to find it wasn't empty. Curious, He read the shipping label. Michael Barron's, 3482 Concord Avenue, Milltown, Alaska. Michael wouldn't be stopping at the store anytime soon to inquire after his lost package. It was fair game now. Jack ran his thumbnail along the seam, cutting through the packaging tape. The box was stuffed with seed packages, and there were hundreds of types of vegetables and several varieties of each. Someone, somewhere, was looking after him. This was enough seed to start an enormous garden, a small-scale farm even. It was far more than he could use or plant in one season. In his excitement at the discovery, he pictured the homestead, details brought to life by Wyatt's descriptions. He closed his eyes, experiencing the fullness of the vision. A farmhouse, gently rolling fields, animals grazing in a pasture, a gentle spring rain moistening the freshly turned earth, delicate green shoots popping up from the ground. He pictured his family working together in a large garden, hoeing dirt around neat rows of winter cabbage. Wyatt backing an antique tractor out of the barn, a plow hitched to the tractor. It was all there, everything he needed, at Wyatt's homestead. The seeds. His vision was complete now. Jack resealed the box, elated with his discovery. He slid the box under the bay door and lowered himself to the ground, rolling under the bay door and into the alley. Before he could get to his feet, fists pummeled him, pushing him into the ground.
"Found your ass!"
the man with the red mohawk yelled. A heavy blow landed on his forehead, followed by kicks to his midsection. The two men kicked and punched him relentlessly, their fists and feet racking his body with pain. Jack tried to get up off the ground and fight back, but he was pushed back down. Unable to get to his feet, he covered his head with his arms, trying to protect his head.
"I told you to stop, shithead," the shorter thug shouted. "This is our neighborhood. You don't belong here."
Kicks landed on his back and his legs. A powerful kick hit him in his side, knocking the wind out of him. Pain exploded in his ribcage. Lightning stung his side as he tried to breathe. The beating continued for several minutes. His front teeth wiggled loosely as he passed his tongue over them. He spit out a mouthful of blood, the iron taste turning his stomach. His entire body beaten, bruised, and in pain. He couldn't see out of his left eye. Was it swollen shut, or had they put out his eye?
"Stupid ass, coming down here. This is our turf. You don't take shit without us saying so."
The man with the mohawk picked up the box of seeds and ripped it open.
"What the hell is this? Seeds? You taking a beat down for some seeds, stupid ass?"
The other man cackled.
"Yo, we beat him bad, bro. Look at his head. Look at how bad he's swollen up. He's bleeding all over. Grab his bike and that backpack. Let's see if Big D will give us something for it. Throw them seeds in the bag. Shit, maybe he'll take them too."
Jack grunted, his mouth filling with blood again, obstructing his breathing. He spit the blood out and moaned.
"What? You want some more?"
the thug with the mohawk shouted. Jack watched in horror, unable to move as the thug with the mohawk picked up a bottle off of the ground. His lips twisted in a sneer, and he brought the bottle down, smashing it over the top of Jack's head. Bright, white light filled his vision. His head felt like he'd stuck his tongue in an electric socket. Trying to get up and run, his body wouldn't respond. Black spots winked in and out of his vision, the spots growing larger by the second. The thugs gave him a final kick and took his bike, his backpack, and the box of seeds with them as they left the alley. Jack rolled onto his side, vomited, and blacked out from the pain. Chapter 32.
First things first, guys. Danny, you are to stay in my sight at all times from now on. If you have to use the bathroom, you're going with your brother. We all need to communicate where we are and what we're doing. Second, we don't leave the house. We don't want to give Rob the opportunity to break in and be waiting for us when we return. Finally, Kenny, you and I are going to keep a gun on us at all times. Pistol, shotgun, I don't care which, but we need to be armed, Amy said.
"Does that mean no more fishing?"
Danny asked.
I'm afraid so, Danny. We have enough food and fresh water in the basement to last us a long time. Maybe Rob will leave when he runs out of food. There can't be that much food left to scavenge. The fresh fish was wonderful, and I really appreciated the work you did, but I am not willing to risk your lives over it.
"We should also keep plenty of ammo upstairs. Should I move the gun safes upstairs? Going to the basement takes too long," Kenny said.
Excellent points, Kenny. Okay, guys, any other ideas to keep the house safe? If we're going to stay, we have to defend the house. Our lives depend on it.
she said.
We can make booby traps, like some cans tied to strings that somebody would trip over and make a lot of noise,
Danny said.
That's a really good idea, Danny. In fact, we can use that idea on all the windows and doors. Something to let us know if a window or door is opened. Anything to give us a little extra time to react,
Amy said.
I've been thinking about how to make the doors and windows stronger. We could board up the windows and make a little window to shoot out of, like with a sliding piece of wood or something to cover it. And we could put a big piece of wood across the doors to keep people from bashing them down. Dad has some metal brackets in the workshop we could use,
Kenny said.
Good. Where can we get the wood? We can't risk going across town to the hardware store. Is there anything around us we can use?
Amy asked.
I know. There's a whole bunch of wood over there on the street behind us. It's on a big truck,
Danny said.
Hey, yeah, he's right. They were building a new home over there. There's all sorts of plywood and lumber. How will we get the wood here, though, without leaving the house unoccupied? We shouldn't split up, but we shouldn't leave the house empty. Do we have a way to be in both places at once?
Amy asked. A window shattered in the living room, sending shards of glass flying all over the room. Amy flinched and then ran to the window to find a large rock on the floor amidst the glass. She looked out the window, startled to find a tall man with a shaved head and tattoos running away from the house, his middle finger extended upward as he ran.
That's from Rob, bitch!
The man yelled. Across the street at the Moore house, Rob leaned against a parked car, a cigarette in one hand, a beer in the other. His face was a swollen mess of black and blue, his eyes swollen completely shut where she'd struck him with the bat. He raised his arm high in the air and lifted his middle finger. Two rough-looking men standing behind Rob laughed loudly and pointed at the house, cheering on the skinhead that had thrown the rock as he rejoined the group. The skinhead picked up another rock from the street and launched it towards the house, the rock falling harmlessly into the front yard. So, he did have a gang. This was not welcome news. Rob was bad enough on his own, and these men looked like hardened criminals.
Stay away from the windows, boys. Rob has some new friends. I'm sure there will be more rocks coming through the windows.
No sooner had she spoken than another man broke from the group and ran into the front yard, lobbing a rock against the house. The rock landed on the roof with a thud and then tumbled onto the front porch. Kenny took the rock from the living room floor and used it to break out the remaining shards of glass hanging from the window. He lifted his pistol up and fired 2 shots out the window. The gang scurried behind the parked car, yelling insults and threats across the street.
Kenny, what are you doing?
Amy yelled.
Target practice,
He said.
Relax, Mom. I'm not going to shoot them. You and Danny go get the wood. If I'm here shooting at them, they won't know you're out getting the wood. They're pretty stupid,
Kenny said. Uncertain, she looked through the window at the group of thugs across the street. They popped their heads up periodically and lobbed rocks, which fell far short of the house. Kenny was right. If they wanted to get the wood to fortify the house, this was their opportunity. She may as well take advantage of the diversion.
Only fire warning shots, Kenny. I don't want you shooting someone. We don't know who these people are. Some of them might have just fallen in with the wrong crowd or are trying to show off. Throwing rocks at our house isn't enough to kill someone over, she said.
Mom, did you see those guys? They aren't hanging with the wrong crowd. Get real. That tall guy has tattoos on his face. Who has tattoos on their face? These guys are convicts. Chill out, I won't kill anybody. I'll only shoot if they come into our yard, just as a warning.
She didn't feel right about it, but they did need the lumber to cover the windows and bar the doors.
Come on, Danny. Let's go get the wood while Kenny keeps them busy. We have to hurry,
she said. They ran through the backyard and hopped the short chain-link fence into the neighbor's yard. The gate on the opposite side of the yard was rusty and squeaked loudly as she opened it. It wasn't loud enough to be heard over the shouting, but it still made her cringe. Shots rang out. Kenny was keeping the gang busy as promised. They moved cautiously between the neighbors' houses until she spotted the construction site with the wood.
There it is,
Danny said, pointing at the truck. The home was half finished. Construction halted when the EMP hit. All that had been completed was the poured foundation and wooden frame. The truck parked on the street in front of the house held the materials needed to finish the job. Large bundles of plywood, 2x4s, and other lumber was strapped down to the flatbed. Amy fumbled with the winches holding the lumber strapped to the flatbed until she figured out how the release worked. Free from the straps, she slid a sheet of plywood off the truck and lowered it to the ground.
Danny, we'll have to take these one at a time. They're really heavy. You pick up that end and watch where you walk so you don't trip.
They lugged the sheet of plywood through neighbors' yards and tossed the sheet over the fence into their backyard.
We're going to need 10 or 11 of these to cover all the windows. We'll get the other wood last. It will be lighter.
she said. Danny rubbed at his arms. It was hard work for an 11-year-old, but he would have to work through it and do his best. She needed his help. 20 minutes of moving wood and they were both exhausted. They had all the wood they needed to fortify the house. Back in the house, Danny collapsed on the couch, sitting up momentarily to chug down the glass of water she handed him. Kenny was still at the window, eyeing the gang across the street. The gang was quiet now, no longer throwing rocks or shouting insults. They stared at the house, talking and pointing across the street. Whatever it was they were talking about, it was bad news for her family.
"We're done, Kenny. We've got the wood. How did it go?" she asked.
"They stopped throwing rocks a little bit ago."
"Really? That's surprising," she said.
"Well, I shot one of them."
"What happened? I told you to only fire warning shots,"
Amy said. She looked out the window, expecting to see another corpse on the front porch.
"They started yelling that I was a chicken, that I wouldn't shoot them. One of them ran over and tried to open the front door. I had to shoot him. He's not dead. It hit him in the arm. After that, they stopped coming into the yard," he said.
Amy squeezed Kenny's shoulder, reassuring him.
"You did what you had to do. Come on, you go get some food and take a break. I'll keep an eye on them for a while."
She watched the gang through the window, wishing she could read their minds. The wounded man held his bloody arm, shouting and pointing across the street. Rob gestured at the ruined half of his face and yelled at the man. Whatever he said silenced the man. They had underestimated her family twice. They wouldn't be so rash next time. She gave Danny and Kenny an hour to rest and recover. In a few minutes, she would get the boys up and put them to work. They had to fortify the house as soon as possible. They had guns, but if Rob's gang caught them off guard, they could storm the house and overpower them, even if all the gang had were knives and handheld weapons. They would bar the doors, secure the windows with plywood, and then keep watch over the house for as long as it took. She couldn't leave the food and supplies to venture into the unknown. There was no guarantee that Rob wouldn't follow them. And Jack. She couldn't give up hope that Jack would come home. Chapter 33. He should be dead, his first thought as he regained consciousness. Jack grabbed the edge of the loading dock and pulled himself into a sitting position. His head throbbed mercilessly, his ears ringing as he felt at the golf ball-sized lump. His left eye was completely swollen shut, his right eye cloudy and filled with black spots. The alley spun as if he were drunk. He waited for the dizziness to pass, the wild spinning making his stomach turn. He doubled over and heaved, the motion lighting up every damaged nerve in his body. Splintering pain went through his ribs with every breath he drew. Jack cleared his throat and wiped the blood away from his mouth. He was so close to home, and yet still so far away. All this way, only to be shown how powerless he was by a couple of thugs. Shown how weak he was, and how unprepared. He didn't even get a punch in. How could he get his family out of the city safely if he couldn't even keep himself safe? Hopelessness consumed him. He lay down on the ground in the alley and cried. All of the doubts and fears he'd kept bottled up during the ride home surfaced. The beating had unstopped the cork of his soul. Was his family even alive after all these weeks? Would he arrive home to find them all dead? If they were alive and he got them out of the city, would he be leading them to an even worse fate? A homestead in West Virginia, bringing his family to the rural Appalachians, and he didn't know anything about farming. Was he being stupid again? Exhaustion overcame him. After all the pain and suffering he'd been through to come this far, he lost his bike, the seeds, and nearly lost his life to a couple of punks. Jack wiped his eyes, the tears washing the blood out of his good eye. He could see more clearly now, and he sat numbly, staring off into nothing in the alley. Something caught his eye, vibrant printed colors standing out from the gray muck on the pavement. It was a single packet of seeds, laying in the alleyway a couple of feet away. The seeds. His mental picture of the homestead came back to him, the same one he'd pictured in the warehouse. Freshly turned fields with green sprouts poking up out of the soil. He saw his family happy, secure, and safe. It was a promising future, not just survival. Anger filled him, adrenaline surging through his veins and pushing away his despair. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, unable to contain his rage. Those weren't just some packets of seeds. They had taken the future of his family. They took his hopes, his dreams. He could pick himself up and limp home to his family, and he could do his best to put food into their mouths. They might survive, but that's not what he wanted for them, to eke out a living. He pushed himself off the alley floor and stuck the packet in his pocket. His anger intensified into fury. He wasn't helpless. He'd just ridden a damn bicycle across half of the United States, living off of dog food and squirrels just to get back home. Something Wyatt had said came to mind, reaching up from the corner of his mind. What was it he said? Something his father, the bootlegger, had said. That was it. He remembered now. A man will do anything he has to for his family. Nothing can stop a determined man once he hardens his mind to a task. It's just a matter of making up your mind to do it. All doubt and despair left him. The pain in his body became a distant secondary feeling to the rage, the determination that filled him. His mind was focused on the problem with a razor-sharp clarity he'd never felt before. He knew what he had to do, and he was going to do it. It was just that simple. He'd find the thugs and get his seeds back. Looking around the alley, he searched for a weapon. He couldn't go empty-handed. That would be foolish. He needed a weapon. He couldn't see out of his swollen eye. He had to do something about that, too. Sliding underneath the cracked bay door of the seed warehouse, Jack got to his feet and moved with a purpose through the aisles, making his way to the restroom he'd spotted earlier. In the mirror, he recoiled from the nasty wounds on his face. His left eye was swollen shut. Nicks and cuts covered his face from where the punks had stepped on his head, grinding his face into the pavement. Jack slipped his shirt over his head and bunched it up over his knuckles, making a fist. He slammed his fist against the mirror. The mirror shattered in hundreds of pieces, shards of glass falling from the mirror frame. He took one of the smaller shards from the sink, its sharp edge held against his swollen eyelid. Not entirely certain this was a smart thing to do, he hesitated. Boxers used to have cut men who would drain the blood if their eye was swollen shut during a fight. But he wasn't a boxer, and he wasn't a cut man. He didn't know what he was doing. But if he couldn't see clearly, he had no chance against the two thugs. Screw it. He drew a deep breath and sliced into the swollen eyelid just below his eyebrow, then made another cut into his upper cheek just below the eye. He dropped the mirror shard into the sink and squeezed the swollen tissue, blood squirting everywhere. A few moments later, and the sink, mirror, and Jack were all coated in blood. The swelling had gone down, drained away. He opened his eye and blinked, regaining some vision out of the eye. Wasting no time tending to his other wounds, he stormed out of the bathroom. He had to catch up to the punks before they got too far away. He ran through the aisles, scanning the shelves for something he could use as a weapon. Row after row held nothing but dust and empty cardboard boxes. The place was empty. Everything of use had been looted. He searched the office next, wildly flinging open desk drawers and filing cabinets, desperate to find something. He could use a pair of scissors, a letter opener, or anything. He came up empty as he rummaged through cubicles. About to give up and find a weapon in the street, he rounded a cubicle and found a small hall closet. A janitor's closet, the door left wide open, stuffed with cleaning chemicals, towels, and a janitor's broom. Perfect. Exactly what he needed. He unscrewed the broom head from the handle, hefting it and getting a feel for the weight and balance of it in his hands. With a two-handed baseball swing, he brought the broomstick down onto a computer monitor. The broomstick sent the monitor flying across the room, impacting the wall with a satisfying explosion of glass and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Jack made his way back to the alley. They had gotten the jump on him last time. This time, he would make sure he had the element of surprise. He would find them, and he would make them pay for what they had done. Then he would take the seeds and his family's future back. Chapter 34. The narrow alleyway was pitch black as Jack snuck down it, silently padding around trash cans, feeling along. Row homes on either side of him created deep shadows, preventing the dim moonlight from revealing his presence. The alley ended just ahead as it intersected with a road, moonlight reflecting off of the wet city streets. He hunkered down in the shadows just a few feet from the road. There they were, the two thugs walking down the street, heading in his direction. As loudly as they talked, it had been an easy task finding them in the dead quiet city. Crouching hidden behind a trash can, he waited for the men to walk by. 2 men, one riding a bike, but he had to be sure it was the right men. He slowed his breathing down, tried to calm his nerves. Could he pull this off?
"Yeah, man, I told you she was a freak,"
a voice said. His companion slowly circled the bike around him as he strutted down the street. Jack peeked around the corner. A red mohawk. There was no mistaking him. An image of the man was burned into his brain, bottle in hand, smashing it down over his head. Not something you tended to forget. Yeah, it was the thugs, all right. The other thug circled him on his bike, Jack's backpack slung over his shoulder. His heart beat so loud in his chest he was sure they would hear it. It was so quiet, even his breath seemed impossibly loud. The 2 men walked right by him, oblivious to his presence. They moved down the street and disappeared from view as it curved around a corner. Jack ran back along the alleyway and crossed over a couple of streets. He ran as fast as he could without making too much noise. He would get ahead of them and cut them off. An ambush. 3 streets up, he cut back over to the road and listened for sounds of their approach.
"Big D said he was going to string that dude up. I wouldn't mess."
Jack inched out of the alleyway along the side of a row home. This was the perfect spot. The row home stood on the inside bend of a corner, the area dark and secluded. Even if he screwed up badly and was caught out in the open, the men wouldn't be able to see him until he was already on top of them. He crouched next to a porch stoop, keeping to the deep shadows. Jack wiped the sweat from his hands and gripped the broom handle in both hands, white knuckles gripping the heavy wooden shaft. Their voices grew louder as the 2 men approached. Jack's heart beat faster, but not from fear this time. An adrenaline rush fueled by his anger surged through him. These 2 punks had left him for dead in his hometown after a 1,000-mile journey to get back. What right did they have? The bike's gear chain rattled louder as the thug coasted down the street, keeping pace with his companion on foot. Click, click, click. The noise stopped periodically as the thug coasted around, riding in a circle around his companion. Jack held the broomstick like a spear, his muscles tensed up, ready to strike. Everything was riding on this. He would only have 1 chance to strike. If he failed, they would be on him in an instant. Click, click, click. A bike tire appeared just in front of the stoop. Jack lunged out with the broom handle, jamming it through the spokes of the front wheel. He tensed his body, hanging onto the broom handle as it lodged itself between the tire spokes and the frame of the bike, causing the front tire to immediately stop. The thug went flying over the handlebars of the bike, his face smacking into the pavement with a sickening sound. He lay unmoving on the street, the bike tumbling down onto the street next to him, with its back tire spinning uselessly in the air. Jack wrenched his broom handle free of the bike and turned to face the other thug.
"What the?"
the thug with the mohawk said. Jack sprang to his feet and jumped out of the shadows. He swung the broomstick around like a baseball bat, hitting the man in the stomach. He raised the broom up again and brought it down on the thug's arm with a heavy crack. The punk screamed in pain, falling to the ground. Just as fast as he went down, he sprung back to his feet, whipping a knife out of his pocket. He stepped backward out of reach of Jack's broomstick.
"You just messed with the wrong people. We're in Big D's crew. He runs this town," he said.
Jack stabbed forward in a feint with the broomstick, causing the thug to jump back. As the man danced backward, Jack gripped the broomstick in a baseball grip and wound up for a powerful blow. He would end this once and for all. The thug was quick and stepped into his wind-up. The knife flashed in his hands, carving a deep slice into Jack's cheek. He made a second stab at Jack's midsection. Jack brought his elbow down into the man's arm, deflecting the blow away from his midsection. The thrust had too much momentum, though, and the blade sunk deep into Jack's thigh. Jack yelled, pain shooting through his leg as he struggled to stay on his feet. The thug jerked at the knife, trying to free it from Jack's leg. He held on tightly to the broomstick with his other hand to prevent Jack from using it. The 2 men went to their knees, each struggling to overpower the other. Adrenaline surged through him, and his analytical mind shut off completely as the fight-or-flight response took over. Conscious thought fell away, and he committed himself fully to the fight. His senses seemed hyper-aware, his eyes noting every detail, his fingers feeling every grain of the texture of the broomstick, the iron taste of blood in his mouth. Everything was clearer to him in that split second than at any other point in his life. He was alive. Jack let out a scream of primal rage into the punk's face. The punk's red mohawk quivered as he flinched from Jack's shout, his grip loosed on the broomstick, stunned by Jack's outburst. Jack took advantage of the lapse. He slid his hand down the broomstick until he felt the cold metal of the end cap under his fingers. 4 inches of metal screw stuck out of his clenched fist, and he drove it into the punk's face with all his might. The punk dropped to the ground, screaming incoherently, clutching at his eye. He writhed on the ground, kicking his feet about in agony. Jack raised the broomstick over his head and brought it down like a club on the man's leg with all his might. The broomstick hit his ankle. The sharp crack of the bone breaking echoed across the brick buildings. The punk screamed, drowning out all other sound. He wouldn't be standing up any time soon. Jack got to his feet, clutching at the knife in his leg. He pulled it out of his thigh and wrapped his shirt tightly around his leg to stop the bleeding. The knife had sunk deep into his thigh muscle. 3 months of biking had made his legs bulky and muscular. Without the padding of extra muscle, the blade could have nicked his femoral artery and he would have bled out in minutes. Jack sank to his knees. The adrenaline rush had run its course and he was winded from the fight. He breathed deeply and smoothly, allowing his heart rate to slow down to a normal pace. The man with the red mohawk stopped his moaning long enough to hurl insults at Jack.
"Big D is gonna kill you for this! He's gonna feed you to his dogs!" he said.
He rolled onto his side, his hand covering a bloody eye socket. Hatred blazed from his remaining eye as he glared at Jack. This wasn't done yet. He was alone. He couldn't leave these men alive. They had already tried to kill him once and had left him for dead. There were no police to cart the thugs off to jail, nobody he could call for help. In a corner of his mind, a small voice shouted, "This is against the law. You can't do this." Jack shut the voice down. There was no law here anymore. That was all gone, wiped away by the EMP. The only law now was the law of the jungle, the law of survival. Kill or be killed. The man with the red mohawk crawled towards the alley, dragging his broken ankle behind him. Jack limped over to the man, pulled his head up by the mohawk, and brought the knife across his throat. He moved to the other thug lying by the bike and dispensed justice, surprised at how easily the blade sank into flesh. Jack picked up his backpack and slung it across his back. He stood up his bike and climbed into the seat, wincing at the pain in his leg. His mind on one thing only. He turned the bike around and pointed the handlebars home. Chapter 35. A loud thump at the front of the house snapped her out of her wool gathering as she made the rounds, checking windows and doors at the rear of the house. Amy moved to the foyer, her stomach a tight ball of fear. Was this it? Was Rob finally making his move? Someone was on the front porch. She heard liquid splashing as it spilled onto the concrete front porch. Curious what they were up to, Amy peered out the peephole and looked outside. The smell of gasoline seeped into the foyer, and one of Rob's gang ran away through the yard. A 5-gallon gasoline container had been spilled across the front of the house, and the empty container discarded on the porch. Standing in her front yard, several members of Rob's gang cheered the man on as he ran back to join them. Each of the thugs held a gasoline can. Their leader, Rob, stood defiantly in the middle of the street, his glare menacing as he directed his men. "Spread out around the house. Don't let any of them get out," Rob said. The men hurried to obey, splitting up as they carried their gas cans around the house. "All I wanted was to be with you, and you messed up my face. Now we're going to burn you out," Rob said. Panic hit her. She ran to the side window and opened a peephole in the plywood. No. This couldn't be happening. They wouldn't really burn the house down with the boys inside. A scrawny man covered in tattoos splashed gasoline on the side of the house, his face cold and expressionless.
"Boys, get down here! Run!" she screamed.
Danny and Kenny came flying down the staircase, taking it 2 steps at a time. Danny looked frightened, his brother alert and serious.
"Mom, what is it?"
Kenny asked.
"Rob's outside with a gang. They're pouring gasoline all over the house. He's trying to burn the house down."
Kenny unslung his shotgun from the strap on his shoulder and moved to the back door. He quietly slid open the shooting window in the plywood and crooked his finger at her in a silent come-here motion. He peered out and then held 2 fingers up, indicating that 2 of Rob's men were out back of the house. Rage filled her. That Rob would try to hurt her was no surprise. She had destroyed his face. Of course he would try to exact some sort of revenge. Trying to burn her out of the house while her children were inside? That was inhuman. Amy snatched the shotgun out of Kenny's hands, pumped the action, and put the barrel up to the shooting slot. A heavy-set gang member with teardrop tattoos in the corners of his eyes, wearing a leather jacket, lugged 2 5-gallon containers of gas toward the back door. He said something to his companion, a large and muscular convict with a shaved head and tattoos covering his face, who laughed maniacally. She seated the shotgun against her shoulder and tapped the laser sights on. A bright green dot appeared in the middle of the thug's chest. She controlled her breathing, a steady stream of air moving across her lips as she tracked the man's movement with the barrel. He set down one of the canisters and unscrewed the gas cap. Her finger slid over the trigger, her hands steadying the green dot painted in the middle of the man's chest, 5 feet in front of her. She squeezed the trigger, and the shotgun erupted. The heavy-set thug sank to his knees, clutching at the large, smoking hole in his chest. He flopped down onto his face. His body twitched and jerked erratically as a pool of blood formed beneath his body. Amy pumped the shotgun and chambered another round, swinging the barrel around to the second gang member. The tall skinhead stood there unmoving, stunned at the sight of his dead friend. His mouth hanging open, he looked up at the shooting window, his eyes going wide as he realized where the shot came from and how close he stood to the opening. He dropped the gas cans and turned to run. He took 2 steps and then stopped suddenly, throwing his hands up into the air in a gesture of submission, and backed up towards the house. Amy lined the green laser dot up on the back of the man's head, ready to take a shot. She slowed her breathing down again to ensure the shot wouldn't go wide. Her finger slid into the trigger guard, onto the trigger, and she started to pull, but paused. Something wasn't right here. The tall skinhead turned around, his hands clutching at his throat as he staggered about, a distant look on his face. A thin red line spread across his throat from ear to ear, and blood erupted from the wound. The thug fell to his knees, gripping his throat, trying in vain to stop the blood pouring out of the wound. Blood squeezed between his fingers. He coughed, spraying blood across the patio, and fell to the ground next to his companion. The skinhead thrashed about on the patio, and a man appeared where the skinhead had just stood, a long, bloody knife in his hand. Tall and wiry, his lean musculature showed through his ripped shirt. Who the hell was this guy? He was dirty and looked like a bum in his tattered pants and worn shoes. His eyes shone in the dark from underneath an uncombed mess of dirty hair, his gaunt face marked by a long red gash on his grime-smeared cheek. This wasn't any one of the gang members she'd seen before. Rob's gang wouldn't be caught dead looking as filthy as this man. There was something about his eyes, though. He looked just as dangerous as the rest of them. Kneeling down next to the thug, the stranger sunk his knife deep down into the skinhead's neck, just at the shoulder. The skinhead stopped thrashing and lay still on the ground. The man pulled his knife free and moved over to the heavy-set thug she had shot. He slid the long knife into the same spot as the other man, ensuring he was dead, then wiped his blade off and put it back into his sheath. Amy followed the man with the shotgun, green dot painted on his chest, wondering if she should shoot him. Who was this man, and why had he intervened? It was every man for himself after the EMP, a painful lesson that had taken her too long to learn, but she had learned it. People didn't take risks for strangers like that anymore. There wasn't anything at stake for this stranger.
Kenny, there's a strange man out there. He just killed one of Rob's gang.
Really? What is he doing now?
I don't know, but he killed the tall skinhead with just a knife. Should I shoot him?
She asked. The stranger lifted his head, his eyes flickering to his right. He crouched down low and moved against the house, flattening himself onto the ground. Crawling on his hands and knees, he disappeared into the long grass of the yard, his dirty skin camouflaging him. Amy let her finger off the trigger as he drew out of sight.
I lost him. He's crawling through the grass next to the house,
she said. Curious, she went to the side of the house and peered out another peephole. A third dead gang member's body lay face down on the ground in the side yard, His eyes wide open in a blank stare, his head was turned the wrong way around, neck broken.
Kenny, stay here with Danny. Keep the back of the house covered. If you smell smoke, don't wait for me, just get your brother out and run. Run as fast as you can, as far as you can, and get away,
Amy said. Danny whimpered, huddling against the couch. Kenny squinted his eyes, peered out of the slit, pistol in hand.
Got it. They won't get past me,
Kenny said. The stranger was nowhere to be seen, and Amy ran to another peephole on the other side of the house. He was wrestling with one of Rob's thugs, the fat, loud one with jet-black hair. Their arms locked at the shoulder, each tried to throw the other to the ground. The fat thug had the upper hand, his heavy bulk larger than the stranger, and he threw his weight to the side, sending the stranger flying into the side of the house. The stranger's knife flew from his hand into the long grass. The fat thug rushed forward, circling his hands around the stranger's throat, and squeezed tightly. The man gasped for air, scratching and pulling at the thug's arms as he tried to break free. The thug lifted the stranger off the ground as he choked him, his face turning red as he sputtered and coughed. Amy put the shotgun up to the shooting slot, but couldn't find a clean shot. The stranger's head moved in and out of the way as he struggled to get free. He held his hand up to the thug's face, straightened his thumb, and jabbed it deep into his eye. The thug gave a shrill scream like a child and released the man. He clutched at his wounded eye, blood and pink fluid running down his face. The stranger dove for his long knife laying in the grass and thrust it up under the thug's ribcage with a grunt. He pushed hard on the blade, slipping it in until the hilt met the thug's body. He stabbed the blade in twice more, each stab going in a different direction under the man's ribcage. The thug fell over, and the stranger pulled the blade free and wiped it clean on the other man's shirt. He rested, with his hands on his knees for a moment, chest heaving mightily as he caught his breath. After a moment, he slipped around the corner of the house and disappeared from sight, leaving another dead thug in his wake. Amy ran to the front door, following the direction of his travel. She looked around for signs of Rob's gang but found the area clear of danger. The stranger outside the door mimicked her action as he himself scanned up and down the street, his shoulders tense and alert. He turned to the house, his chest heaving, winded from the exertion of killing the gang members.
"Let me in. They're all gone now," he said.
Who are you? Why did you help us? What do you want from us? There's nothing here for you. We don't have anything, she said,
the barrage of questions flying from her lips. Whatever the man wanted, he was dangerous. He'd just killed most of Rob's gang with nothing but a knife in his bare hands. She wanted no part of him. She had to protect her boys. She couldn't trust someone that dangerous around her sons. Danny appeared as he came around the side of the house, running directly towards the man. Amy's heart skipped a beat as her son wrapped his arms around the dirty stranger and clung to his waist. The stranger ruffled the hair on Danny's head. Her eyes focused in on the stranger's knife, held in his hand on top of Danny's head, too close for comfort. How did Danny get out there? He was supposed to be with Kenny inside the house. 1,000 fears crossed her mind at once.
"Daddy!"
Danny cried out. Amy threw the door wide open and brought her pistol up to the stranger's face. Damn it, it was Danny and his delusion of seeing his father all over again. It would end up getting him killed.
Let him go, right now,
she said.
"Amy, I'm not gonna hurt him, or you. I'm home," he said.
Home?
She asked. His voice was ragged and raw, but she knew that voice from somewhere. Amy brought her hand to her mouth. Tears ran down her cheeks, her mind telling her that the impossible was happening. This man was scarred, dirty, and deadly. His face was familiar under the dirt, and he was the same height, but he was wiry and strong, not like her Jack. The way he carried himself, alert, with confidence and agility. This couldn't be her husband.
Jack? Is that really you? It can't be.
"I'm sorry, Amy. I'm sorry it took me so long to get home," he said.
Jack, how did you get...
Amy craned her neck, eyes following a Molotov cocktail as it arced high over their heads and smashed into 1,000 shards of glass against the roof of the house. Flames spread quickly along the eaves of the house as the gasoline splashed earlier by the thugs ignited. Squinting her eyes against the sudden bright light from the fire, she saw a dark figure running up quickly behind Jack. Rob was wielding a knife and coming straight at Jack. Jack seemed to sense something was wrong because he pushed Danny out of the way, just in time to be bowled over by Rob's assault. Rob tackled Jack, and the combined weight of both men slammed into her, knocking her against the house. Amy's head cracked against the doorframe and she dropped to the porch. Her ears rang loudly and spots appeared in her vision. The world looked like a kaleidoscope as she tried to hold her head still against the spinning. Rob screamed a feral cry of hatred as he brought the blade down. He sat on top of Jack, pinning him to the ground. Jack threw his arms up to protect his face, and the blade sank into his left hand as it descended. Jack screamed and thrust his body up, throwing Rob off of him and sending him to the ground. He grabbed his wounded hand. 3 inches of the blade stuck out of the back of his hand, his remaining 2 fingers and thumb twitching in pain. Rob rolled onto Jack again, his single eye glaring hatefully as he wrapped his fingers around Jack's throat, strangling him. Amy staggered to her feet, shaking off the dizziness.
"Kenny, get out of the house! It's on fire!"
she yelled into the open doorway. Kenny appeared in the hallway and took notice of the fight between Jack and Rob.
"I'll help him get Danny to safety,"
she said. Kenny came running through the doorway, Danny in tow. He ran toward the street, away from the fire. Jack and Rob rolled around on the ground in their struggle, punching and wrestling for control. Jack held his own, but just barely. The knife protruding from his hand left him at a disadvantage. Jack held Rob's stranglehold at bay with his arms as he brought his knees up to his chest and planted his feet onto Rob's chest. He kicked his legs out, his strong muscles built from 1,000 miles of walking and riding, sending Rob flying through the air. Jack was on his feet in an instant, moving toward Rob. Amy pushed past Jack, shoving him out of the way. She hovered over Rob as he lay on the ground, trying to get back on his feet. Fury and outrage filled her heart. No more of this. Rob's undamaged eye widened with fear in the firelight. He held up his hands in front of his face.
"Wait, please, don't," he said.
Amy squeezed the trigger. She squeezed the trigger again, and then again, firing shot after shot into him. The front yard exploded with the sound of the gun each time she pulled the trigger. She kept pulling the trigger until all she heard was the ringing in her ears and the click of the empty gun. A calm voice spoke, and a hand slipped over hers, gently sliding the empty gun from her hands. Chapter 36. Jack set the empty pistol on the grass and pulled Amy close into a hug. It was over. This had been so long coming, he just held her tight, refusing to let her go. He ignored the pain in his body. The feeling of rightness and completeness lasted a split second before it was interrupted. Where were his children? The fire. Amy, where are the boys?
"Boys, Kenny, Danny, where are you?"
Amy yelled, looking around the front yard.
"I'm here, Mom."
Danny peeked out from behind the Prius at the end of the driveway. "Where's Kenny?" Jack asked, frantic.
"He went back inside the house,"
Danny said. Jack's stomach rose up into his throat. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The house was engulfed in fire, flames roaring loudly as they rose high into the night. Smoke poured out of the open front door, obscuring the inside of the house. "Stay here with Danny. I'll get him out," Jack said. Jack ignored the hot lick of flames burning his exposed face and arms as he ran into the house. His eyes burned from the acrid smoke, and he crouched down close to the floor so he could still breathe. "Kenny! Kenny, get out of the house! Where are you?" he yelled. The basement door flew open, and Kenny appeared, hacking and coughing. He staggered up the steps with 2 large duffel bags strapped across his shoulders. Kenny looked around wildly, clearly confused, affected by the smoke. Jack took the heavy bags off Kenny's shoulders and grabbed the back of his shirt, half carrying, half pushing him down the hallway towards the front door. Clear of the smoke and flames, Jack dropped the duffel bags onto the grass and spun his son around. Terrified that he'd lost him in the fire, his relief was overwhelming. "Don't ever do something that stupid again," he said, hugging Kenny close.
"Guns! I got the guns! Ammo boxes are by the basement window. I pushed out as many as I could."
Kenny doubled over, coughing and spluttering. Jack appraised the roaring fire. If the ammo boxes were just outside the window, could he get them? There was only 15 feet between the neighbor's house and his own. The heat from the fire reflecting off their house would be like an oven.
"Jack, don't you dare go back,"
Amy said. He was already mid-stride, running towards the side of the house. Flames licked at him as he neared the fire. The heat was intolerable, searing his throat with each breath. The foul smell of singed hair rose up into his nostrils. There they were, 4 ammo boxes sitting next to the broken-out basement window, untouched by the fire. Jack strained to pick them up and limped back into the front yard with a heavy load. He dumped them onto the ground next to the duffel bags and collapsed on the grass next to Kenny, Danny, and his wife. Amy glared at him with a look cold enough to cool the flames he just ran through.
"Don't you ever do something that stupid again, Jack Miller," she said.
Kenny cleared his throat and coughed.
"It must be hereditary."
Jack opened his hands wide and gave her an apologetic look. Amy held her glare, but Kenny snorted and laughed, releasing the tension. Her face softened, looking down at his hand.
"What happened to your fingers?"
she asked. Amy took his hand in hers, rolling it over and inspecting the damage. "Oh, it was like that already. Well, the knife wound wasn't there, but the fingers were gone," he said. A puzzled look on her face, she turned to look at the blazing inferno that used to be their home.
"Well, it looks like I'm fresh out of Band-Aids, Jack. Can you come back in a few months? We can try to do the happy reunion thing over again if you like."
He laughed hard, tears flowing freely as the worry and fears he kept bottled up for months rose to the surface. Jack gathered Amy and his sons into his arms in a family hug. This was everything to him, all that he needed right here. He squeezed them tight and didn't let go, promising himself he would never leave their sight again.
"Jack, we should try to treat your hand. You're bleeding on my shirt, and it's my last one," she said.
"I've got wet wipes and gauze in my backpack," he said. Amy unzipped the black backpack and lifted the box of seeds.
"What are these for? That's quite a lot of seeds. Planning a little backyard garden, Mr. Miller? I'm afraid you have to find another house first."
Jack raised his eyes to their home, the fire lighting up the neighborhood as it blazed brightly. It didn't bother him at all. It had been a roof over their heads, nothing more. Nothing inside was worth more than what he had right here next to him. "I had something a little bigger than a backyard garden in mind. My friend Wyatt has invited us to join him on his farm in West Virginia," Jack said. Amy raised her eyebrows.
"You have a friend from West Virginia? Named Wyatt? With a farm? And you want us to move there?"
"Well, it's more of an old family homestead than a farm, really. The house needs repair, and it will take some hard work to get the place up and running again. The fields need to be turned, old orchards reclaimed, and we'll have to barter for some livestock, but it is a place where we can build a new life and start over." Amy stared deep into his eyes.
"Okay."
Jack balked, wondering if he was still in shock from the knife wound or from malnutrition. "We can talk about it later if you want to. I understand it is a lot to take in all at once. We need to find shelter for the night tonight and scavenge some food for the boys. This can come later."
"Jack, if you think this is the right decision, then there isn't anything else to talk about. I trust you," she said.
"Danny and I will take care of dinner, Dad,"
Kenny said. "Oh, what do you have in mind?"
"The fishing rods went up in flames, but we still have crab pots in the bay."
Jack raised an eyebrow and looked at Amy. She nodded in affirmation of Kenny's claim. His family had changed so much since he'd been gone that he hardly recognized them anymore. The change in Kenny was the easiest to see. With the house burning down around his ears, he got his younger brother to safety and then went back inside the house to retrieve the guns and ammo. It was foolhardy, yes, but Kenny also knew that the weapons would be key to his family's survival. It was hard to believe he was the same irresponsible kid he'd left behind. Kenny's demeanor filled him with pride. He would have to make sure to spend extra time with Danny now that he was back. This disaster was a lot for an 11-year-old to deal with emotionally and mentally. Maybe a quiet countryside farm was just the thing Danny needed after all the excitement. Amy. Her face was flawless, with her dark hair flitting in the breeze. Was she always this beautiful? Was this the wife he left behind? Clearly not. She just shot 2 men in front of him. Not in his wildest imagination had he envisioned coming home to find her armed and dangerous. What had she been through to make that drastic change? Whatever it was, there was steel in her eyes, and he liked it. She wasn't all steel, though. She was softer than before, more flexible. The debate about moving to Wyatt's farm went a lot differently than he'd imagined it would go. It was entirely unlike her to trust him so readily, without hearing every detail first and making her own mind before committing to a decision. He loved and respected her more than anyone in the world, and it made him feel incredible to have earned her trust. Had he changed? He felt different. What he'd done didn't require much change on his part, aside from eating dog food and pedaling one hell of a long way to get home, unless 30 pounds of fat loss counted as a change. Thinking about it, though, he wasn't the same Jack Miller as the man who left home on a business trip 3 months ago. He was embarrassed to think of how big his ego had been and the things he thought were important. He was shallow and vain. The old Jack would have turned his nose up at Wyatt Ferguson because people like Wyatt weren't from his world. Wyatt wasn't educated. He had simple beliefs, and he wasn't worldly. Redneck, hillbilly, Hoosier. Jack could think of 100 words he would have used to describe and dismiss people like Wyatt. Wyatt was the reason he was alive, the reason he was here. From his quirky plan to cross the country using a bike and a trailer, eating dog food along the way, to his outlook on life. His friendship with Wyatt had changed him in a way that went beyond words. His wife and sons at his side, and his friend Wyatt waiting in Morgantown, Jack's vision of the homestead was clearer than ever. His house was gone, burned to the ground, but he had everything he needed to make a new home. His family, a friendship, and hope of what the future would bring.